Hello, welcome to the year in review. Happy holidays. A pleasure to be with you. Me and my regular co-host, Jennifer from Church of Entropy channel, decided to do for the holidays here. I guess a lot of people are kind of sitting alone by yourself on Christmas. So here we are. We decided to do our year in review. Thanks to Luke Ford, I got a new camera. Luke Ford mailed me, I guess like a week ago, whenever he did it, just came today. So I'm trying out this new angle Logitech camera. Should have higher resolution and auto focus and widescreen and various things. So excited about that. And hopefully we got an exciting program. Some of the regular characters from Week in Review and some new ones. Definitely Claire's going to show up. And to some extent, she's the, God forbid, dumping ground for Week in Review, and also training ground that Claire, debate coach, has been a training ground for a lot of new streamers. So we're going to have her on. Devaya, that was on this last Week in Review, was going to come on, and he's interested in kind of like becoming an e-guru, e-personality. So hopefully that'll be exciting. And I sent out to Halsey and Vance and a handful of people that have been on Week in Review during the year. And certainly if they pop in, they're more than welcome. And also some newbies, some noobs, if you want to give it a try, or some visiting guests. I sent Babs a text message. He replied, but then he didn't send back. So I actually sent Babs the link. Luke Ford is live right now doing his own program, but they invited him also. So you will see how many other people want to come on and share Week in Review. I mean, we did a year in review by the Hebrew New Year's, and Claire and Gondop joined, and it was a pretty good, pretty enlightening program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer for some just basic opening contents and why we're doing it during the week, Christmas Eve year in review stream.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. Really happy to be here, especially for the people who are feeling lonely at this time of year. I know it's tough for a lot of people, so I'm happy to do this impromptu stream. Looking forward to it. I'm not sure exactly what I want to talk about, other than I was trying to sort of pull together the threads of what was going on this year, and I think the common theme is cognitive dissonance. And we've sort of seen these tropes play out with people actually getting like live cognitive dissonance, and to varying degrees of interestingness. So yeah, that'll be fun to go over. And congratulations on the new camera. It looks awesome.
Okay, and I guess it looks like we got. Are you going to want to go by? I guess you chose Brett for your handle.
Shoot, wrong name.
If you want, you could leave and change it and re-enter.
Okay, yes. Let me do that. Here we go. Let me come back.
Okay, so we have our new guest coming, and hopefully talk to him, and maybe he could just sit and he'll learn a little bit about streaming. Me and Jennifer will cover in depth of our year in review, like in streaming, kind of like who we talked with, what we accomplished, our spiritual trajectory of the ups and downs of spiritual progress and studies over the last year, insight for next year, and the development of our ideas. And so there's a lot of exciting material to cover there. And what's it, Krishna? So you and Krishna going for the top.
Yeah.
Do you chant? We usually open up our programs with like a mantra or chant, but I didn't do that yet. So
Yeah, I'll
if
find the Sukim Olam, the Olam Tukin Olam, if I can.
Tikkun Olam,
Tikkun Olam, yeah.
where you have a mantra or prayer, saying if you want. Usually I open the week in review programs with a mantra or prayer, and I'd hand the the invocation honor to you if you have a mantra or prayer.
Yeah, I would like Buddha to I would like to invoke the Shakyamuni Buddha, which is the historical Buddha, if that's okay. Shakyamuni mantra. It's called Shakyamuni mantra. And here we go. So Om Muni Muni Maha Muniye Svaha. And that's all. That's the end of it. It's Om Muni Muni Maha Muniye Svaha, which means, it's Om to the Muni. Muni Muni means the clan of the Buddha when he was born, originally as part of the Shakyamuni clan. And then Maha Muniye means even beyond the clan, just as an exemplar of enlightenment. Maha Muniye Svaha means the suchness of enlightenment. So, Om Muni Muni, Maha Muniye Svaha. Oh, great Muni of enlightenment. Such is thy name, such is the peace of all reality itself, such is the ever-present space of God, the ever-present knowledge of and the glory of the beauty, the love beauty of the creator intelligence. Maha Muniye Svaha. And so that's the prayer for you. Om Muni Muni Maha Muniye Svaha. May the love intelligence of the creator shine upon you.
Okay, yeah, awesome. That's me and Jennifer's style to how we like to open the show, and even like a congressional body, usually state houses and senates
Sure,
and
sure.
other bodies used to be in schools, like the Pledge of Allegiance. It just sets a tone of seriousness and open-mindedness. Hence the low, minimizing harm principle, to open up with prayer or mantra. So
Sure.
thanks for doing that. So I guess
Sure.
maybe what we're going to try to do is I'm going to give my year in review, and it's going to be, it might even be like 10 minutes. And then maybe like a minute or two, like if there's any like short, just clarifying questions on my year in review, like you or Jennifer could ask, and then I'll let Jennifer give her year in review, and then you're new to streaming, but whatever information you want to share in terms of like a year in review, and you'll for the purpose of this year in review, we're going to focus mainly, because we're not necessarily sharing like personal information. It's streaming can be a little bit dangerous, and revealing public information that's not what I'm talking about in terms of this year in review. I'm talking about more like a spiritual, educational, not even like business work, or but what type of streams I've been on, who we've been talking to in the streaming world, networking, direction we see that going, maybe the building of the e-personality, and then me and Jennifer about our ideas, the ideas that we've been developing and putting forward, to say what sort of progress we made over the last year.
Right.
And then also, maybe our own personal spiritual realizations that we've had, insights of a spiritual journey, up and downs of this year to the next year.
Right.
And we're also gonna have Claire Caw coming on soon. So I guess I'll probably it might be even like 30 minutes. And I guess if Claire's around and wants to hop on early, she can. So maybe Krishna, if you want to get in the habit of muting yourself when you're not talking, just so we don't have as little background noise as possible. In general, for streaming, we might not talk about it tonight, but there'll be technology issues. You'll have to think about your sound quality and your video quality in terms of I got a new camera and investments and how you're going to do that. So if you don't mind, before I give my ramble, just mute yourself.
Yeah, sure. If I can mute, I'll mute.
It's the microphone button on the bottom hand of the screen. Okay, great. So let me just enter a quick screen share, and I appreciate Krishna's the name he's chosen for the stream. Devaya coming on tonight, but I want to accomplish some basic things. I was looking here at Facebook. Yes, I think if you don't mind, I'll call you Devaya, but and we'll talk about that when it comes to his interview. But I believe he's a chess player also. So not much on my Facebook, saying like I took a few edX courses. I basically stopped. There was a Stop the Deportations rally. I think that was last year. Tulsi Gabbard, the Democratic debates, because of COVID-19. And COVID-19 came, and my usual busy year. So interesting enough, Cory Nakamura came to Detroit and did a simul on. That was in December, so that was already last year. So I remember on Week in Review, Gandalf had even mentioned coronavirus before I heard about it. It's like, I read about it. It was in China. At that point, I wasn't worried. But it's here. It came. It shut us down. So if you look at my, year in review in streaming, here's the Nakamura simul, which is in December of last year. Then we had our Havdalah dance party. There was Hanukkah. You got Adams, and there's Hanukkah song in the synagogue. And then last year's Hanukkah celebrations, Kevin Barrett. So that's all still last year. And then this year I was on Adam Green another time. I did another after stream. I played more Crazy House chess. There was still a few expos that I went to. I did a live stream of Construction Expo. We had some of our events about our Islamic Jewish interfaith, not interfaith, but two professors of Judaic Studies and Middle Eastern Studies at Wayne State University, Professor Howard Lubavitch and Professor Saib Khan, regulars on my YouTube page. This is IRL, and it was in a mosque and a synagogue and at university, and about religious freedom. Last year was about immigration. Then I guess we did a few streams. I had Vance on my channel. He might come on later tonight. And then he was talking about being the founder of Hindus for Trump. Besides all his theories about no-heightism, there were a few Hare Krishna events and then COVID-19 hits. Dishan was doing my regular streaming in my house with Dishan Yehuda, local personality friend of mine. And then COVID-19 hit. Me and Jennifer, we did that stream, and said like things are shutting down. It's unprecedented, and I covered what we knew about it. Jean-Francois Garepi popped on my channel to talk about his book in viruses. I started playing even more chess. I even got involved in the Crazy House World Championship, and streamed a lot of chess. Henry Doktorsky talked about his book Killing for Krishna, 11 Naked Emperors. Very interesting. He comes back in the same year, with his God, Gun and Gold, book series. So that was pretty good. So me and Jennifer did multiple coronavirus educational streams, and intellectually, streaming was probably pretty good for me. I mean, COVID-19 and the lockdown has been intellectually quite good for my ability to. I'm going to talk about that once I finish going through some of the streams. So,
Stupid, is it possible you forgot to plug in your mic? Because you're sounding a bit distant.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. But let me just listen to myself.
Yeah, you're definitely intelligible. You just don't sound as crisp as usual. So, figured it was just a small thing. And hi guys. Thanks for tuning in. It's gonna be hard to do a full-on year in review. There's just been so much stuff going on.
Okay, yeah. Let me just check my sound settings. I appreciate Jennifer saying make sure my audio is on. Yeah.
I'm finally getting somewhere with writing, hopefully something that will one day be a book. It's so darn hard because I end up having to rewrite it 10 times.
Yes, I hope the sound is okay.
Oh, so now I sound really low. That's just great. Maybe it's the
Okay, yes. I mean, Jan says it's okay.
How do I sound now? Because as far as I can tell, I'm on my microphone. So
I think the sound is okay. I'm not sure if John says it's okay. So Aiken in the drum also. So I appreciate him joining. Maybe give him a wrench and regular week in review. So let me get back to finishing up what we're talking about, and hope the sound of people in the chat will mention something. So Jennifer came on my channel. We talked about multiple truth hypothesis. Then I started streaming multiple truth hypothesis and laid the foundation. So with the COVID-19 lockdown, I was able to really think about and lay down the foundations for multiple truth hypothesis. I went to a few Hare Krishna events, even during COVID-19. Social distance, put them up. Ethos Ananda in China, author of a book on Aristotle, came on. Interesting conversation. Maybe I should have thought to maybe invite him on Year in View if he's still in China. I'm not sure the time differences. Then I started streaming. We had a Babs cast. He came on channels, a well-received show. Hopefully he'll be able to join tonight. I streamed a lot about chess research, for COVID-19, and I was playing a lot of chess. We'll talk about that. My intellectual development. Charles Moskowitz came on to discuss his new book. Edward Dutton through a super chat of Yehuda Finkelstein, and so that's well received. My possibly my best viewed video of the whole year, maybe my post Adam Green show at the beginning of the year, and then a few Hanukkah videos. So it was streaming pretty active here, probably the most quite a few streams. We'll see. In terms of Ask the Rabbis, I didn't do any Ask the Rabbis this year, besides for the post Adam Green show, and I wish I had. I still have a lot of research. I wanted to do a presentation of the Jewish conception of a soul, and read through some papers, some presentations, and make it very clear the historical conception of the sages and the prophets of how the Hebrews believe the conception of a soul, and also reincarnation, the Hebrew conception. So these were going to be for Ask the Rabbis, not scientific, for the Judeo conception of reincarnation. And I read through this material, but they're very complicated, and I never went through these ones. I'd almost went like on Goy, the Jew-Gentile dichotomy, the origins of the Noahide laws. I've done a lot of research into it. It's a complicated issue. Hopefully I'll do an Ask the Rabbi on that. This is something I basically already did enough research to put together a good stream, although there's still more. The history of slavery and the Jewish involvement in slavery, I also did a lot of research in that. It'd be interesting, definitely enough to put together a stream. When I'll do that, Chess. I just have so much stuff, and I keep on reading more about chess studies, and we talk about that moving into the general area of the study of expertise and the multiple truth hypothesis. I still have a lot more stuff to talk about relating to the holographic universe and holonomic brain theory, and there's a lot more stuff on the physics and consciousness level, and hopefully I'll be doing some streams about it. But just saying, like, I'm reading this stuff and doing advances, even if I'm not putting out streams. This was a stream I put together. Maybe I'll put it out one day. Jennifer could co-host it if she wanted it, and maybe even to Devaya, if it's interesting to him. The topic was going to be Vivekananda and Freemasonry, and people who know me think that my grandfather's grandfather was a rabbi at the 1893 World's Parliament of Religions in Chicago at the World's Fair, where Vivekananda was a famous speaker. And so this was, I have a lot of research on Vivekananda and also specifically about him as a Freemason. This was largely in relationship to the stream that we did with Vincent. And so I prepared that research and never.
Hang on a minute. Did Doooovid just eject himself from the stream? Krishna.
Yeah, I meant to end the screen share, and then instead of ending screen share, I left the studio. But so that is kind of my sorry to be long-winded, but streaming is meant to be long-winded. It's at the end of the day. We'll talk about the dynamics of keeping people to stream with you and audiences. But the advantage of streaming is, you can do programs for hours and hours, and really hash out in in depth, get to levels of understanding. So it was a pretty active year in streaming. Intellectually, me and Jennifer, thanks to you, the week in review, we did week in review probably at least 40 times, probably 45 times this year. We've been holding it together. I appreciate Jennifer for having Week in Review on her channel and keeping it steady, and for encouraging me in my intellectual endeavors and listening to my ideas and telling me her ideas and her graphics and all these various things. So multiple truth hypothesis is becoming what I think is going to be a serious theory, and it might even have associated things like AI algorithms and solutions to call real world problems. But thanks to ironic way, thank God for COVID-19, that it like Charles Moskowitz, who took the time to write a book, to organize his theology. And so in that sense also, and I also forgot to mention in the streaming that I appeared on Luke Ford quite a few times, and Luke just bought me a camera, so obviously we're going to keep on working together. Adam Green, like alt-right debates, hardly any this year. I'm kind of in the periphery of the circles, like there might be debates and I might be in them, but really weren't that many this year. But I got a regular weekly gig with Charles Moskowitz in Boston, conservative Jewish broadcaster, and so that's been pretty good, because he likes to talk about things from a Torah Jewish perspective, and he's also written 10 books, has a lot of knowledge, and he's been moving into kind of like he's a Trump shill basically, but he's got some serious names, some of the InfoWarcast and books, and now he's convinced that Trump has won the election and is still going to win, but we have a nice Thursday program, and I'm glad for that. And Root and Branch in Jerusalem, that Lowell Gallen, who saw me debating on Adam Green and reached out, and said Roseanne Barr. Jennifer got to meet Roseanne Barr, but it turns out that he's got a regular program in Jerusalem for 25 years as speakers, and because of COVID-19, they've taken to live streaming. And I've been able to join their circuit. So I've been spoke in Jerusalem about why oppose censorship, and my experience kind of like debating counter Semites or defending Jews to our most fiercest critics. But just hearing the speakers in Jerusalem, so I've enjoyed that. And even though it's not like a major YouTube channel that doesn't get a bunch of views, it's cool to be part of a colloquium of people in Jerusalem. So like definitely to me that matters. And even Jennifer was able to talk like yesterday, that physicist Gerard Schroeder. So I'll probably continue doing that. But in terms of that, like my thought has really formed and developed and came around from really things that I hadn't had time to research due to just not being a bunch of time in the world and things to do, like these statistical methods and these chess studies. I knew vaguely about these chess studies. I'd read a few of them, but I read probably even tens of thousands of pages of material of these studies on chess. And it's fascinating. And even consciousness, like, I never even heard of quantum mind until 2 years ago when Jennifer came on the Babscast and told me about quantum mind. That was the first time I ever heard about it, maybe vaguely. I'd read it. And now I've probably read 5,000 pages on quantum mind, and I'm almost up to speed with some of the modern theories, and I'm trying to add my own unique insight through the multiple truth hypothesis, but there's a lot of research to go. And so I feel I'm rounding the corner where I could start speaking about just explaining things, where I could tell people like, yeah, these are the great thinkers and great ideas. So I mean, like in chess studies or something, like names I never really thought too much about. Like now I'm reading Herbert Simon, he actually won a Nobel Prize in economics, but who did these studies on chess, and this guy Gobet in Switzerland, and these various things that really did discover some amazing phenomenon. And the chunking theory, which me and Jennifer are probably later, depending on how long this goes in, especially if Devaya intuitively understands this, you'll go into my updates in chunking. And I think for next year, I'm going to try to turn into what it's the science of expertise. And it's interesting, there is such a thing as a science of expertise, and it's not that well developed. And it's kind of based on chunking, that you can't just develop natural skill that makes you good at everything. But you can. I'll let Jennifer respond later when we talk. I'm just saying in terms of my year in review and the development of my thought, because obviously these things we could pull all of these things out. But like generally, the science of expertise, saying all expertise takes work. There could be natural talent, but natural talent has to be developed with hard work, with specific mental labor. The 10,000-year rule, or 10 years, as a scientific rule, is not really scientific, but it's still a relatively accurate heuristic. And this concept, was saying, we plan on talking about this, but it's like you can't just develop general expertise that applies to everything. You could develop expertise, say, in chess, and so to say, chunking, problem solving, or various insights, and then apply that to other things, or use it as a template, or maybe meditative exercises that Buddhism, Hinduism, Kabbalism, or any form of meditation, where you could create these type intellectual mental templates that could be used for all endeavors of life. So hopefully, we'll talk about that in depth. And I think we can review. We want to take it in a direction where we're going to be delving into this concept of expertise, in the sense that me and Jennifer both have a lot of theories, like Professor Schroeder and his theories about cosmology. And you said that the mind-body consciousness is probably a more important issue, because everybody has consciousness. So like how the world was created, and even the quantum, how the world material realm works to the best describable nature, or even engineering to actively build things. Consciousness is probably the most pertinent issue, because everyone experiences it the whole of our existence. And so we're probably going to work on that issue, but I have been advising myself and Jennifer to kind of pitch, not like mental techniques like we're going to be training people to be chess experts or math magicians or even more efficient doctors, or to limit the errors that they make in their profession. All these various things that expertise is measured in, but a general, more philosophical template, scientific understanding of expertise in a way that we could bring people on and advise them, and people who have expertise in fields that we don't, through some general understanding of expertise. So I thought, multiple truth hypothesis like that also that has a practical level of helping people improve their thought processing skills as a mental technique, besides for all that more. So, that's the main part of, my year in review, is saying, because internet, it doesn't really pay to talk too much about personal information. You're saying that a more personal setting, but like I'm a public personality in terms of my ideas that I want to get out there, and I want to create association with people that are interested in similar things. And we're adding noobs and hopefully experienced streamers, and Devaya here, I appreciate him joining, and he might hopefully become an e-personality. So we're happy to help him out with that, or talk about that with him, and then he'll probably slowly grow his own audience. But we'll explain or talk why it's difficult to grow an audience, and why in reality you basically have to find people to work together with. That's the only way to grow an audience. So I guess if Jennifer, Devaya, has any quick comment on my year in review, otherwise I'll hand it over to Jennifer, and I'll mute and let her give a full, detailed, in-depth year in review.
Yeah, well, I guess I would ask if you feel like, you kind of answered the questions I had, like whether you felt you had progressed. I'm just wondering if it's like, does it feel like it's a percentage, or because there's some way to quantify? Like, you feel like you're maybe 25% of some goal, or is there no way to put words to it because there's no reference point?
I think it's large. COVID-19 is the main story. In terms, I always lived in a way that was what I considered in opposition to the way the majority of people live. And if you want to put it like in messianic religious terms, like I kind of look like there's this objectively better way of interacting, and I try to interact in that way, even though the majority of humanity interacts in a different way. So COVID-19, in some sense, is a game changer. That it's possible that this will have some sort of effect on the way people are interacting. But in terms of, it's basically just been the fact that I've been in lockdown and not going to events, and just sitting around, and thank God, God forbid, taking a lot of medicine, but I'm reading and I'm catching up. The ability to study a lot of subjects that I knew were important to the advancement of my ideas, that I just never had the time that I've been able to study. So it's more intellectually. I don't think that I think I've had a big breakthrough this year. In other realms, probably not.
You don't feel like you have an overall better clarity to the thought process, or
Maybe from myself, and kind of discovering myself, my trajectory, more about my own karma and my own path. But that's largely due to the meditation isolation that usually, like I use the expression, I'm constantly on the battlefield, or I'm just caught up in material living, that I don't have the benefit of the large amount of time that I've had this year to meditate. And yes, I've seen gains from that meditation and intellectual study that COVID-19 has provided me.
awesome. Yeah, it's really hard for me to give a year in review because I don't look at things that way.
You do like I did, just
time with
just take a few things that you want to give a full review of, like what streams you did, who you talked with, personalities, development of your ideas, and then try to be as thorough as possible, looking through the whole year, and those endeavors, and the ups and downs, and trends that you could point out. So I'll mute myself and please go ahead.
Well, there was, the whole lockdown thing, so a lot of chance to go into the virus stuff and talk about that. Talked a lot about generally psychology and what drives people to make the decisions and actions that they make. It's very hard, honestly, for me to come up with specifics because I'm more of a macro person. Like I'm always kind of doing meta-analysis. So for me, a big innovation is this quantum supremacy thing. I know that's not the only thing that happened this year, and it just happened. So it kind of seems like not really taking stock of the whole year, but yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, I could go on for so long just to talk about the whole year, but in terms of what's affected me, I had fun going on Biz on 4chan because I got to learn a lot about what goes on there and what motivates people to get into crypto. And I'm fascinated because I kind of feel like ultimately the solution to all this is to commit ourselves towards a path of study. And yeah, it's not going to be edge of your seat entertainment at all times. It is going to foster virtue so that your life's good. But then it's like people are so old. So what are the chances they're going to pick up a book of math, learn that? So it's been sort of a back and forth, just sort of playing with the ideas. And I feel like we're keeping pace with the development of the culture now. We can kind of catch things as they come, and there's a certain smoothness to our rhythm that wasn't there before. Like we didn't know each other as well when we started streaming. So there were these times where there'd be misunderstandings, but those kind of eventually all but stopped in my eyes anyway, which I thought was great. And it's a great chance to lead by example, to show other people how to get along with someone that you don't agree with on everything, and sort of have these esoteric agreements with I don't know, maybe it's developing story. We're still not 100% sure what we're doing here with Week in Review, but I mean, this is what the oral tradition is kind of. It's like a never ending conversation. And, I don't look at Doooovid as my student because he never asked to be my student. So it's not quite the same dynamic, but there's like a dance, I guess you'd call it pill pull, where we're like sort of as we glide across the dance floor, we're sort of tracing out a larger area than would be available to either one of us individually. So it's something to kind of marvel at. And I think generally the quality of the show is getting better. Like if I look back at some of my older streams, they're definitely lower production quality. Like I sort of got into it slowly and just gradually built up my knowledge basis of how to stream. So really appreciate the support and assistance from Doooovid throughout that time. So yeah, I don't want to blab for too long because I'm more of a conversation person than a monologue person, but thanks for the chance to blab a little bit, and hopefully we can blab a whole lot more. Thank you all.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, and not like, like Devaya, if he wants to become an e-guru, e-personality, the art of monologue is probably the key thing. Even a guru in general, in real life, someone who gives class, someone who publicly acts, meaning a person who, public personality, who always has a crowd around and has to speak in a way like everybody might be listening. In that sense that streaming is a good way of training yourself to doing that and coming across and, just thinking about how you're perceived by other people, and the medium and the message, and even from a scientific level, like Shannon and information theory is a good thing. And I'll probably even go more in depth. I've streamed a little bit. on information theory. But let's turn to our new guest. We're always it's difficult to get a constant flow of new talent, and you can't really have success in streaming without good guests and good people to talk to. That people tune in. Generally don't tune in just for one personality. The personality they tune into is interesting because they introduce them to other interesting personalities. So with that, why don't you introduce yourself in a sense of a year in review, where you introduced yourself in a way to obviously an audience that's unfamiliar with you, but also kind of like what you're about, what you're working on, what you're studying, and in terms of your last year and the progress you've been making towards these things, and hope to advance. And obviously it's more intellectual, theological show. You don't have to focus on any personal information. We're talking more like intellectual, spiritual journeys.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, wonderful. What I'm this year has been unique for me, but I've been developing along spiritual and intellectual lines, and trying to live a more perfect life, as aligned with some of the ancient understandings of spiritual knowledge. And my name is Krishna, and yes, so meaning I just play my flute, and I accept whatever spiritual experience, and try to transform that into a manageable psychological form. So I view my life as a maturational journey, and I've been reading all these books behind me. Those books right there, yeah, they're there. These books, these beautiful books. That's Jean-Paul Sartre. I have Sartre here. Jean-Paul Sartre, the French, being and nothingness. And I have various tomes that
I'll give you the full screen if you want to show some of the stuff.
Sure, yes. Well, here. So just to get a sampling of all the stuff that I have for the audience, Jean-Paul Sartre, Being and Nothingness, a classic, his most prominent book, very difficult. Integral consciousness. This is called integral consciousness. I don't know if you can see that. It's about. It's like kind of a condensed.
Was that Sadhguru? I couldn't see the author.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Steve McIntosh.
McIntosh, yeah. Associated with the integral movement.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was in charge of the aesthetics department of Ken Wilber's Integral Institute, and a very fascinating personality. He differs from Ken Wilber in a lot of places. He doesn't consider himself a Wilberian, but if anyone is interested in cosmic theories and universal theories, then either Wilber or Steve McIntosh. So here's a Wilber book, Ken Wilber, an introduction by a nuclear engineer, Mr. Boatman, Lynn Boatman. So an expert introduction to Wilber. Been reading that this year, focusing on that, trying to grasp Wilberian thinking, and developmental politics. How America can grow into a better version of itself. How we can love more and embrace culture without polarizing and splintering, but rather synthesizing different cultural values into a coherent new politics, developmental politics. And finally, a Buddhist book, Ajahn Chah, kind of a perennial This guy was pretty enlightened from the Theravada forest monk tradition. A very valuable, insightful book here. So yeah, that's a kind of a general overall sampling of my interests.
So you're still more at like a student phase, putting your thoughts together, learning from other people. Are you actually part of a group with Steve McIntosh? Like, are you part of I don't know, use the word cult if you'd be comfortable using that word, but saying do they have like a cult somewhere that you're part of?
No, I consider myself an independent scholar to some extent, or independent seeker. I have no allegiance. I consider myself alienated to the public and to to any cults in general. So I alienate myself from cults as well as from good company too sometimes. So
Well, I mean, Jennifer, older, but is it you're more in a student? You haven't necessarily, you're not advancing your own unique theory or your own
I'm
unique
trying to.
outlook, or
I'm
you're still in the student phase where you have to research other people's outlooks to develop your own.
Well, I have my own outlook through. I meditated for over 5 years of dedicated and heart-filled meditation, and in which time I achieved the pinnacle of most wisdom traditional. Like the typical perennial mystical path. I went through the mystical stages of consciousness, as seen in Evelyn Underhill, or as understood in Christian contemplation. So I've traversed the vast inner territories to now. I have a theory of transpersonal psychology that I want to advance to help understand the transpersonal field in general. And that's why
So when you started messaging me all those times saying you wanted to colonize my science, what exactly was wrong with it then?
No, I didn't want. That was a misspoken. But nothing wrong with your scientific outlook. We all have. I think you have a valid outlook, and I embrace it. I mean,
You choose the name Krishna. I mean, what's your approach to theology? Buddhism, Hinduism, or deities that you're saying? I mean, are you a Mayavadi? Are you a worshiper of Krishna? Are you some sort of like Mayavadi claiming to be a representative of Krishna?
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'm theologically many-centered, pluralistic. Pluralocentric. I don't. I have.
Basically a neo-theosophist.
Um,
You think you can pick and choose and come up with your new age LARP thing, and that's going to fly?
I'm not a. I wouldn't call myself a theosophist, although I've read quite a bit of theosophy.
How does your views?
But you are a pick and choose-achist. I mean, and she is right that you are a pick and choose-achist.
Well, no, I'm a Buddhist foremost and fundamentally. So.
But I mean, you didn't give like you have a guru, or I mean, you don't have. You couldn't. You don't have to share that. But you're saying, are you part of a lineage? And I mean, we can debate this theologically whether you have to be part of a lineage.
Yes,
or not, or you take a Protestant approach.
Theologically, I take the approach that we must be part of a lineage, and that the pick and choose approach is very ineffective to producing mystical output. And that's my overall understanding of mystical depth. I think that the pick and choose is kind of a disease. It's kind of a cultural. It's just sad to see. It's sad to see people claiming to offer quick and fixed solutions, and people buying that and not really taking the time to to explore their own minds and to be open-minded and to understand, to broaden themselves, their culture, and ultimately go on the deepest inner explorative path, inward.
If you were us,
mm-hmm.
Would you believe you?
If I wouldn't believe me, I'm highly skeptical. So I would
So why make such ostentatious claims?
Did you make any claims? I just say if you want to put yourself out
Yeah.
as an e-personality, even like a self-proclaimed guru, and if that minimally means someone who's
Well, he basically
mastered
said
their
he
own
needs
senses.
enlightenment.
I mean,
I'm
you're
not a
just-
guru.
you
I'm
just
not
say
a
that you're a
guru.
master of your own senses,
I'm a
or
pan.
you just
Yeah.
say you're a teacher, that you've obtained enough information that you feel a requirement or opportunity to get your ideas out there, and you're sure there's more people who know things better than you, but you know enough to teach, and you want to get out there and do it.
Yeah. See, I'm not sure what percentage of people there are who have such transpersonal attainments that I've accessed, but
So you are claiming certain unique achievements, and you think you can even articulate your
Correct.
unique achievements.
Very correct. Yes, very correct. And
And
yes,
you think that that if me and Jennifer were objectively spiritualists, that we would be able to recognize or even verify your achievement?
most likely you would be able to verify the achievements through your own depth and inner consciousness. Yes, scientifically speaking, let's not call it science. Let's call it deep science here. Hold on. I prefer to call it deep science. You see.
Well, I mean, if you want to go into like a Joseph Campbell hero's journey, where you're going to have some sort of hero, like Doooovid, who is just some half Jew who grew up in Detroit, but then I had so to say, hero's journey. I went to Jerusalem.
Doooovid from the block never forgot where he came from.
But I was saying that I'm not claiming some sort of miraculous. I have so to say, a typical hero's journey where I was just saw maybe I had a high IQ or went to special schools, a junior chess champion. But the key point is I ended up in Jerusalem, and I learned a new system, and I changed from the person I had been grown up as to this new system, and then I reemerged as a teacher within, so to say, this new system in the Joseph Campbell. You're familiar with the Joseph Campbell hero's journey, right?
Yeah.
Versus a claim that saying no, I'm a reincarnation. I'm a certain soul that I didn't realize because I wasn't attuned to it. And then I got to Jerusalem and I spoke to some Kabbalists, and the Kabbalists told me, little to my knowledge, that my soul had been put in my body to carry out some specific purpose, and then they informed me of this purpose, and just like a interpretation, saying I may not even ask myself to know whether I could say one interpretation is more valid than the other, versus a claim to say, well, these books are available to anybody, and all I did was find the right books and follow the practices. Or
that's what I did actually.
I got my my ISKCON books. All I did was chant Hare Krishna and read the Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam and follow the practice. And any advancement that I got is a credit to the system, not me. And maybe I had certain advantages or problems in my life, but in essence, it's the system that I vowed myself to. It's nothing specifically special about me.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's nothing.
That's totally wrong.
Well, I would
It's an
agree.
interpretation. That's what we're here for.
Whether you can derive
That's
benefits,
what we're here for, to argue these things. That's what we do.
whether you can derive benefits depends on your personal karma. So
I
if
do
you get
too.
benefits, that means you had good karma, which
That's
to
what
me
I-
is obvious because you look back at your history, and I can pluck out those instances of good karma, right? Like knowing calculus, not just knowing it, but remembering it. I'm sure there's lots more, blah blah blah, but
Definitely.
but yeah, I mean, it's obvious there's a profile, so yeah, of course you got to give credit to the teachings, but
Well, can you lay out
street.
Can you lay out in a simple sense for like a viewer that could verify with Wikipedia or something, like what books, what method, what you followed, what you accomplished, and what it means?
Yes. And what it means, and could you contextualize that a slightly more? Just what it means in what context?
Well, meaning, okay, like if I said, so you're a rabbi, and said, well, actually, rabbi just means teacher, You said like no, I'm initiated. I was
Right.
granted an authority from an official institute, and you could look them up and see my name there or something like that. Or
Yeah.
or even if it's a system
Gotcha.
that I'm not just giving my own BS mumbo jumbo. I'm talking about relatively explanation of a known system that you could verify it. That that if I'm telling you some Kabbalistic or Chabad trick,
Right.
that if you go to your local Chabad synagogue or a person who knows about this subject, they're not going to tell you that I don't know what I'm talking about. They're going to tell you that guy knew what he was talking about. He gave you accurate information.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. So, first of all, the first gate, I want to talk about it in terms of gateways to Dharma or gateways to spiritual knowledge. So the first gateway that I followed was through documentary, and the way I got interested into Buddhism, the way I found Buddhism was through this documentary called The Great Liberation about Tibetan Buddhism. So one of the ways I got into this is through narrative and through myth, through a generalized mythos of maybe there's something more, and that sense of yearning to something higher than oneself. So that was the first gateway to Dharma, was that yearning that there must be something more in this life. And the second is placing myself before the proper teachings. And so I would say that I read a lot of spiritual books. During a certain time period, I read over 30 Buddhist books, 30. And I did all of the esoteric practices of Tibetan Buddhism. And that is the path that I have followed and adhered to throughout the entirety. Since I was 19, when I began following the path. And it's different than the outward arc, or what I call the hero's journey. But it's the antithesis of the hero's journey, the inner arc, not the arc of discovery, but the arc of rediscovery, kind of a traversal of the transverbal realms, not the pre-verbal cognition, but one of transverbal cognition and knowing and epistemic justness. If anybody is interested in Tibetan Buddhism, they can check out the documentary with Leonard Cohen, The Great Liberation. I've also followed the 16th Karmapa and the lineage of Lama Ole Nidal, who is a Danish guru. And the 16th Karmapa in the Karma Kaju lineage. There's 4 main streams of Tantra in Tibetan Buddhism: the Nyingma, Gelugpa, the Sakya, and the, if I can remember the other lineage, Nyingma, Gelugpa, Sakya, and what is that other one? Kaju. Yes, Kaju. So these are the 4 esoteric vehicles that comprise Tibetan Buddhism. And so if one is interested, I just took a course from edX, like you had been saying, in your year review. I just finished a course on Christianity through its scriptures, and one on Hinduism through its scriptures.
For the Harvard course?
Yeah, the Harvard course. Yeah, you know it. Wow.
I took those courses also. I passed them. I think I even have the graded certificate.
Oh, radical. Nice. Wow, that's super rad. Yeah.
Okay, well, so we appreciate your insight. So I think, so there's a few major topics that we cover on Week in Review, and we want to cover some is use streaming, creating a streaming personality, networking. Week in Review, generally, it's a coverage of streaming where we're talking about what we're trying to accomplish in terms of our streaming personalities that could be a little different than IRL, and therefore it's a focus on other streamers as as the main personalities that we focus on. And then there's the specific ideas that me and Jennifer are advancing. So I have multiple truth hypothesis, some chunking, and just various ideas, wisdoms that we've been going over statistical methods and certain mathematical techniques or ideas in various fields, and that's basically what keeps Week in Review going. And the personalities have changed. Some of the people we've spoken to off and on are different. Came and gone. Some of them lost contact, and also debating. My personality was largely created to promote Judaism and even debate, talk about Judaism, and debate counter Semites. That's one of the whole main things of my personality. But at the same time, there's a lot of other things that I do and combine it. I have Hindu leanings. It's a big part of my personality. It comes out, and anytime anyone seriously talks to me, and therefore, and I have things that I research, like I'm a chess player, and that also is probably an element of my personality that almost anyone that knows me well could feel in my personality. And then there's the areas of things that I like to think about, like I said, to advance, that I spend hours and hours every day thinking about. And certainly this year I spent a lot of time researching coronavirus, COVID-19. I even learned a lot of new wisdoms just to understand what's going on, mathematical, statistical techniques, things about evolution, epidemiology, things I never thought about. But as I get older, I worry more and more about my health, and I spend more and more time studying medicine. Hopefully I'm gonna get a little bit, like I start doing like sit-ups and push-ups again, because like I'm not doing much activity because of the lockdown, and putting on a little weight. So I started, hopefully I'm gonna do more, try to organize some sort of yoga workout routine. So Jennifer, how do you want to go about this year in review? Where do you want to go?
I did have something I wanted to mention.
Now, did you want to argue with Krishna here, or did you want to move on to other topics? Because I got a Greek salad that I ordered earlier in the fridge. So if you wanted to have a theological argument and debate with Devaya, like I could take a break and eat my Greek salad while I listen, or we could move on to other topics.
Yeah, you can go go grab the salad. It's the second time you asked me, so I know you want the salad. So just go grab it.
Oh yeah.
And I can hold the fort. Krishna and I can have a chat.
Oh yeah. Baby Krishna, that is the little baby version.
I said that in certain circles, like Jennifer's more networked and connected than me, and certainly if you're interested in Eastern stuff, I do interfaith and know a lot about it. But Jennifer's probably more the person you want to talk to than me. But like chess or Judaism, or we have subject expertise, so I'll let you talk with her.
Oh, awesome! Yes, that's okay. Yeah. So my idea was to create an interfaith dialogue between the highest, basically the adepts or the spiritual wisdom within each tradition to help. Why?
Because only some religions can bring enlightenment, and then you have to either play nicey nice with the ones that don't and lie, which won't work. It'll have a net drag down effect on everyone. Or
Yes,
you can be
but
like, well, you suck. You have no enlightenment. Ah, ha, 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 which seems to be counterproductive. So I
yeah,
don't see that working. Plus, I don't see how somebody who didn't know about all the religions could do such a thing. Because you know
yeah,
that people fight a lot about interpretations, right?
yeah.
Even
So I
I
mean,
have to
part
deal with
you could,
people pushing back on what I say.
yeah,
Now,
but I would
no
say,
one's gone to the extent of
wow,
actually pushing back on any
whoa,
theories.
wow, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. But I would say it's really overly simple to conclude that there can be
Well, you
no.
have to say why you're going to succeed where everyone else who's, you don't think this has been tried. That's the thing. It's like, if you're going to do a plan, check if it's been tried and failed before and check why they failed so that you don't repeat their error.
It's not always tried. There's been an attempt to
Oh, no, there's
synthesize.
never been an attempt to universalize religion. Nah, never.
Yeah, well, not to universalize religion, to synthesize Advaita and Christianity. Um, I forget the. There was a great
Well,
Catholic.
I don't know if you want to go to the extent to saying you're synthesizing Advaita and Christianity. Like, I don't know where are you plucking this out of?
No, I'm not. There's an explicit teaching by this Swami, this Indian Swami, uh, who had a great deal to offer in terms of interfaith commingling at the very high. I could share. I could share.
What is your point? What did the Swami say?
Well, he views a kind of universal. He sees basically a universal compatibility between the two faiths.
Oh, okay. So apologetics. So the religion's so pathetic that it needs other religions to come in and pat it on the head and say, you're just fine. So that people like me looks like an asshole when I have to come out and say, actually, and everybody wants to paint me as the bad guy. Who's the real bad guy here? The one lying about the religion is the bad guy.
Right.
So now you're saying, yeah, I have this dream that there's a uniting thread. It's like, that has been tried. And you should look at what it's resulted in before you say we should do this again.
But there's a reason to. I would say. Wait, are you saying you BTFO'd me?
I don't know if I'd go that far.
All right.
We're not entirely sure you've even asserted a position yet. So
my position is the compatibility between. My position is a type of seamless compatibility between how do you say, methodologies of mysticism, mystical methodologies.
Except there's no mysticism in Christianity, except, ooh, I'm scared of the devil.
there is some, like there was a Catholic saint who Diego.
I grew up my mom's Catholic. I know what there is. There's no mysticism in that religion.
We just have to separate the pre-conventional myths from the trans-conventional mysticism, I think.
So I have to go in and backwards reverse engineer.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I can, with a straight face, say, yeah, they're saying the same thing. Yeah, I had to give you something that was 3 times the length of the Talmud worth of pill pull to justify it, but definitely they're the same.
Yeah. I mean, not the Talmud. Okay, say, I don't understand.
Don't you think this has been tried? I mean, what's his name? I want to say Aquinas, but whoever the one was that put forth all these supposed proofs of God, you don't think that was ripped off of Advaita?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
so there's already a terrible history of rip-offs of astrotheology. Advaita.
Well, I mean,
it was other technology. So now it's like we're going to say they're the same. According to what standard are they the same? Because it seems completely different.
Well, I think you're referring to the scholastics like Saint Anselm and others of around.
Whoever put forth the prime mover argument.
Who did?
Whoever.
Oh, well, Aristotle.
I'm talking about whoever applied that to the argument for God.
Oh, Aquinas might have, but around that. Okay. There's a saint called Saint Anselm, who argued that it's only logical to believe in God. And
yeah, and there's been all sorts of arguments, and what's been the outcome of it?
Mhm.
Bad. Loss of knowledge, obvious loss of anything that anyone would want to hold on to.
Well,
Now
yes.
you're going to come and say, well, actually, it's great. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to need some evidence, and you're not going to be able to provide it. And then it's just going to be like, Jen's such a bitch. It's like the burden of proof is on you. And you're just saying it like you wish it was true, but it isn't true, and you can't substantiate it. So I'm just wondering why you want to repeat something you know isn't true.
I'm not trying to prove theology, because I know theology is not technically, it's not in my view, as an atheist. I mean, I would say I'm more of an atheist, a skeptic atheist. I wouldn't assert that I know anything in regards to God, him or herself. I personally don't believe in necessarily a theistic God. But I do think that there's a certain there is a compatibility between theism and other metaphysical identities, such as non-duality. I think dualism is very strong at play in most religious identities, and I think if we want to synthesize religion for the future, we have to begin looking at the similarities in the commonwealth that different religions share in common, as opposed to detracting from the negatives. Yes, we can parse out the irrational, but I think the core is similar in most cases. Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism. I think the mystic esoteric core is relevant, and I think that's an imperishable feature of these religious systems. So with that being said, we can add our own synchronicity. How do you say? Kind of our own. What is the word? Our own unique eccentricities to these religions. But I think universally speaking, there's a common seduction to waking up and to experiencing oneself as the entire cosmos. And I think you could compare that to the realization of Advaita Vedanta. But Advaita coexists alongside Dzogchen and Mahamudra in Tibetan Buddhism. So we have to take an inherently pluralistic view if we want to even begin to understand. We can't take a monological view of Advaita or Hinduism as the strict path by which to attain God consciousness, in my view. So this
So
is...
you just feel comfortable making statements with no factual basis then? Based just on your own wishful feelings?
I think that's a false assertion.
No, it's a true assertion because you didn't give any evidence.
I've clearly demonstrated the need for plurality of viewpoints.
You haven't demonstrated anything. You said if we want to have religious unity, you asserted it as an axiom. It was never defended on principle.
You have to discern. What I'm saying is that the mythic, the religious mythic and ritual aspect of religion is not it's not the spiritual I meaning of religion. There is an exoteric and an esoteric religion, and I do believe that they are intermingled, but that we ultimately have to discern between pre-rational religion and post-rational spirituality within these religions, or transpersonal religion,
right. So,
as
again,
opposed to pre-personal.
You're giving a very long explanation. You're not actually arguing in favor. Like, why should we do this? You're not saying why. You're just saying we have to do this thing, and it's like, why?
Okay. Yes.
Like, oh yeah, we have to unify religion. I'm like thinking to myself, well, this has been tried and failed about a gajillion times. So if someone's saying they want to do that, they probably should be coming with some pretty special idea.
Well, I think there's something that Buddhism even has in common with Hinduism, and I think that is
Well,
yoga.
it's back to the Howie thing. This is back to Howie wanting to explain the motherfucking computer thing, Doovid. I can't do this, Doovid. I can't go back in this circle. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not addressing my argument. You're just
I'm saying
the same things. You're saying,
I'm
well,
saying
actually,
my
they are the same. It's like,
well,
even if you think that's true, the fact that you just keep repeating it but not offering any evidence is not very.
but you have to define the limits of epistemological justification, and you haven't defined
I
your.
have to, or you have to. You're the one making an assertion here.
But what are the limits of your acceptable, what you consider acceptable validity or criteria for, what does evidence mean? How do you even define that? I'm curious. Because for me, evidence
So what types of claims, though? Like different classes of claims have different standards of evidence, right?
yeah.
So what kind of claim are we talking about?
Yeah. So I would say there's three broad there are three broad categories of epistemic claims that can be made, or three forms of how do you say valid ways of seeing, sensing, perceiving, understanding, and those would be, broadly speaking, physical, sensory, motor. So you can check most scientific modes of thinking are based on sensory motor verification procedures. Second, you need rational verification. In other words, mathematical. So according to, there was a Catholic, I forgot the exact Catholic who said this, but he said there's an eye of flesh, there is an eye of mind, and furthermore, the final epistemic knowledge domain being the eye of spirit, the contemplative eye itself. So
okay, why are we like? Where did this conversation fall to pieces? Because none of this has made sense to me for quite some time. I'm saying, what type of assertion are we talking about? Are we talking about a moral assertion, a physical assertion, a metaphysical assertion, a factual assertion, an assertion of expertise?
We're talking about a post-metaphysical assertion.
Right. So there is no such thing as post-metaphysical. Okay, that's a very stupid way to put it.
That's not true. This is based in rigorous sociological theory, spanning back to the 80s. And
what do I care?
Well, because this is what I'm using to verify. First of all, a Kantian framework for verifying rationality, and a post-metaphysics based on the work of Habermas.
Hey, do you know what physics is?
Yeah, I know what physics is.
So do you know what metaphysics is?
Yes.
Physics, in a way, contains its own metaphysics. So to say something is post-metaphysical, there is no such thing, because everything is either physics or metaphysics.
Well, but that's where I differ. You see, I
you
think
don't get an opinion. You want to say this thing exists, and I'm saying definitionally it can't exist. That's like saying more than infinity. Did you want to talk about the more than infinity number? It's like, no, infinity is the biggest number. We can't talk about more than infinity.
I'm talking about a minimal metaphysics, not a maximal metaphysics, a minimal metaphysics.
Okay. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about a minimal metaphysics, but you're talking about post-metaphysics.
Correct.
So why not just talk about a minimal metaphysics?
Well,
As if you
that's
even
what
know
it's
what that
implied.
would look like.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so let's welcome. This is an important conversation, and if Krishna becomes a streamer, public personality, these are the most really these metaphysical, theological discussions are from the most important conversations that exist, and that's why I'm happy to encourage and help you becoming a streamer. But there's also a certain understanding of the science of streaming and what conversations, when to have them, how to include people. So with that, we're happy to introduce a regular guest from the Netherlands, we believe, Canops, Controlled Opposition, Spiritual Mamzer. He has been in the streaming world for years, has been in my channel, I think, before. Definitely been on Week in Review or Jennifer's channel, Bab's channel. Interesting insight, contrarian personality. So do you have it in you to do a week in review? A year in review, to say, what'd you do? What kind of streams, advancement in thought, personality, or did you have
Well,
advancements
it's
this
rather
year, changes in
difficult this
thought?
year because this year sucked. I mean, there was.
Did you, like Doooovid, Charles Moskowitz, take advantage of COVID-19 lockdown
No,
to
I
write a
didn't
book?
actually. I got a bit down because for my work I have to do things with people, and I work in the cultural industry, and so it was impossible because people couldn't be close to each other anymore. And I think if you want to study, most of the time you have to be sort of happy with the situation. So I wrote definitely a couple of books, interesting, but I appeared on some streams. But usually it was the usual, like Claire or my God, maybe Patrick Bateman. If he let me on sometimes. But other than that, it was not a very exciting year. The only thing that was exciting was what was happening in the Netherlands. There was finally a sort of alt-right party, and it completely imploded, which I thought was very interesting. But other than that, it was a very boring year.
What about your own trajectory of thought? I mean, for the people here who are unfamiliar with streaming, like obviously, from streaming, most streamers, for valid reasons, choose to use an anonymous e-personality due to the risk
True.
of putting your identity out there, but have certain issues or topics that they're known for. So, as he kind of works in the cultural industry, likes to talk about things like Islam, immigration, nationalism, but also has insights on all sorts of various topics. So, was there any of these major issues that you are generally a thinker on that you had advancements or
Well, no,
changes on
I
over
think
this year?
what happened was I got confirmed by what I thought about the alt-right. So I always thought the alt-right would be I was just spinning out of control, and it would affect more legitimate anti-immigration parties by sort of radicalizing youth. And actually, this happened in the Netherlands, where there was the biggest anti-immigration party, and it turned out that its youth department had a lot of anti-Semitic and racist people, and they were apping each other. Well, what happened? These people got exposed by social media, also by newspapers, and this party just imploded completely, which just made me confirm. Yeah, it confirms my view that the alt-right, as it is today, is a it's a road that's stopping. It's not going anywhere.
What about the various, to say the leadership of those people taking power, but on the soft end of issues like immigration, or saying Belgium just passed the anti-Shkita ban. And so even if it imploded, but at the end of the day, Belgium just banned ritual slaughter.
Yeah, well, but that's going on for a longer time. In the Netherlands, they were also busy with banning ritual slaughter. And it's actually much more of a coalition with animal rights people and anti-immigration people. So it's not exclusively people who are against Jews or Muslims or such a thing. But yeah, there's
There's an
definitely some
overall
element.
agenda. I mean, saying if the alt-right is collapsing, but it appears that part of the agenda is actually moving forward.
Yes, well, not entirely, because these sort of populist right parties, like my country, the PVV by Geert Wilders, or the AFD, were initially definitely not alt-right parties, and it's still even the biggest anti-immigration party in my country, the PVV, which is to the right of that alt-right party. It's very confusing, but anyway, they were there for a long time. They derived their ideas from neoconservatism, for example. They're not, and populism, but they're not alt-right in the same sense. So they don't dislike Jews. They just don't like Muslims, and that's because they're liberal fundamentally.
What
So
about spiritually? Have you had much? Have you been meditating, or you got Krishna here, nice American boy with born again to Eastern teachings, which I think is also pretty common where you come from. There's probably a lot of nice European boys that get born again into Eastern identity.
No, I always hated this. I went twice to India, though. Very interesting, but I think people who are I don't know, like getting reborn in this Eastern way and follow some guru always. I don't know, they rub me the wrong way. It almost always sounds a bit gullible and anti-intellectual. I think
Did you
people who are
want to?
searching. Well,
Did you
people
want
who
to
are look.
spar with Krishna here, or was that an invitation for a little sparring here? That's saying, I mean, because
No, not generally. I don't know about
I'm
political
guessing that
character.
he's not that political, because you seem more political and cultural.
Yes.
I'm sure Krishna has thoughts on culture, but maybe not that much on politics, and that's why he kind of rubbed you the wrong way, because you're thinking
No,
like
he doesn't.
he's avoiding escaping the wrong issues, or you think that he might even come back to nationalism at a certain point that the like Hinduism to nationalist pipeline.
Yeah, well, no, for me, the whole Hindu stuff is I don't know. I think you should go to your own traditions and see what's there, and it just sounds a bit, yeah, like people following some guru, and then later on seeing that their goods have been taken away from them, their money, and then their wife or something, you know. It's not really my thing, and I don't. It's not a personal insult to Krishna or anything, but I think generally people who are looking for spirituality in the East are rather dumb.
And you're completely comfortable in your nihilism and atheism.
Well, atheism and nihilism are two different things, aren't they? Not?
That's why I said both. You're saying you're not going to claim atheism, just nihilism.
No, I don't claim nihilism. No,
You
no, I'm not a nihilist.
Well, what I mean, so, but you're comfortable being a rejectionist of spirituality in general.
He's not a nihilist. His life purpose is to discredit me so that he can continue
See,
to
I
not
have
feel
something to
cognitive
do.
dissonance for his poor choices.
Well, I mean, if his personality is contrary in general, and he doesn't have to have a well thought out thought system of how the world works. You're saying like, don't ask me for the answers. I just have complaints to your answers, which is a pretty common strategy. To say that like, no, don't expect me to answer these questions, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to pick on your answers and say that your answers are wrong.
But I didn't say I was a nihilist, and I didn't say I didn't have any positive positions. I do, but most of the time they just don't come up.
Yeah. To an audience that's unfamiliar, it would be a contrarian, or how do you mean your controlled opposition? Me and Jennifer were joking earlier. The righteous prankster, the kind of spiritual righteous prankster that thinks by proving people that they're gullible, by tricking them, that it has some sort of righteous underpinnings of unraveling karma and making the world a better place, like repair the world activity to righteously trick people.
Yes, but look, I take this form control opposition
Everybody's
here.
baby Krishna
I have an
all of a
internet.
sudden.
Let's say I have an internet persona, dude, just like you have, and my internet persona is to destroy. But that doesn't mean I am personally like this, or I don't have any personal positive positions. I do.
You say you've
I'm a
separated those
materialist.
from for the creation of your e-personality. You don't come on to defend your positive positions. You come on to oppose your negative. You oppose what you oppose.
Well, yes. So I'm not a streamer.
As
I
a
don't
strategy,
stream.
generally, like as a streaming strategy, saying like it doesn't pay, like in terms of the dangers of how much information you want to reveal or ideas, or do you really think you're going to convince people to agree with what you agree with? To that you just decide strategically you're not going to propose and try to defend your own ideas. You're going to focus on attacking and being contrarian to popular ideas.
No, because I think my ideas are actually quite popular, but just not in these spheres. So, what I was concerned about, this is why I turn on. This is why I went on Luke's stream, and this is why I warned the alt-right for actually completely destroying the legitimate anti-immigration party. So there is a logic to my madness, I would say. It is warning people
Method
to
to the madness.
Yeah, there is a method to the madness, yes. So, but if you want to talk positive positions, we have talked about it. I'm pro-evolution. I am pro-materialist. And I am
Pro-Aryan Kangs, right?
Democratic populist.
Any of these issues, did you have advancements like on evolution with the virus and everything? And did you make advances in your understanding of evolution or any of these issues this year?
Well, I think the virus just confirms the process of evolution, doesn't it?
No.
Right? Because you see new strains coming on, becoming more popular than others.
I was joking that evolution is a conspiracy to cover up for the fact that the virus is man-made. That now the main purpose that evolution is serving as an explanation for a negation of the obvious, so to say, that the virus is probably man-made. And the reason why we're negating the obvious that the virus is probably man-made is because this conspiracy evolution. And so here you can see that evolution plays a good role to negate the obvious, the fact that the virus was probably man-made and purposely destroyed us.
I would say that is a rather erroneous position. But this is the reason why I'm here. I don't think it's man-made. It could be. Look, it could be man-made in the sense that it would escape from some lab because other people are busy with.
Take the degrees of man-made to.
Look, there's a difference between making it a conspiracy
to being purposely grown militarily in a lab through natural means like bats for the purpose of study, so to say, or that it was genetically engineered and created specifically and released specifically to kill people, that it was not just like part of a test that went bad. Thanks, Josh, for the $20. Really appreciate that. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. But to say that whoever made it had the intention and means to do what's happening now, and that is possibly to kill millions of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the latter one seems to be the even more foolish theory, but we have no evidence that this virus escaped from a lab.
Listen to the virus experts. From my understanding, we cover on Week in Review that in theory you could create a virus for less than $20,000. That you could, one of these equipments for printing viral genomes, where if you had a genome that it'd be complicated. The person would be an expert, but there's machines that you can get as cheap as $20,000 that print genomes, and a few $100,000 for a better machine. Coronavirus obviously has 30,000 base pairs, so that it'd take quite a bit to splice or have the ability to do that. However, it also coronavirus has a unique genetic structure, if you've read about it, where it largely entropy maximizes the amount of base pairs at about 30,000. So from what we understand, and it appears to not be that much, is that coronavirus makes more proteins than it should be allowed to, and it does that through some sort of combinatorics where the same code codes for multiple proteins, as opposed to just having, normal, from what we understand, DNA and RNA, although there are cases like JF told me in other viruses that this is a common thing, but in the human DNA, it's not very common. We just have DNA that codes for codons, but because of the entropy in the virus only has the stability, that coronavirus came up with a method of coding for more than it should be able to by reusing the same code. And it's even, for this seems the understood science. So the
but it all depends.
It would have been impossible that someone could have made it. There's no way someone could have known that this genome would have worked and that they would have made it and be able to catch it. And from the perspective of say that, well, maybe you're just not as smart. And saying if there was an evil mind that wanted to do it, could they have done it? I as JF that and saying like, if JF thinks, not to say God forbid he would have wanted to or did it, but that if he really had put his mind to it and put a few years into it, he could have created such a thing. And then, how many people out there had the know-how to do that and could have done that. And even the hatred, the means to say that an evil genius would have put years of their life to a project that specific goal was to kill as many people as possible, God forbid. But you think evolution is the reason why we're not considering that. It's like, oh, we know how this stuff works. Came from a bat and a pangolin because we know how it works.
All right, so this individual that unleashed this disease must have been a complete nihilist because corona hits everybody, right?
I'm just wondering, Connor,
It's an
how does coronavirus
indiscriminate attacker.
How does coronavirus validate evolution by natural selection?
Well, you can see that there are copy mistakes made, and you have different strains, and eventually, you can see that that some strains will be more popular than others for all sorts of reasons. That's why we're so concerned about what's happening in England.
The problem with that is that evolution by natural selection tells us that these changes should take a really long time.
Well, with viruses, because they multiply so quickly, actually you can see this process live almost.
Well, we've covered this. I'm well familiar with it. It looks like the angry Persian is joined, so give him a chance. And I also said Spacepan if he wants to do a year in review. So we'll try to wrap up the evolution. I'll let Krishna throw in a word, but just on this on this point, without getting too much into the evolution, that I do think it's possible that due to the failure to beat coronavirus, and I'm predicting that these vaccines may not work and that we may not beat it, and the worst could be ahead of us in a way that's worse than even the experts are predicting, and that's because of the evolutionary science that God forbid I'm predicting is going to fail. But at this point, all we could do is wait. And if you just wanted to respond, Connops, to the possibility that I'm saying that objectively, as a scientist, you say it's possible that it could have been man-made. And then the reason they say it can't be man-made is because they said, no one's smart enough to do that. And from my perspective, I think objectively as a scientist, we should know that God forbid, I'm not saying that people should want to do it, and people shouldn't want to do it, but it's not that hard to, God forbid, bioengineer, create a computer code, it could have been artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithm that helped design the code for coronavirus. And to me, I still think that's the most likely option. Although, from a practical point, my father's a doctor, and I go to synagogue with a bunch of doctors, and it makes no difference. If we're facing the disease, and if you're, like a medical or a social cause, generally it doesn't make a difference whether it was man-made or not. But I do think from a scientific perspective that conversation is not being discussed on a scientific level when I'm telling you my research says that an evil genius with less than $100,000 in theory could have created this.
Yeah, well, in theory, possibly. I don't know. There's some questions about your assertions that you can just make this easily. Also, the question is
There
it
are
really
printing
true that
machines.
this virus behaves so much differently than other viruses, and maybe it behaves differently than the majority of other viruses, but there might be some exceptions that are the same as COVID. So, for me,
I know the
these
answers to
things
these
are open
questions. And
questions.
this combinatorics pattern is rare. It's not in all viruses. It exists in a few other viruses, and the idea is that the virus is doing more than it should be able to do. 30,000 base pairs to maximize how big a virus could be and remain stable means it could only code for so many proteins. So we say, oh, the evolutionary process through the mutations and natural selection eventually came upon some complicated combinatorics way where the same code is being used multiple times over and over again in a way like a mathematical puzzle game. And from
All right, but in theory, that is possible.
More
too,
likely
right?
that some computer algorithm or mad genius concocted that than evolution.
I'm not so sure that's true. For example, they have to do it probably alone, because I think the next person they will talk to will say no. I'm not willing to cooperate with creating this very deadly disease. So it's not that very easy to do this socially.
It could have been one single person who understood combinatorics, genetics, and the know-how of operating the printing machines to print a virus and then harness.
Yes, but you do have to have a lab. You do have to have a lab. You have colleagues. People might say something.
I don't have the expertise. But you're saying that no. I mean, possibly a PhD epidemiologist dropout has enough know-how that they could have done all the necessary steps.
Okay, but you also need machinery to do this, right?
Yeah, and saying the machinery that prints a machinery that you could enter a genetic code and then have it printed out goes for as cheap as $20,000. I mean, it's not easy to operate, and then to say most printing machines only print like 50 base pairs, and then you have to splice it. So a 30,000 base pair virus with a cheap machine is unlikely, and even the more expensive machines that maybe could print 1,000 base pairs still has to be successfully spliced. That some people would say it's impossible, but in theory, a skilled technician with the code could have printed out the virus and then fed it into a cell. Saying if they had RNA,
why not
that they
make
could
it more
feed
deadly?
it into a cell, and then the cell would print out. The cell itself would make the viruses for it. That's a known technique. Is saying you don't have to, be AstraZeneca or Pfizer to do it. A PhD person who worked in a lab, and from my knowledge, technically could have done it. And I think a scientist should verify. They're saying yes, conceivably a PhD dropout with a few $100,000 of machinery, if they got really lucky, could have picked the right code and made this virus.
Oh shit. Okay. Well,
but we could move on.
There's just a couple. Yeah, but there's a couple of problems with it. First off, why would they design such a sort of non-deadly virus? I mean, does this person have something against seniors, or? I mean,
I'm going into not motive.
Yes,
the motivation is irrelevant. If you're saying the motive of the person was they wanted to kill humanity, including themselves.
Yes, but if you're gonna pick
the motive is irrelevant. I'm just saying, from a technical, is it possible that someone could have done it without the question of motive? Because I mean, you could give motive, and the motive just whatever. There's someone who wanted to kill all of humanity, and even if that includes themselves, God forbid.
Yeah, but in theory, it's possible. But why make a disease that is not very deadly then, right? So you might. It would be better to.
When they did their best, relatively, the evil genius. They did their best.
Is an evil genius that is good enough to make it himself, but bad enough to make something that is actually deadly? Is that your theory, or that's the possibility that you're?
Well, I was saying, could an evil genius, God forbid, you make a virus that would kill all of humanity? And saying, I don't know if that's possible. It's saying, even from a scientific level, is it possible that there could be a virus that would kill all of humanity? So I don't even know if that's feasible. There's there's certain viruses that have like an 80% fatality rate. Whether it's
Yes.
possible,
Why not choose that one?
what I'm saying, they tried because there's the 30,000 base pair limit that you can't put all of the adaptions of all of the viruses into one virus because you have a hard limit of entropy of about 30,000 base pairs. So even with this combinatorics method that coded for more proteins than should be allowed by reusing the same proteins through some method that most of our greatest scientists claim they don't even understand, is limited. And that, and I'm not the virologist expert, saying, is it even feasible that a virus exists that could kill all of humanity? And then if it did, why couldn't, this evil genius who created this very deadly one, but you couldn't have created that? And I mean, it's a question,
I
right?
have some
Because you're not
doubts about your
negating the.
$20,000 idea that it's just $20,000 to create it, that it's not that difficult. I think it's probably a bit more.
I didn't say it's not that difficult, and you say you could probably estimate that there might only be a few thousand people, like from a forensics criminal science perspective, you might be able to limit it to a few thousand people around the globe as suspects. And saying, okay, it is possible that it was made, and that it would take a certain amount of technical lab know-how, and only someone who worked in one of these institutes would have that technical lab know-how, and conceivably they could even make a list of names, and maybe they did that, like, for God forbid, with the anthrax scare after 9/11, and I think that's how they eventually caught the anthrax perpetrator, and it was a former military U.S. person that had stole the anthrax from a military base.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it may be possible, but I have to say, I'm not equipped enough to actually answer these questions for because it's really, you're really going deep into what viruses are.
Well, I'm hitting you on evolution, so I'm telling you that maybe it's a better route to defeat coronavirus, so to say, to be trying to figure out who made this. And as an evolutionist, you're saying that's crazy. No one made it. It came naturally from evolution. That's just stupid.
Probably. But I mean, even if it didn't come from evolution, it can still evolve, right? Are you not? Do you think these things are? How would you say mutually exclusive?
Well, mutation. If you mean mutations and natural selection, maybe it's possible that it was man-made in the various strains were made at the beginning. It's possible, God forbid, that it was man-made and the various strains were pre-made and on-released, and the more dangerous strains are going to be released in the future, God forbid. That could be one of the reasons to not reject it, man-made. Because if it is man-made, maybe the people who made it are making more of them, and they're getting better at it. So I mean, I think from one perspective, why not to rule out the man-made perspective is because that worry. If it is man-made, there's probably more and worse coming.
Okay, so you think this is one person, or you consider the possibility that this is one person that creates different strains?
Well, I mean, you look at
this virus, but then he releases them in different countries as well, right? No. But the problem is
that it wasn't China. That
the problem is
China.
Yes, but the problem is these different strains are created in different places. So this person, this evil genius, has to release the different strains. He has to fly to London and then release this new strain, and then he has to go to Italy and do another one.
Can we please just move on?
What percentage of geniuses are actually evil? That's another question for you. It made perhaps less than 1%, 1% to 2% at most.
Well, so Doooovid's belief system, God forbid, is that yes, it is extremely possible and likely that there are people out there that have a nefarious will to destroy humanity, and geniuses are actually more likely to fill that role than other people. That if there is some disgruntled 200 IQ person out there, that it would actually be the high IQ disgruntled person that would be more likely to desire to destroy all of humanity. And as I said, from the practical purpose and how we deal with it and what we see moving forward, and just say if there is a perpetrator of this, there might be more coming. And the most obvious, and like I don't have any evidence to point a finger at China, but to say that there's a reason why China is not getting affected. They might have some answers and understanding that they're not telling us, but they created us to destroy the West. The coronavirus was a weapon to destroy the West. Specifically designed for that purpose.
But the West was already, to some extent, we're already a fail.
Well, I agree with that also, but saying that, and it could dramatically, but saying that it was actually implemented with a plan of the complete fall and destruction of the U.S. government, and that it's working. From a certain perspective, that without
wait.
war.
But China did get infected, Doooovid. It's not like nothing happened in China. Did you not see the tents in Wuhan? Come on, they had very strict rules because so many people died.
If it was that they,
so that's not true, Doooovid.
Whoever the they is, because it's conspiratorial, but that if it was forces within China that knew that they would beat it and the West didn't, and their scientists had predetermined when they created the virus, the type virus that they would be able to beat and the West wouldn't.
Can I just say that I think that if someone is a bad person, then they can probably get away with doing bad things if they're smarter. So smarter, immoral people are probably a fair bit more dangerous, but I also think that being immoral restricts the range of intelligence you can really fully manifest because you're not being empathetic at all, and that's a big part of intuition and sensitivity. So
when I say God forbid, when I was a kid, I had a friend that used to talk like certain people like school shootings or Columbine, God forbid, like people who are upset at humanity. And when I was a kid, maybe I could have thought like that, but generally I found God, and I don't harbor ill will. I'm not trying to get revenge. But it's a common thing, like, God forbid, school shootings and seeking revenge and suicide bombings. And I remember I had a childhood friend that used to talk about making a virus to destroy humanity. And like, okay, we were stupid little kids, but I don't think that's uncommon. Like, it's science fiction. There's books and stuff about it that, so, like the same mentality of a school shooting is the mentality of, so I mean, it's a question if it's a strategic act of war of forces within inside China or the East or even within America or some global cabal that has some ongoing strategy and they know what's happening. They pre-planned this from a few years ago and they knew how they would be able to beat the virus or their supporters would be able to beat the virus and their enemies wouldn't, versus a single lone like mad genius that's basically like a suicide bomber that for whatever reason due to their own suffering and or ability to understand their suffering in the world decided that they wanted to make everybody else in the world suffer. And relatively, even logically, probably the creation of a virus is the best way to do it. I think my childhood friend who talked about it, he said like relatively, like, yeah, if you want to unleash hell on humanity, probably the creation of a virus is the best way to do it. And then you have the know-how, saying that, like, obviously it's not easy. Not any idiot can do something like this. And in fact, there's probably only a few thousand people in the world that would you even have the intelligence or know-how. And then, Krishna's question about the nature of evil. Is there such a phenomenon where there's a person who suffered enough and their reaction to their own suffering is to bring suffering on other people? And to some extent, theologically, is that a natural reaction? Saying, I suffered, I didn't like my suffering, no one helped me when I suffered, and the only reaction that I could seem to do, because it just seems like I'm going to keep on suffering, and other people are going to keep on failing to help me end my suffering. So somehow to help in my own mind with my own suffering, I want to increase the suffering on the rest of humanity. And from a theological conception, is that even natural? That's the natural thought process of an unenlightened person to desire to reciprocate our own misunderstanding of our own suffering by desiring to see other people suffer more, God forbid.
Well, maybe, but don't people who do school shootings or even terrorist attacks always tell you why they do it? But most of the time, people want to take credit, don't they?
So So it looks like I got another guest E here, so I'm filling up.
Hey, Spacepan.
So why don't I try to, because we're trying to do a year in review, and I appreciate ConOps and people being here, but let's try to do year in review. You mind? I don't know, to be rude, if so, I could try to bring on this new guest and allow time for new guests. If Krishna, if you mind even hopping off, and if I don't have 6 guys, because I have a maximum of 6 guests, this guy might not be a real guest. If he looks like he's got a camera on or everything, but if he's not, you could hop right back on. But yeah, I want to keep it year in review. I want to. Me and ConOps could argue all day and all night.
I'm not real.
No, not you. The 6th character that just has an E. I saw him walking around in the background.
Oh, I see. Oh, so you can hear me too, right? Because I'm just doing this off my phone. Because I just moved back from Hong Kong to America, and like.
So why don't I let you do your year in review?
So many things, yeah. So I have to get that replaced. So hopefully I sound and everything.
You sound fine to me. Doooovid just wanted to know if you want to give a year in review.
Yeah, I was
Maybe
going
we should figure out who this new person is first, though.
Derail the current topic too much, because most of, if you guys want to hear my year in review, I guess it's a whole nother.
Yeah, I'd rather switch back to year in review, because like I could argue it's an important topic. And okay, so it does look like E is here. Shalom. Is that the E?
His name is Red Blazer.
Oh, that's Red Blazer. That's your friend. Okay.
Oh, you see me. Okay. Solid. All right.
Okay, so let's try to gain a little structure back. Like I enjoy
just
the conversation.
I was outside.
Krishna had to bounce. Like, he might come right on if we keep on going if he wants, or he could become a regular on Week in Review. But like unfortunately, streaming, you can only have 6 people at one time. So let's try to do year in review, and then we could do the conversation. So we have Laser, Spacepan, and Angry Persian, and so if one after the next, if the people who aren't talking want to mute, so there's no interference to the other people speaking, and you could do your year in review. What you kind of obviously this is streaming, so you don't have to reveal personal information, but more like educational, spiritual transformation, the ideas you're thinking about, the networking, streaming, that you accomplished over the last year, transformations and outlooks of the world, and moving forward. So I'm not sure how you want to do. If none of you are in a hurry, maybe we'll even start with go Laser, Spacepan, and then Angry, unless anyone has some reason they want to switch in order.
That's funny. I felt kind of spaced out myself today and quite angry, but not that we're hitching on anyone. So basically, I haven't thought much about this because, as some people know by now, I've been here in this group home for the last 6 months, been in many other areas for various reasons, mainly having to do with my bipolar illness. The good news is that I am stable, and I've been stabilized for quite some time. But what the first goal is basically to stay calm and to treat my parents with dignity, despite having the desire to get angry or get irritated, because they kind of want me perhaps to go to a sober living upon coming home, or they want me to stay here for even a week or so longer. Any amount of time that I'm here is quite Gehenna-like, per the psychologist I have now. I have a new psychologist that I had when I was in Baltimore. Always needed a psychologist. Always had something to do with anxiety or nervousness or depression. Another goal of mine is to start reading daily to stretch my mind, because there are no excuses. Just because I'm here doesn't mean that I have the ability or the exception of using my mind.
License.
The license. Thank you. That's a good term. What was another question? Oh yeah, I have a lot of spiritual desires.
Well, so it's a year in review program. Like this is the year in review. So
okay. Oh, so basically a year of success. So what I see myself as becoming, I guess, in 6 months is starting school, volunteering, coming home, just so I can get my feet strong enough so I can now move out and live my life strong. My goals are quite not really so strong at this point in time because I haven't even managed to keep a routine. So a routine is definitely a huge thing for me. Exercise daily. I've been doing that. Write daily. When I say write, I mean answer questions on some real forums like Quora. Give some real answers. Another one is read 2 hours a day when I'm not working. That is, and read challenging books. Speak to people, obviously. Play piano, and I forgot some of the other questions. If I missed out on some.
Okay, well, we didn't ask any questions because so it looks like Conop's dropped off, and that's fine if he's around and wants to argue more. But yeah, I want to keep the program more a year in review than more like a specific. Yeah, so that's fine. Just introducing yourself, and we'll talk more. So why don't we hand it over to Spacepan for your year in review, and Eliezer, if you don't mind muting yourself, just so there's no background noise to interfere with Spacepan while he's giving his year in review.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm really happy to be back over here. I know I've been here before, but it's been a long time. But when I think back to it, I guess before it was earlier this year, but there's so many things that have happened like earlier this year that when I think back to them, they feel like they've happened like more than a year ago. I don't know. Like time for me has always felt weird. So if you're not familiar with me, I'm a men's rights advocate. I've aligned myself with anarcho-capitalism, but in terms of like my personal, I guess, development in terms of ideas, I've shifted a little bit out of anarcho-capitalism into agorism, which to most people means nothing. Because a lot of the overlap between the two is, it's mostly overlap, to be honest. So I got a little bit more into that, and that has changed my overall framing of everything. I try to keep up with Week in Review. I've done a pretty good job of it. Usually for me, like I was mostly living in Hong Kong, right? So then it would be like these really early morning days where I wouldn't have a lot of students, and I'd have the luxury of turning into work and then kicking up my feet and listening to you guys talk about all kinds of just esoteric shit that you don't get to hear anywhere else. So it's been a really fascinating view, but I've always felt like in terms of the hard sciencey stuff, which I think is probably the majority of what gets talked about here, that's never been my strong point. So to me, it's always been interesting to hear, just because that's like for me, it was just kind of an interesting way to kind of be introduced to a lot of these concepts. But then I also feel like I'm not really in the position to engage with a lot of it because of that. So I do appreciate you guys letting me on here, because a lot of what I talk about is, I guess, it's in a different realm from what you guys normally talk about, but also, everything's connected. But yeah, that's basically me in a nutshell. Is I'm anti.
Were there any evolutions this year? Did you have any developments or changes?
I think Doooovid is great, but I'm also like anti-Abrahamic. I oppose Christianity, Judaism, and Islam from just objective moral standpoints, because I do believe that ethics is like a human endeavor, and that if you have a construction of ethics that precludes the inter what's the word for it, what's the word I'm looking for? My goodness, I'm totally blanking. But you respect people's intersubjective value judgments, because there's no way for you to like act in the world without doing so, and this forms a basis for universalized human ethics, which you'll find that even systems that tend to disagree with this notion will agree with it implicitly. And a lot of that, I think Molyneux did a pretty good shake at. People kind of, they have their different misgivings with him, but I think that overall he did a lot of really, really good work that kind of made sense of a lot of it. Maybe a little bit too Hoppian, but anyway, I got a little bit tangential, but basically my year has been like, I was in Hong Kong during COVID as it all broke out, and my employer, they guaranteed us like a monthly wage, right? And then they just decided, nope, we're going to furlough you and not pay that, even though terms of this weren't even in the contract. But of course, how do I appeal that? Because the government's all, in chaos too. So the whole situation in Hong Kong just got like really bad to the point where I decided, you know what, I'm just going to F off back to where I'm from. And I have a new job that I'm going to start in the new year in America. So I have a whole new trajectory that way. I've been neglecting my channel a little bit, which makes me a little bit sad, but I do have a lot of great ideas. One issue that I've been focusing on a lot is intactivism. And with all the political turmoil in America regarding the election, I think that now may be an opportune time to promote kind of these more fringe issues that don't get any attention. And if you look at American politics, right, you have issues like abortion, right, or issues like healthcare, or issues like the environment, and a lot of voters are categorized as single issue voters. And when I look at like my Facebook experience, I have a whole bunch of people who I'm friends with on Facebook, right, who are all over the place. All kinds of crazy frickin' people are friends with me on Facebook due to intactivism. And it made me realize, wow, intactivism actually spans the entire political spectrum and all demographics. And I think, you know what? If we made this a single issue, this could actually have some degree of political force, even playing into the way that political correctness has evolved over this year in the mainstream. So I want to create a campaign to promote single-issue voting based on intactivism. People who will pledge to refuse to politically support any candidate that does not make the ending of male genital mutilation like their number one issue. Because if you look at all political issues, if we're going to have a government and they're going to prevent violence against innocent individuals, obviously we should prevent, raping infants with knives. That should be the number one priority. All the other victims can just get to the back of the line. So that's one idea for a project I had. I wanted to start up kind of an answering service, men's help sort of a thing too. But obviously all of that requires money. And I prefer to kind of earn my own money and then just put that into my project rather than to ask others for money, which might speak to my lack of success as a men's rights advocate. But anyway, I went on a little bit of an indulgent ramble there, so thanks for that.
Yeah, so why don't we hand over to Angry Persian, and then we'll see. We'll have a discussion, but it's important to say streaming personality and see what people are working on, and we be streamers. There's opposite sides to the issue. Just like you have the kosher slaughter ban in Belgium, you have the attempted circumcision ban in Iceland, and that's the purpose of dialogue, to talk about these issues, and various people have their various issues for different reasons. So Judas, you want to give us your year in review? I know you've been doing a lot of streaming, you've been replaying other streams on it, but let's hear your year in review. You there?
Yeah, I've been uploading content onto my channel. Hello, can you hear me?
We hear
Yeah.
your camera's off if you wanted it off.
Yeah, we saw the stream where you forgot to put on the
I
audio.
want it off. So I've been
We're not hearing you clearly. If you could try to talk clearly, or if you have
my channel is called Fly Angry Persian Michelin Guy. I do restreams, do panel streams. I'll talk about voters. And I've been working. I like COVID lockdown. It's been fun. I've been talking to I have a new girlfriend. I want to move to Nashville and then move to Israel. Circumcise all male babies. Yeah, and Hebrew supremacy now.
So any evolution or changes in your thought over the last year? Or seem you're still basically same as
I think
same as
my admiration for the Hebrew race has grown more every day.
in you know what, like you used to be like a regular in Halsey, Luke Ford, Babs. In fact, I texted Babs and sent him the link. I'm not sure if he's around or joining. I guess the longer we're at this and he doesn't join, the less likely. But are you still around in the background of like in the chat, like Claire, Aaron Amihud, or what streams you're watching? What chats are you hanging out in?
Claire, Luke Ford, OV. I was on the OV stream recently, and Eliezer was also Red Blazer was also on the OV stream with me. I can't. I have to keep the channel secret. No Jews allowed, other than Laser and me. We're OV's court Jews.
What about research? Like, what any fields that you did a lot of study or research that you felt you really made progress this year? I'll put that, I guess, open
I've been learning Tanakh, and Lahavda. I've been reading Plato's Republic and Mein Kampf.
You feel like you're making intellectual progress from that?
Yeah, I've been reading Mein Kampf and been talking to my job coach about stuff.
What about you, Eliezer or Spacepan? Do you feel it like you made intellectual progress this year, or started to understand things that you hadn't understood, or maybe like I said, COVID-19 gave me time to read and research a bunch of areas that I hadn't generally had time for?
I'll let you go first, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, when I went to the ICMI of 2019, I met up with someone who I'd actually met before, who worked with the National Coalition for Men, and he was giving out books, and one of them was called a Garbage Generation, and that's one that I've been kind of working on. I don't read books usually. After I got done with college, and I learned that, like, oh wow, you can learn things just by like listening to podcasts, right? You can learn things orally. That tend to have worked out better for me. I feel like I learned a lot more after not being like an academic student. But with this book, I've been really reading it again, and like it's really fascinating because it breaks down things based on terms of like family structure and overall like social. So far, I've only published that. It's really interesting just to see a book that old, right? The most recent time I had an experience like this was when I was reading Christina Hoff Sommers' Who Stole Feminism? And that was back in like 2014 when I was first getting into like anti-feminism. And then like you read her book and all the things she was complaining about back in the 90s is the same shit you're seeing now. And it's really crazy to see a book written that old that like, it could have been written today. And then even though I read it, a decade ago, you read it again today and it still feels the same way. And on one hand, it's kind of like encouraging in the sense that like the counter arguments are like trans, across time you can make all these arguments and all make sense. But then of course you realize the bigger picture, which is that it doesn't matter. Your arguments can be better, and it's literally never mattered. So anyway, but it's still interesting to hear the arguments put forth in a new way. But this new book I'm reading, it's interesting because it's older than Christina Hoff Sommers' book, but then has that same effect going even further back. And I guess in the long run, all of like men's rights advocacy is just like a journey back towards like, Belford Bax, right? And it kind of always leads towards that conclusion where ultimately you have to take a step back and then think about, since it's not about facts, like what are the real impulses played? People who are promoting these anti-moral narratives, they're doing it not because they think it's true, or rather the ultimate impulse behind all of it, isn't based on that, and they know what's actually going on because it's so easy to fucking see it, and it's been so many decades that we've had all this just laid bare.
Well, me and Jennifer like to take the cognitive approach and the consciousness and saying that a real understanding of almost any of these issues is dependent on the answer to the hard problem of consciousness and relating to how we perceive and interact with our environment. And there's so many factors of unknowns about how we perceive and interact with the environment, to how that would affect our thoughts on any number of these downstream issues that preoccupy the majority of people. But that's generally the approach of the analysis, meta-analysis, that keeps Week in Review going. What about you, Eliezer? What type of books did you read this year, or do you have any advancements in your understandings on, or your realizations, enlightenments of higher levels of understanding than you had previously?
Well, that's interesting, because I actually feel like I don't have nearly as high of a level of thought and understanding as when I was not on medication and wasn't going through withdrawals and all kinds of things. But then there are pockets in my life that I feel as if I am not even, that not only am I just the same way as I was 3 years ago, but I'm actually better, because now I'm going to continue with my consistency in withdrawing from a few addictions, and I'm also going to enhance myself. Plus, I'm going to lead this this like stable situation where you're stuck in this room and you're also stuck in a backyard, and you're also stuck with people that have developmental disabilities. I came here because I was a book reader, and that is my goal. My goal is to start reading and to read for hours each day. And it's a doable goal because I love to read and I love to learn all about the things that I love. I know exactly what I like. And so to be honest with you, I've just been skimming through. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I've been skimming through all kinds of things, and I finally downloaded quite a few books that I'm going to be starting to read tomorrow. Just as I like to be consistent in my reading and developing myself, I also have to be consistent with my withdrawals, because I keep relapsing, and I'm going through withdrawals right now. It's the worst feeling you could possibly go through. It's the feeling of like cognitive blunting and not really understanding things. And I did read a little bit of Mindful.
So I didn't mean to derail, but I want to have an understanding.
Sure.
Is it from sorry, what is it?
Withdrawals?
Yeah, what?
There's a bit of a problem with you guys' audio. Whenever you guys talk at the same time, it suppresses both of you. So it's probably better for us to try to all be muted whenever someone's talking. And also, I have heard a bit of reverb.
We're trying to have a conversation. So we'll try to figure it out. Okay, we're meeting each other and new personalities, and we got to get bios and understand who we are, and then maybe move into a topic that makes sense that we could all talk about and bring insight into. So people got to pay attention. If we're no longer doing year in review and bio, and it works best if people could just interject, and so someone's trying to bring in a point, hopefully. And so I don't know, do you want to move past the bios and try to find some interesting topic? That's what I was trying to figure out, what type of books or ideas are we struggling with that might make something interesting to talk about in terms of a year in review that maybe mutually we could all think about positive advancements for how next year might be a better year for all of us. Yeah,
that's fine. I was thinking we could raise our hand, if we have a question to ask one another, but this is the year in review. I guess to leave off, I'm on lithium, and it's one of the best, most highly effective medications for bipolar. However, it does slow you down at times. It makes it hard to think of words, even if you have all the words down. Tens of thousands of words, even good words. However, I have some good books. I'll be reading a philosophical book. I'm not going to go into it. And I'm also going to be reading about, intelligence, Briggs-Myers personality scores and stuff. I've read a whole lot of stuff when I was when I was just starting college. I got really into philosophical abstractions, critical thinking, and I also realized that when you don't use it, you don't really feel like you have anything. And it's a lot easier to continue to excel in critical thinking when you're in college, when you're in work, but as soon as you come into one of these houses, which I've been in for the last 7 months, it becomes very challenging to continue that, because there's like no motivation. But now the motivation is to be constant in it, and I'm very close to getting out of this house, hopefully into sober living, or if not, into my own house very soon, and everything will happen from there.
I mean, I like the Hare Krishna kind of conception of the material world, of the body as a prison. You're saying we're all in prison in essence in the body. And if you were, like the house, you might have one house or another house. One house could be bigger and nicer, but in essence, it's all a prison. And in terms of a greater outlook, saying, okay, I'm sure you have a bunch of desires of what you want to do and accomplish in your life. But at some point, a person could make bad decisions in a way that, they need to be prevented either by their own actions, by law enforcement, by family, or by health considerations that say I've made such bad decisions, like addictions, violence, crime, that it hampers them in a way, like as long as the soul is in the body, there's still a future of the life. But some decisions all decisions have karmatic consequences. Some more so than others. Some of them could be result in a temporary retardation, stunting, imprisonment. God forbid, some decisions could result in permanent. Certain crimes you could end up in prison for life. Certain crimes a person could be permanently injured or lose their life over. But it doesn't, as long as the person's alive, they still have majority desires and things that we want to fulfill. And that's the purpose of Week in Review. And hand it to Mr. Jennifer wants to.
I actually did have something that I wanted to say, because someone said in the chat reminded me of something that just happened that I hadn't mentioned yet, which is an email from my excuse me, I don't know if I told you about my friend that I used to do yoga with in the park. Maybe not. Anyway, I won't say his name. I don't want to.
You've almost told very few yoga stories in like 2 years of Week in Review. You've told almost no yoga stories. I mean, meditation, but you, if you want to.
Do you know Dunn's by any chance? The Montreal Deli?
No, I don't know anything about Montreal. Never been there. I mean, it's JF.
Well, I think Dunn's is in the States too, but it started in Montreal. But anyway, so you don't know Dunn's. It's like a Jewish deli, and they had this really good deal. So we'd always go there when we were in school. And we'd also do yoga in the park before it. So that's how we knew each other at first. But anyway, he was the first person I ever told that mine was a quantum computer. And he was never like a dick about it. He just sort of was agnostic, let's say playfully agnostic. He sort of had his own thing going on and now has a master's in physics and is actually a high school teacher. So I sent him the link about, for those of you who watch the show, you'll know we talked about the photonic quantum computer using sampling, Gaussian sampling to correct for errors. So huge development in photonic quantum computing, which is very promising because this is how our minds work. And that's what gives us the complexity of thoughts, is the multiplicity of microstates associated with this photonic entanglement. So I'll just read what he said. Hey, Jen, this is really cool stuff. I've been following the progress of quantum computing for a while. I recall hearing a few long-form conversations with researchers in the cutting edge of this field on the Lex Fridman podcast. He also had a bunch of guests who specialize in consciousness-adjacent fields. Consciousness research is becoming more and more acceptable by mainstream scientists, which is nice. When Roger Penrose proposed a quantum origin to consciousness back in the 80s in his book, The Emperor's New Mind, it was pretty much dismissed as wild speculation. It's way too cool, though. I really hope quantum phenomena do have a part to play. In other words, I'm hoping panpsychism is the right philosophy to make progress on the nature of consciousness. if a mind was basically just an analog machine, I guess that would be amazing too, but in a different way. And yeah, he says he's grateful for the people who are interested in this stuff. So thanks for everyone for listening.
So I know me and Jennifer definitely, I'm not sure how long her strength will have to go on, but definitely there's a lot of stuff that we could talk about that I do want to talk about, like chunking and expertise that probably is not that interesting to the rest of the people on the panel, because it's more in fields that we've been doing research for many years. So let's try to figure out where we want to go. I mean, if you want to make it conversational, I could take a little bit of medicine, but we have like various personalities that may not know our overlap. I'm trying to recruit new people like to streaming. Like I think we've got a little of toxicity out for whatever reason of various things that I think the toxicity has declined to where there've been a period where I wouldn't even recommend most people streaming. Like I got to stream like I'm doing something, I'm streaming, I'm taking the risk. But like for a normal person, like you want to hop on my stream, I wouldn't even recommend it, because like the level of trolling or risk that a person might put themselves out to. But sometimes you say like, no, I'm going to put myself out there. Like I know the risk, I'm not scared. But with that, you have people that enter the arena, and we have our issues and our things to talk about, and to have interesting conversations, you have to find the overlap. And it's a certain art, and the whole review process is not the week in review, the year in review isn't the stream. It's a review, and there has to be things to review. And because it's streaming, me and Jennifer are constantly putting out output. Spacepan in the past has put out a lot of output. Judas is restreaming. Devaya Krishna was on earlier, wants to get into streaming. Eliezer, I'm not sure if he's even thought about like whether he wants to be a streamer. It could just be the current victim of circumstance that he's being hampered from doing what he wants, that he's turning to streaming, and in other circumstances he wouldn't even thought about streaming. But like we're here, we're talking, so let's figure out what we're going to talk about. Can I hand it over to you, Jennifer, and I'll take a little medicine?
Sure, but I'm not sure what we should talk about, so maybe one of the other guests should decide.
Okay, well, before Doooovid, before you leave for your medicine, one thing I wanted to bring up, just in case this was an interesting topic for you, there was that new Netflix show, right? Queen's Gambit. And I'm sure that all kinds of people have been coming to you and asking you about it and what your thoughts on it were. I watched it, of course, because Queen's Gambit was a radical feminist anthem in some ways.
I didn't watch it because I'm not a Netflix member. My tenant, who was a woman, asked me about it. She watched it because she thought it was the best thing ever. But like generally, because I'm a chess player, no one really put that together. And like the feminist aspect, if you did want to talk, like I mentioned to Jennifer, and I even read an article on Week in Review this week about women in chess and compared it to Jennifer, like women in physics. So that's definitely a topic. Eliezer presumably has a Jewish background of maybe some level of separation of the sexes to, I'm not sure his background to thought about it. And I'm a chess coach and I teach girls. Like I didn't see the movie, but I'm probably most like the janitor. Like, although I do it in a real way, thank God I'm at the Detroit Institute of Arts. My mother was the lawyer. Like we got security and enrolled programs. I'm not a janitor doing it in the basement. I'm doing it officially at the Detroit Institute of Arts with some of the smartest kids in Detroit. But I didn't watch the movie. I'm not a big movie guy. I'm happy to talk about the nature, and as I said, we actually talked about that. I've mentioned a few times in the feminist aspect of women in chess. For Jennifer, comparatively, you could look at that as like women in math or women in physics.
Yeah, well, like
even my roommate who did ask me about it, she thought she was going to beat me. Saying like, but just
is perennial, right? So there's nothing new in terms of like the anti-SJW versus like feminist like drama to really gain from it. There was a little bit, from the perspective of like, if you're someone who's like really into chess, right? Of like seeing how they depicted it. But yeah, I would have liked to see more of that, but I think it was probably geared more towards people who are not like Doovid, who actually play chess. But yeah,
the research is like, no, it was meant to be correct
not
according to chess. That any chess player who saw it would be like, they did the chess part right, the positions on the board. However, it's basically kind of like a feminist tale, and that this girl orphan becomes the best in the world, and but even the respect that she works, that she practices, she studies from books. Like they had obviously input from experts, but at the end of the day, the feminism issue is probably the main issue of it, and why it's so popular. Is I was mentioning on trolling in a chess chat that most of the top chess players I've met, including myself, have never once in our life had a single positive piece of publicity in a newspaper. 0 times in my whole life. When I was a little kid, it was like maybe a mention in a newspaper. And so like, no one's going to ask me about the Queen's Gambit. They want to ask a young girl or a girl that's saying, like, it's kind of like the Richard Spencer syndrome, is they want someone to beat me, that like I'm the white Jewish historic people that are good at chess, and they want the girl or the African American to come in and beat me. So from that perspective, like, I coach and I like chess, but like Queen's Gambit, at best I could be the graceful bad guy, or I could be like the janitor. But for the perspective of the movie, like,
you coach and you like chess, but you are aware that there is like a globalist top-down conspiracy to get just gifted little black girls to come in there and fuck your shit up.
It's the
Well, that's
friendly
what I do.
janitor Doovid who has a lot of conspiracy
I
theories.
fear the same thing. In everything I do, I fear the same thing. That the goddamn globalists are gonna come in and they're gonna pay a bunch of little black girls to do anything that I might do that's useful. They're gonna pay them to do it better.
well, I mean, that's somewhat the theology of the Amazon and like the Netflix shows and like the I mean, I God forbid, like I'm not gonna. I didn't see the first one, and it looks like this Wonder Woman 1984 is getting horrible reviews. That other movie, I mentioned it on Week in Review. Jennifer hadn't heard about it. Maybe Spacepan, The Promising Young Woman. I don't watch movies. I'm not going to watch any of these movies, but I read the New York Times, and that one actually looked like it might have been interesting, like an idea that hadn't been tried before, and kind of like a cutting edge approach in the unknown, like what actually happens, the unknown. But I'm not sure if you've seen the reviews for Promising Young Woman, but I'm pretty down on entertainment in general, and I thought the Queen's Gambit is bad for in general. Right. Even though they made a better one, but like, no, I mean, the Queen's Gambit, it's an insult to chess players. It's like chess players have to have non-chess players play them just to be interesting. It's like everyone knows Doovid, and everyone knows that Doovid will never be interesting to the mass public. But maybe, like, if we had someone who doesn't actually have the attributes of Doovid, pretend like he's Doovid, that could be more appealing to the mass public. So things like Queen's Gambit chess, generally, as a purist, I'm not like a hater against it, but like theologically, like, no, it's not going to help. It's not representative, and it's more this contrarian.
I mean, Doovid, maybe you could play that game. Maybe you could just kind of, like just. Get shave a little, and
get that's what he's saying. The highest rank he can rise to is the friendly janitor who mysteriously knows a bunch about chess and coaches the little, fill in the blank here of whatever minority group is now being upheld. That's his highest aspiration in such a tale.
No, but look at him. He
just to push back on that a little bit. I think it was half Galician that said it was either half Galician or John, whose last name escapes me at the moment. That could literally be a Seinfeld bit. Your story at Starbucks, Doooovid. So it might not be
I'm
chess that
saying
rockets you to fame, but
Okay, Doooovid, despite being a Jew, is white enough and slender enough to fake the woman game just a little bit if he really wanted to.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's
hasn't he already lost by virtue of having a penis?
God forbid, you would try to keep it clean for my channel. Like I don't need anything in the realm of.
Lady, if he really wanted to, just saying. Not saying, I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
We're saying the obvious from the kind of social change perspective that the movie is pushing, that there's a systemic inequality, and the systemic inequality has benefited Doooovid. So Doooovid, I'm not saying I'm on top, but or an elite, but relatively, even though I'm kind of like a loser, no one likes me, but from I guess a social, economic, educational perspective, I'm the winner who has benefited from systemic inequality. So my role is to be beaten by the person who historically has.
It's Doooovid as a trap anime girl. It's not Doooovid as Doooovid not getting the attention. It's Doooovid as like a dolled up anime girl. Because I could see that.
I mean, no, I'm a conservative. I have no interest. So generally, I have the opinion that entertainment is degenerate in general. That's what I said. Yeah. So if Doooovid got
I agree.
Popular, it would have to be through degenerating me. So that's why I reject entertainment in general. And so even Queen's Gambit, we made entertainment about your specialty. We made something entertainment about chess, and Doooovid is saying chess is not meant to be entertaining, not interested. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, but the real issue is the gendered issue, and then I
was talking about the gendered issue. I understand, and that's just saying the role I play is to lose.
Because I just look at it as Doooovid's out there like an anime cat girl, and the idea that he's not going to get his capitalist influx coming from that is just that's not conceivable, right? And I just look at it from kind of that perspective of just you look at the way that the male and female sexuality work, and it's just obvious that there's this ingrowing demand of these kind of more I guess feminine men. I don't know where I'm going.
We talk about, but that's generally I'm in favor of austerity and abstinence. So my views are quite unpopular, and if someone asks me my advice towards these things, I'm in the camp of austerity and abstinence, which isn't very entertaining and it isn't very popular, although objectively is probably the best answer.
Yeah, well, fair enough. You
don't think that would have some possible effect on your credibility?
Well, I think credibility, of course, the person who preaches abstinence and austerities, even though unpopular, is generally viewed as credible and even as a threat because the credibility of the source that says to abstain, it is threatening because most of society isn't saying that, and if people listen to that, it could change the structure of society. But as a popular opinion, that there's a certain factual element that the popular opinion will not be the factual one. So when people go down to it, it's saying entertainment is just dumb. Or the kind of the cold hard facts of you can't sin and get away with it. That's not exciting, and that's not entertaining. And the person who's came to those truths generally has to reject the whole field of entertainment in totality. There is no way to turn entertainment into some sort of righteous function that will better society. You could look at Masonic plays. Jerry Seinfeld played the function of teaching people how to interact in urban environments, and the entertainment plays that value, but generally on a negative level. And so the enlightened person, entertainment in totality is in the realm of just bad karma, evil inclination, sensual gratification. An enlightened person, there's really no wisdom to be found in entertainment.
I mean, like, if I look at the way popular entertainment is now, doesn't surprise, right? But it's one of these things that, like, anyone could have anticipated, that we all kind of, like, are surprised by and, like, offended by. I don't know.
Well, I go for conspiratorial, that they're like Masonic plays to teach people how to interact in society. So that, the entertainment, even today, that entertainment is shown of the degeneracy of society, that what you see on entertainment is generally kind of like training manuals for people to how to interact. And what's popular in entertainment is a mirror with the type training that people desire. So the type training that me and Jennifer are offering, even though objectively is probably the most useful sort of training, has extremely little demand, as opposed to training into initiation into sin has extremely high demand. So, if people are lining up for forbidden sexual relations, that line is extremely long. The line of people, lining up for the path of austerity is extremely short. But generally, the path to austerity is more likely to lead to indulgent, or even to, like, not even close, there's not even comparison. That almost all the sages agree that the path of austerity is what leads to enlightenment, not the path of indulgence.
Yeah, I get nothing out of indulgence. Sorry, I just want to say this one thing. I want to say this one thing, please. All right. Yeah, absolutely. I agree that, like, I get nothing out of self-indulgence. It makes me even angrier than any other kind of anger I can possibly get. And I'm sorry. It's not all about me. I apologize. For sounding like a narcissist, because everyone thinks I'm a narcissist on the comments, but I don't give a D about that. I don't have anything else.
We're trying to have a conversation. I mean, if you have a Judeo background that could frame it, it's like Wittelsmann and wasting time, and learning Torah if you're not spending it. But even from a pure logical universalist perspective, the question is, what's the role of entertainment? What's the role of renunciation and austerity versus the the role of indulgent and the path towards excellence? That saying, is there a God-given right to people to waste away their talent? Saying, is it sinful to waste away your talent, or is it a person's right to say, I have a right to to piss away my talent? You can't obligate me to fulfill my so to say purpose. And all of these larger axiomatic questions that need to be answered for how a person could have a coherent, consistent way of looking at the world and interacting with the world is extremely difficult. So you say, I desire to have a consistent, coherent way of interacting with the world. Austerity makes sense, because you say, like, you can't consistently, coherently interact with the world according to principles and do certain actions. Like, you can't overeat and not get fat. You can't, be a drug addict without repercussions. You can't mistreat people. The karma is effect, action, reaction. In order to have better outcomes, a person needs to become a student of karma, and entertainment provides some value in that perspective. Like, if you want to know about chess, you'll learn quite a bit from watching Queen's Gambit, but from going to a chess coach versus seeking entertainment, and generally education and learning in general, like I've been doing in my streams, and me and Jennifer might talk about Warren Chunking and the theory of expertise. Getting better requires effort and work, and it's an expenditure of energy, and is basically a form of suffering. Like, educating ourselves to be more knowledgeable is a form of suffering, although the outcome could say, at the end of the day, my suffering will be diminished, but short term, I'm increasing my suffering by educating myself, by working hard. And entertainment and indulgence is the opposite. The short-term benefit is obvious, and it's fun, and it's gainful, but long term there may be close to no benefit or harm, or minimally entertainment is the Masonic play type thing where they're teaching you something. They're teaching models of interaction that are largely indicative of larger society, but then that's a question: who's your role model? You want to listen to some rabbi that may or may not lead you to a good life or has respect in a community, or you want to see what when you pop on the TV, when you pop on, so to say, the mainstream sources, the people that the masses of society are listening to, and what they're saying. So having a perspective, that's the purpose of Week in Review and these type things. Like you got to know what's out there, and you got to know how to look at it to have a perspective. And you also said, like, it makes sense that there's men's right anti-circumcision activists. It makes sense that there's Jews who are circumcised and have it as a ritual, and the debate is meant to be, and you have to have the open circuits of communication for self-improvement.
Yeah, no, I agree. I do like watching prank videos. I like rewarding myself, but I think the greatest facet to feeling like you're not wasting your time, not even talking about Bittel, is feeling like you're having some kind of satisfaction, and that you're fulfilling your desire to get better and to move on. There shouldn't be this kind of ebbing and flowing of your emotions and negative feelings towards something, because if you go to bed and you feel like you're kind of alone and not really sure how to move on to the next day, then you know that you didn't do that.
Yeah, well, and from we get Church of Entropy, a scientific perspective of energy in seeking the lowest exertion of energy and effort in changing ourselves to say that there's a better me out there that I would rather be, and there's a path of hard work to get me from the current me to the better me, is I'm going to call it like suffering. I would argue we can, if I'm happy to say that generally it is suffering to change. It's hard work, and acting in a way that is against our natural inclination is painful and causes suffering, as opposed to indulging in our inclination is usually pleasurable. That's why decision making is so difficult, because lots of times it's suffering to do what we know is right, and it's pleasurable to do what we know is wrong. I mean, the system is almost designed in a mechanism. So if you have like a Hindu or Kabbalistic template that makes sense, like of course it's that way. Don't you know the system that God created the world, that it has to be that way, versus a person who's just trying to traverse life that doesn't have a holistic outlook and just has a bunch of unfulfilled desires that they want to fulfill, will take a different approach. And Jennifer, and I still got my medicine, so.
Yeah, why don't you go do the medicine thing, and I'll hold the fort down for a bit.
Yeah, how long is this? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, oh no, I was saying this is a year in review. So, because it's Christmas and we're Jews on Christmas or whatever, I thought it was a good time to stream, or just being lonely, Jennifer, and non-Christian on Christmas, and so I thought we'd do a year in review. And we've already largely covered the year in review, so now it's kind of just conversational. Long-term streaming, you have to kind of think about it and say, like, we're dwindling viewership. It's hard to maintain viewerships without. You could do it one of two ways, like a chill stream that might be popular to viewers, or educational. But educational content generally has to be predetermined and structured, where you have to talk with the panelists beforehand, and we have to have kind of like an agreement structure. And like, Spacepan's a streamer. Eliezer is saying you're relatively new to this. You have to get into the mind of thinking about from the viewer's perspective. You don't even have your own channel, but you can create your own channel, your own content, and your own personality. And we encourage you to do that. But let me just take my medicine. You could just take a conversation. I'll let Jennifer take charge. She's been my co-host and partner for 2 years now.
Great. Yeah. Well, I would like to know, how often is the stream streamed? Or anyone can answer. Jennifer.
Well, I pretty much have a commitment to once a week with Doooovid. And
Right.
are you asking how long they are?
Oh no,
Just
because I was in the other stream 2 weeks ago. It was about an hour and a half, and I had to leave at 7 because that's normally when they give the medicine. And when I take the medicine early, it makes me fall asleep early. I mean, it has nothing to do with me necessarily. That's why I should stop talking about the medicine. And yeah, I guess it's every Thursday or every Wednesday, right?
Week in Review is on Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is a one-off show that Doooovid just messaged me about doing today. It's the Year in Review.
All right, so that means it would be 5 o'clock to like 6, 7, right?
You can't. I don't think the stream is ending. You can join. There is a Discord. If you scroll up, Andrew, the link should be in the chat. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get on before Doooovid gets back anyway, and he'll reshare it when he gets back. So what you're asking how often the streams are? Normally they're Sunday nights.
Right.
Our goal, like I'm a pretty introverted person. I'm like I don't want to say bookworm, but I'm obsessed with knowledge. So I spend a lot of time by myself contemplating knowledge. But I do it once a week because I feel like it's beneficial to some people and it helps them get a little bit more clarity in their lives. And, the expression, it's no skin off my teeth. I don't know if you know this expression, but do you know it?
I mean, I heard, I think I heard of the skin, or something about having.
It just means like if you had to give someone the skin off your teeth, you wouldn't care because your teeth don't have any skin. That's what it means.
Yeah,
anyway,
I understand that.
Yeah. Sorry, I often lose people in my explanations, and I find a lot of people have not enough self-confidence to interject and say, "Hey, Jen, I didn't know what you meant when you said that," because they think asking questions somehow is like a loss of status or looking stupid. So I'm going to try to start maybe doing questions in the middle of my discourses just to check that people are even listening to what I'm saying. Like, no offense to you guys in particular. You ever get that vibe that you're talking to somebody, but they're like distracted reading something else and it's just obvious that they're not really actually
like their mind isn't able to, I guess, understand it. And that's
they're just
what's happening right now. Which wrong?
Yeah, because if you're doing a stream, right, like you have all this shit you have lined up to talk about, and then people go on their tangents, and like the tangents is half the appeal anyway, right? So you can't quash your tangent, right? But then, like, of course, anyone going into their tangent, like, they're not looking at what the fuck is happening next, right? So yeah, it's all totally logical. Like, I'm sympathetic to your struggles. I get it. I have those on my stream.
And I love that.
My way of dealing with it is I'm just like, you know what? Whatever stream happens is the one that was meant to happen.
Well, you're kind of in touch with your emotions.
Because I just don't consistently deliver good quality because I just decide that, destiny was good enough.
Well, you're in touch with your own emotions in the sense that if people go too far off the rails, you're just going to be like, okay, bitches, get a clue type thing. But you're so easygoing that like you can do that. That's like something I admire about you as a streamer is that it doesn't become the like either extreme of like, like can't get a word in edgewise stochastic autism to like the other end of like 7 hours. Like, man, we have the documents.
It's the same usual crew, though. It's the same usual crew of just spurgy homosexuals that are all surrounded around my thing, right? So like, no matter what I do, it's gonna kind of congeal into a comfortable space, regardless.
And nobody's so unself-aware that they're gonna like wreck your show.
Well, what's there
that one person, but I won't repeat.
This anti-SJW YouTuber with 500 subscribers, we fucked his shit up. I'd be like, well, yeah, I guess you got me. Like fuck, like all my plans fled. Sorry, my phone's dying. This is a problem. Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah, you want to just plug it in. Yeah, Just Nur
Yeah, I
says,
got
I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. This name is very hard to pronounce.
E.
Always ask questions or else you'll lose your curiosity and it'll fade. Kids get scolded by parents for asking too many questions. Thus, learn not to ask questions. Okay, so that's the thing. Like, you need someone who can answer the questions. You gotta, before you even get too far into asking the questions, you gotta ask yourself, like, well, if there needs to be a tiebreaker, how are we breaking this tie? Because if you don't know how you feel, you're going to get led around by the nose by people who just really don't give a shit. But it's
Okay,
definitely
and this-
true. Like, there's definitely this pattern that people just want to like go into their own stuff and almost like repeating a list of things that happen to them as like venting or something, which doesn't make for good content. It's more of like a one-on-one, like, I get it, you have to vent sometimes. I totally get it, but it doesn't really work on a stream because it comes across as self-indulgent. And the longer you spend talking about that one thing that happened to you, the less people can relate to what you're saying. It's kind of like using equations, right? So I would say that, people are essentially narcissistic. It's probably better to just come out and accept this about yourself rather than be fake benevolent, because you're just going to end up resenting people because they're not going to reflect your fake benevolence. Then you're going to feel drained.
You're talking to me. You're talking to me. I'm sitting, right?
What?
Oh, well, that
You're talking to me. I'm sitting, right?
that's
I'm not talking about you.
guilty.
I'm
That's
talking.
a guilty
I wasn't talking
conscience
about
right
you.
there.
I was talking in general
Right.
about people.
Okay.
He was speaking
behavioral
in
patterns.
general, but he just threw it up there. Wow.
Well, they're extremely
Because I,
general behavior
That's fine.
patterns, but I wasn't
Right.
intending it to be directed at you. I was making a generalized commentary about. It's
No
actually
worries.
about
Because
Jesse.
everyone says I'm a narcissist wherever I go. Basically, that's why I'm like
Well, here's
not
the
offended.
thing,
It's
like,
just like part of me.
if someone calls you a narcissist, how do you come back from that, right? It's kind of like, well, you can say fuck you, or you can say, really? You think I'm a narcissist? However, could I not be a narcissist? It's like when someone lobs an assertion like that, it's an assertion, a tacit assertion of moral superiority that they want you to submit to, or they're shit testing to see if you'll submit. And so it's like, I don't think it's really a valid criticism. It can be unattractive when someone doesn't temper their egocentrism, which is what I was alluding to before. So I'm saying, if you want to,
I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying right now. Cool.
I just want to come back
so
to the original question, because about asking questions.
Sure.
You want to lead the conversation in a particular direction along your own desires. Everyone wants that, so it's a bit of a negotiation, a competition. But if you ask questions, you get way more engagement. So try to think about how to phrase questions so that you're sort of engineering it back to the subject you want to talk about. So you're still quote unquote selfish, but everybody is. So it's kind of dumb to deny it because it turns you into a tyrant. And then it's just sort of like a negotiated thing. So yeah, that was all I really wanted to say. And I don't know where we want to go next.
Well, okay, I just wanted to mention, like, there's a come earlier where I was like, I put this stream on like my AirPod, and I went upstairs, and like, so I moved back from Hong Kong to America. So right now I'm living with my parents. So I'm like a neat right now, right? So then I go upstairs with like my little podcast, like a little like ear pod in with the thing, and I'm gonna go outside or whatever. And my mom was just like, "Oh, what are you listening to?" And I'm just like, "Oh, it's just it's my." I have a friend online. She's Jen. She's Church of Entropy. She has her ideas about like metaphysics and the way reality is, and it's a little bit like non-conventional. So she has her clashes with I'm like trying to explain to her in a way that's like logical, right, for like a boomer to understand, right? And then I'm like looking at the other people on the stream, and I'm just like, okay, there's fucking like cognitive thought and Doooovid and everything, and I'm just like, how do I explain all of them? And it's just like trying to do all that. It's like really funny.
It's like 25 minutes later, your mom's like, okay, sorry I asked.
A little bit, right? And then like to help explain like my relation to how all of it's relevant, I'd have to explain Claire too, right? And like that's a whole nother thing. And to me it's all very funny, but then I'm sitting here, I'm just like, ooh, it's like a lot of information to bombard you with, because it's just like mostly developed over the last like few years when I've been like abroad or whatever. So
Well, how much does she know about Spacepan?
well, very, very little. I mean, we're friends
All
on
right.
Facebook, right? And like I just post like my Facebook is my Facebook. It's literally me, and it's me posting all the stuff I do. And like I was a speaker for the International Men's Conference for this year, and I did a speech regarding inceldom and why it's actually a very serious phenomenon and one that shouldn't be mocked or belittled, and one that actually reflects something within that's like actually like very important. Like the incels, I feel like they're like my most important people. Like they're like our core. And I think that their concerns are extremely useful, extremely valid, and I think that like the degree to which they're abused is like not acceptable at all, and like that's decried in every way. So that's out there. That's everything.
Yeah, the way I usually explain it to people is that I like to talk about science, and I tend to gravitate to people who are also interested in talking about science. And sometimes I see horrible quality arguments get made that I feel compelled to intervene on for benevolent reasons. So that leads to internet bum fights. And please don't get too offended at what gets said in the internet bum fights because it's largely contextual. Okay, it looks like he's gone. Anyway, hopefully he comes back. I just wanted to say, there is a way to sort of present it diplomatically. Yeah,
The Spacepan lost his
might have
connection.
died,
Yeah, I missed what you were talking about.
so we'll see. Anyway, we have a new person on the show, so Andrew.
Are you there, Andrew?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Hello?
Sorry, I boomered for a moment, so I was gone for like the last 10 seconds. If that's
He sounds like Eke Lux, doesn't he?
Wait, let's try to figure out who this person is. So I missed what you were talking about, but yeah, so you're in review. Let's keep it moving.
Wait,
so
I'm sorry.
Andrew,
I don't want to be rude. I'm just going to interrupt because I just wanted to kind of interject with like my basic interview so that I could kind of phase out and just listen for the rest because.
Thanks for joining.
Okay,
No,
you're in the middle of something.
I love so much talking to you, Jen. And I really love the stream that we had. I think it was maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. It was us,
and
I
so
think
Joe. I love
us.
your friend, the German one. He's so smart. I really like
Oh,
talking
Fliegen. No, okay. Do you know? Okay, Fliegen made for me like a program and a thing to make like Canadian flapping head animations and things because he really liked like the early on like kind of funny things I made and wanted to support me. And like I was like, yeah, I want to make more of those. And like I don't know, for some reason in 2020. Maybe I just got affected and I wasn't as productive as I should have been. And remember I told you about how like I was gonna make a funny cartoon like that included you, and I had a whole thing about it. Well, I'm not making that one, I decided. Sorry. But the whole shtick of it was that like it had to do with restaurants refusing service based on race and how like we like decided to go to one that like wasn't relevant. I don't know. Sorry, it was a stupid whole thing. But anyway, he made me a whole program. This same guy, like he is fucking cool. But anyway,
Yeah, it's awesome to catch up with you, and you're looking really healthy. And hopefully, we'll see you again on another stream real soon.
wow, thank you. That's a nice thing to say. And you guys, I hope you keep on keeping on. And Doooovid, you keep it easy. And
Thanks for joining.
I'll keep listening too. So even though I'm saying goodbye, I'm not gone. But yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, great. Yeah, I'm hoping to even meet new characters also, so you can feel free to stay on. And
no, because you're totally a character waiting to be a thing. But sorry, the one thing I wanted to mention is that I'm going to change the name of my YouTube channel to I think what it's going to be is the Anti-Social Contract. Because that's more in line with kind of my vibe. Spacepan means nothing, right? So I'm gonna move it towards that and see if that, works towards the thing, even though I'm probably already on lists or whatever. But I just wanted
whenever
to
you do that, you could come on Week in Review and tell us, or our peeps about what you're doing.
No, and thank you guys so much. And I love the show you guys do here because it really is unlike anything the hell else that's happening. So you guys keep it easy and Merry Christmas. Even though
Merry
you're a bunch of subversive fucking Jews, all you do is inflate Holocaust numbers all
Or God
day.
forbid, don't do anything dumb to put my channel at risk.
All you do, Doovid, is you take all the super chat money and you promote it towards ads of white women with black men. We know it's your grift. We've seen
so
it.
you
We've
jeopardized
documented
the
it.
$20 that I made off the stream by just saying something provocative.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Doovid.
it's really what you're doing. I mean, you're jeopardizing the $20 I'm making off the stream just to say something. I mean, to say dumb, but like provocative for no reason.
Okay, no, but what I just said obviously wouldn't do that. Anyway, sorry.
No,
I
it
won't.
wouldn't obviously. No, unfortunately, you're wrong. It wouldn't obviously. And saying like, not only you put my channel at risk, you put the $20 that I'm set to make off the stream so far, at risk just by, lack of impulse control. Saying whatever you're reading or point, like even saying Doovid's generally a free speech person. I personally don't mind, but like no, I'm pretty sure that like you're factually unnecessarily saying things that put my channel at risk. And you're probably not a good idea. For your own channel also.
Okay, well, I'll say that, Doovid, yes. Should it be the case that I misapprehended any, risks involved, and should you demonstrate to me that resulted in like an issue to you, let me know, and I'll be happy to make it right with you. But hopefully my judgment is such that we're within that realm and that there's no problem at all.
No, I mean, YouTube, there is no real there is
so
no.
we'll see that that's what
Lose my channel from this.
But should it not happen, you let me know. And anyway, you guys have a nice Christmas. Have a nice Christmas, even if you're not Christian, because I am anti-Christian because I'm anti-Abrahamic, but I'll enjoy the fuck out of my Christmas and my Hanukkah and whatever I decide to take from the Muslims also. I'm just going to take all of it and enjoy all of it. And that's my plan. And you guys have a nice day, okay?
Okay, yeah, take care, blessings.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I don't think that, I think that's not going to cut for YouTube. And, like, I don't know if I'd get a strike for that or something, but, like, no, the censorship right now.
I think someone would probably have to report it. And
I don't think so. No, you're incorrect.
Yeah.
You're saying, like, you're absolutely 100% incorrect. Like, no, the algorithm will unquestionably pick that up. No one has to report it. And it's just bad practice. Saying, like,
yeah, good lesson. Good lesson.
I mean, not even, saying like, saying like, okay, like I'm not doing this for my sense purpose. I was doing this, but like, yeah, it makes it more likely I'm going to do it if people are giving me money, donating it, and saying like, no, I mean, like I can't have that behavior on my channel. Like you can't curse on my channel. Like you're going to get, you're going to cause harm to my channel. You got to be careful about that. And if he doesn't realize. He doesn't have to be careful about it because it's his own channel, like Luke Ford, JF, or even other people that have Halsey that have learned the hard way that they have to be careful about it. I don't need to learn that the hard way. I know as a fact like that puts your channel, my channel, anyone's channel, you say words like that at risk, and is not recommended. Like if you feel that way, I support your free speech. I'm not in favor of what YouTube is doing right now, but yes, like that puts a channel at risk, even at that level of whatever you consider that behavior. Just like you need that's why I said social distancing, censorship probably won't work. Just like people can't social distance. It's not within the free will realm of impulse control, just like people can't control their mouth to the realm of the rules of YouTube as an impulse control. Like it's literally not within the person's realm of free will to not say what they're thinking and in their mind or their train, that is what they're thinking. So that's what they're going to say. So if you increase this censorship rules past a certain point, the average person's impulse control will get to the point where they break the rules. It makes sense because that's you know, just like you see the videos on World Star, God forbid, someone says the N word and then they get beat up, and it's saying like a certain level of impulse control. You know, how many times you're gonna call a guy an N word, and he's gonna eventually, you know, in certain cases, result to violence, and it's just a factor that all humans go through at all levels of thought and processing. So let's turn it to, you know, try to be more careful. And
Yep.
Jennifer, don't have any illusions. Don't encourage that behavior. That is even whatever that minimum. That's
I
enough
had
to get a
no
channel shut
idea.
down.
I had no idea. Excuse me, but didn't you think that that just came out of pretty much nowhere and it was unanticipated? It
No,
seemed like you were telling me
I
about
think
it.
it's changed, but no, I just think like you can't like drop an F-bomb on someone's channel. Like yeah, I'm saying like no, I mean you can't do it in the current YouTube era, like that could get your channel shut down.
Cool. Okay, so we take our
If a person doesn't have that level of impulse control, you're saying it's factual that like this person doesn't have that level of, you know. So if you like, Doovid is an engineer, and you know, like I was arguing with Charles Moskowitz about nuclear weapons and saying like nuclear weapons in America is relatively transparent. I could tell you where they are, and you know, even who's in charge of them, but you can't get clearance to like, you know, go there and visit. There's levels of clearance or level of information, and there's levels of, you know, so to say, impulse control that's required to reach more inner chambers. And streaming and using YouTube is reaching a certain path where the level of impulse control is just going to be cut at a certain level. And God forbid you say karmatically, you say, no, there's going to be Armageddon, the peasants are going to revolt, or the people who don't have impulse control. But you know, even if it's the computer against humanity, but there's going to be an increase in what's allowable and what's enforceable, especially through the computer, because they said like you don't need someone to report it. You know, like it doesn't require a human to observe the breach of decorum. The computer could detect the breach of decorum without any human involved.
Okay, maybe we should move on now.
Okay, so Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Doovid.
Are you the Andrew who's the Andrew in the chat?
I am, yeah.
Oh, so welcome on. You've was it Andrew? Andrew, is it Sabini?
Mombini.
Mambini. So I mean, I guess if you want to introduce yourself, you've been in the chat for a while, and so we appreciate you gathering the courage to pop on. You know, so I mean to beleaguer of my sermon of like, you know, don't get Doovid's channel taken down by lack of impulse control, but please introduce yourself.
Yeah, no, I'm Andrew. I practice Orthodox Christianity. I practice Gnosticism. I'm an adept in Kabalah, at least practical Kabalah. I've been following the channel for a while now. I mean, I guess that's really it.
So when you say an adept at Kabbalah, that means like you're part of a group of students of Kabbalah, and that you've achieved some level, or you just mean like you like it, you read books, you think about it?
I read books, I think about it, and then I'm part of like an online group as well. That's you know, carried out by a rabbi.
And you learn the terminology in like the original Hebrew or some Aramaic?
No, I'd love to. Not in the original. It's quite practical, so it probably doesn't hold up to the Kabbalah that you understand, but I try.
Are you looking for the theoretical? I mean, you're a regular viewer, and you've heard me ramble on multiple truth hypothesis.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean it's just quite practical. I mean, I'd love to read the Zohar, but
Are you looking at Kabbalah as some sort of received dualistic explanation for God, how God operates from like a Hebrew sage perspective that the Kabbalistic system is in fact how God runs the world and the interface between the spiritual and material realm. And we know that largely through received wisdom of the prophets and sages. Or you're taking like a practical approach, like, there's some mantras or techniques that work, and not necessarily accepting the whole received dualistic system, that this is representative of how the creator interacts between the spiritual and material realm.
No, I would say both, but yeah, I would say that Kabbalah is the highest form of esotericism, and I follow mostly
You take the Christian Christ model, and from the Judaic model, there's the spirits, the onion model with the concentric layers, or the human body layer, which the Kabbalah, the Hebrew ones, but the Christian approach would be as the body of Christ. That's the. So you take a Christian approach to Kabbalah and the body approach to the entities, and that representing Christ.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I would say probably the onion approach with the emanations, but I suppose both. I don't know.
So you appreciate MTH, the multiple truth hypothesis. You appreciate what I'm trying to do.
I think it's a fantastic theory, yes.
And you understand enough about esotericism to see why multiple truth hypothesis might be, saying that in theory you could be a Jew or a Christian or even maybe a Muslim or different Baha'i that accepts the Kabbalistic template of the spheres and worlds is factually how God runs the realm and the interaction of the spiritual and material realm. And it's kind of like a Hindu, a pantheistic argument where you could be a Hindu and just question who's at the head of the pantheon. Is it Krishna? Is it Shiva? Is it Brahman, or various deities that a person could rework the pantheon to say, yes, everything's true, but the deity that I worship is at top. That within Judaism or Christianity, that there's a parallel understanding of the exact same system that goes along with the Hebrew Bible. And although as a Christian Kabbalist, a lot of like at Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, like what's received from the Hebrew prophets, what is from the sages, like you accept the Zohar, you accept rabbinic Kabbalah as a scholarly wisdom or like a received wisdom.
I would say received wisdom, and I would say probably all religions and schools of thought have their origin in the original, theology, but definitely Abrahamism is certainly the highest form, I would say, specifically Judaism and the esoteric tradition.
What about, do you have interest in Hinduism also, or not really?
Only maybe when it comes to reincarnation or the transmigration of souls, just because Judaism kind of lacks in that area, or at least it's so esoteric that it's kind of hard to penetrate. But maybe probably just from that, I would consider Hinduism kind of a pagan religion with their various gods and whatnot. So.
And what about your science?
You like Week in Review then?
Come again?
You like Week in Review?
I love Week in Review, yes. It got a little bit nasty last one, but I do enjoy it, yes. I think it's a great intellectual stream, yes.
Did we have a scuffle? Because honestly, I don't even remember.
Yeah, I forget the guy's name. I don't know. I mean, it's just a little bit of a shit show, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to.
I actually think the chat has gotten a lot better because the dominant culture is now like learning attitude. So I never expect dumbos like con-ops to get with the program, but what can you do? People straggle, don't they? So are you like religious IRL, or is this more of a personal sort of?
It's more of a personal thing, but yeah, I am Orthodox, yeah.
You have an altar in your house?
I don't have an altar in my house, but as far as the literature, I'm, quite Orthodox. I would take a very esoteric view, so I don't go to church or anything. I would say the body is the church and the mind is sort of the inner is sort of the church. So that's kind of what I practice. But yeah, it's very much a personal kind of thing for me. So I just read the Bible, I read the Old Testament, the New Testament, and then various other literatures. But I don't know if I mentioned, but
through conversion or through upbringing, did you have like infinitesimal baptism?
I was kind of a militant atheist at some point. My parents were.
You didn't have infant baptism into an Orthodox church.
I was baptized, but not to an Orthodox church. It was Protestant.
Okay, I mean, but there's a cultish element to being Orthodox also that has some sort of right or blood link that if your parents are Orthodox versus you just taking the theology like Judaism, that there's a tribe and a theology.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's just quite tribal. I mean, I don't really pay much attention. Plus, probably a lot would probably think I'm a heretic. So I'm sort of in my own little world here, my own little bubble.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's similar to like maybe me and Jennifer in Hinduism or Judaism, like Luke Ford or Halsey, or someone like me, Chuck Moskowitz, where we fall into a Judeo camp because we're not traditional Orthodox Jews, but generally our structure is based on us being Orthodox Jews, even though mainstream Orthodox Jews, we're not the mold or model, or God forbid, like the spokesman they would want it all for what most people would consider Orthodox Judaism. And if you fall that Jennifer is like Hindu, or you as a Orthodox Christian, that the tribe that people recognize as Orthodox Christian, like definitely would not want you as a spokesperson, but like your identity and basis is largely based on the theology that comes from that movement.
Yeah, I mean, I would say orthodoxy just because I think Protestantism is kind of a joke at this point. It's kind of strayed so far from the truth. I was sort of was interested in Catholicism, but even Catholicism is a little bit of a joke nowadays. So I just think orthodoxy is sort of the original Christian kingdom, Christian thoughts.
Yeah, I guess with the decline of the church and your return to the roots, and say orthodoxy is closer to the historic roots, or closer to Jesus. But then at the same time, Protestantism is that people still have the ability to open up their Bible and make their own decision based on the Bible, even if general velocity church. But the principles of Protestantism, people having their own separate, unique connection and not needing a hierarchy, possibly exist in decline. They're saying that because you're a Protestant, you could come to God without a community coming to God together, as where Orthodox structure is more communal. I mean, obviously Protestantism is a communal structure also, but I mean, it seems theologically like why do you have to bend a Protestant to find God? Because as a Protestant, what allows you in the first place to have your own personal relationship with God.
Yeah, but I mean, I think just naturally it kind of gets subverted by sort of groupthink. I mean, that's why I really enjoy like Judaism, and I really have a lot of admiration for it, because you have people, even though they fall into different camps, whether it be Orthodoxy or in the various different denominations, they all sort of have their own personal relation, with the Bible, with the Old Testament, with the various other books, and they follow different leaders in the movement. So
you said where you come to sympathize with the Pharisees, and you see Jews like Orthodoxy as Pharisees, but develop sympathy for the Pharisees, or something different where you're not seeing Jews as Pharisees, or you're not developing sympathy for Pharisees.
I don't see Jews as Pharisees. I would see it as Jews are probably like the original tribe of Judah, and there are various other lost tribes, which I would say most of Christendom and a large portion of is people who follow Islam are part of, but they've just sort of strayed so far from the truth. And but yeah, that's why I'm an adept of Kabalah, because I think Kabalah is sort of the life, the blood that runs through all these different like theologies, at least the Abrahamic.
Would you accept the Judeo element, like in like a Kevin McDonald group evolutionary strategy, where there is an essential, not how the Kabalah would describe it, like a group strategy that Jews, all Jews are part of this fulfillment of God's mission, or are you just separating the Kabbalic system of explaining how the spiritual material dualistic realm operates from the connection to it operating largely through the Jewish people.
I mean, I would definitely say the Jewish people have a pretty important role in bringing about all of this. But I would make like a distinction between, Sufism and sort of mainstream Islam or Gnosticism and, the greater Christian world or Kabalah with Judaism. So I think, esotericism is sort of the highest truth. This is how you can get closest to God. So it's why sort of,
It's like math. It's like with arithmetic came from India. We got it. We could use. We don't need to pay homage to India every time we do addition. And the Kabalah, whether you could understand and use the system, you don't have to consider whether you should convert to Judaism every time you use the Kabbalistic system.
I don't think you have to convert to Judaism. No, actually, it kind of goes into the crypto Jews as well, where they were on the outlet with the Sabbatean movement, the Franken movement, that they were sort of secular Christian on the outside, but externally, or rather internally, they were Jews. So it's sort of a facade. The external, I don't think it matters. I think it's very much an internal pursuit, and then the rest
study Kabalah
tradition.
Increase. I mean, is it for insight on how you understand the Jewish people? You're saying it's for insight on how you understand the world, period.
Insight on the world, period, on God, on us, our relation with God, on the construct as a whole.
But that also grants you an insight into the Jewish people, you say even crypto Jews or all Jews in general, of like a group strategy concept from understanding Kabalah, or you don't think that's related?
Can you repeat that? What do you mean? I don't think I understand the question.
In modern terms, like the Kabalah, there's different elements of the Kabalah, but like a speculation that there's a certain spiritual element that's united in all the Jewish people. It's difficult because I'm code switching in terminology. Say like group evolutionary strategy is not a Kabbalistic term. So there's some code switching between the two explanations, but so you could just take Kabalah as a system of how these dualistic spiritual material dynamics operate, or you could take the full package of the dynamics that it has some special involvement of the Jewish people and the Mosaic ritual that not just this is how God operates the realm, but that it actually has special reverberations that are more potent and powerful because it was designed that way, related to the Jewish people and the fulfillment of rituals like putting on tefillin and the observant of Sabbath. So as a say a non-Jewish interpreter of the Kabalah, you could approach it at different levels. So obviously Andrew, we appreciate him coming on, he's been watching for a while and knows the multiple truth hypothesis. So as a axiomatic, saying like you could break down the possibilities of axioms, and like Andrew's just being nice enough to come on and talk to us. So just theoretically, if he has a structured belief system, what are the possible axioms that you could look at? You say and it's similar to like me and Jennifer as a Hindu are accepting the Vedas, or the pick and choose, like we had Devaya on earlier, and say pick and chooseism, where can you be a Kabbalistic pick and chooseism, or do you if you're once you're into Kabalah, do you have to accept the whole package? And so I'm finding this interesting. I'm not sure if are you following this, Jennifer?
Yeah.
I believe I'm following it at this point. But go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, I am following it. I think he pretty much said his axioms.
Well, there's still a possibility. So
just to go further, we'll say that I called him a rabbi, and he is a rabbi, but he's sort of a self-proclaimed rabbi. He is Jewish. He is a Kabbalist. He comes from Spain. But yeah, a lot of what I say is sort of echoing what he says. So he would say that all of the Abrahamic people as a whole, are sort of intertwined with the Jewish people. But I would agree that yes, Kabalah is, intimately connected with the Jewish people, and I understand what you're saying with the special role that Jewish people have, and being I am partially Jewish. I would say I'm a Mishling, so, but
and specifically the ritual, that the Kabbalistic system is almost exclusively based upon Jewish people fulfilling the ritual laid out in Moses, and that as an explanation for how, like a repair the world, redeem the world, coming of Messiah, but not necessarily like in a way of subversion or, the typical ways that people might see Jews operating society, but saying the actual karmatic outcome of the fulfillment of mitzvahs. That, when a Jew puts on tefillin or wears tzitzis or lights the Hanukkah menorahs in public places, that factually alters the material realm and changes it in a way, and that what you see didn't happen, because some Jew subverted something or was part of some conspiracy, but from the Kabbalistic system is saying, no, it was actually the lighting of the Hanukkah menorah that changed the material karma. And that's the essential approach of the Kabbalist. And if you're taken as a non-Jew and you're like, I love the Kabbalistic system, but like are using the Kabbalistic system to say like why some like Jew lighting Hanukkah candles change the nature of the material realm, or you could so to say from misappropriate the Kabbalistic system to just explain any number of phenomenon of interaction to the material and spiritual realm. And you could even discount generally the historic factor of what the Kabalah came to explain. And then also from the theoretical multiple truth hypothesis, you have to look back to when the Kabalah was introduced to Jews, and look and keep in mind the possibility that the Kabalah was a foreign system, not Judaic in origin, that Jews and the rabbis adapted. And that's actually the approach of the majority of Israeli scholars, that Kabalah is an amalgamation or comes from non-Judaic sources, and then at a certain period of time or over multiple generations, won over, that the majority of Jews accepted this Kabbalistic system, even though it historically didn't come from our tradition, and then created a narrative that the Kabbalistic template always came from our tradition.
Yeah, for sure. I would say it's always been in the tradition. I would say it was probably maybe lost at one point, but it was slowly regained. And again, I think that's why Judaism has such a rich history of different Kabbalists coming up. You don't really see that in Christianity, maybe in as it were, Orthodoxy, maybe in the past, and to a lesser degree, Catholicism. But no, I would say it's inherent. It's deeply metaphysical Kabbalah. I'd say it stops being called Kabbalah when it's outside of the realm of Abrahamism, and at that point it would just be esotericism. But I would say there's a parallel between all theologies, and I would say probably not necessarily Kabbalah, but esotericism run through all of them. And all the ancients understood the knowledge in this way. So
it's specifically historically related to magic, in the sense that the Kabbalists are coming to explain how, obviously the God who created the whole world and commanded Moses to do these rituals, and said if we do these rituals that good things are going to happen to us, and if we don't do these rituals, bad things are going to happen to us, and that presumably is God who created the whole world, that there's some system where that operates even from the straight material realm. It would appear that that's not how things work. Like doing something like putting on tefillin or something, that's not. It might be a nice ritual, nice activity, but it's not actually going to karmatically change the way that the material realm operates. And so you have the development of a system of Kabalah that is that as a believer was the system by which God created the world. From a scholarly point of view, or a scientific point of view, it's a science that evolved over a generation, largely in a superstitious manner, and it has close to no scientific validity, although it might have like psychological insight or historical code that a lot of the greatest minds historically express their ideas in this terminology. But then the nature of magic, where it's just saying that a dualistic nature, that in theory, if a person understands the interconnection between the material and spiritual realm, that you could change the nature of the material realm. And within Hinduism, this is also extremely common and within the theology and like the idea of mantras and the layover between Kabbalist and Hasidim and like, you know, mantras and kamayas, the amulets and Kabbalistic diagrams that people would write. And it's kind of very similar to you know, Hinduism, where you go to the holy man, and the holy man might give a person a mantra or an amulet that included that mantra, and it'd be based on a dualistic understanding that having this mantra would change the material realm in the way that would fix the person's problem to just a regular magician, like, you know, from Freemasonry or Rosicrucians or any, you know, Golden Dawn or any of these orders that uses a Kabbalistic system. But it's basically, you know, like Freemasonry is a religion. And you're saying Freemasonry maybe accepts a dualistic nature, and the Kabbalistic system is a good template for, so to say, a magician to use, even without the theology of you know, some Judeo-Christian system that Kabalah has become, in some systems, completely divorced from its biblical origins. It's just a dualistic system for, so to say, magicians, and then, you know, the church, the Christian order of how Kabalah has been adapted is actually quite fascinating. And
Yeah, I would say both, but I would say, yeah, probably to divorce Kabbalah from Judaism would be a little bit of a mistake, and at that point, it would just turn into practical magic. And I think that would probably be on the darker side of the spectrum. At that point, it would probably be dark magic, not holy magic.
But I mean, if you say it's a science and it's factual, like even like Freemasonic, you say, like, you know, they'll tell you if it's you know, theoretical, and I'm not talking, like, I'm not an initiated Mason or talking on behalf of a lodge, but just from the literature or the theoretical perspective of Masonry as a religion, that you know, you're not supposed to mix up the wisdoms from their origin. A wise person knows the ritual, knows the belief system, and knows the origins of it. And you know, you give credit to the system, but then there's also like a use. Like, you don't have to. I mean, maybe you do, and you know, that's the purpose of these discussions. But like, you don't have to like praise the Greece or you know, bow to some Greek idol every time we use logic or geometry, or maybe we do. You know, maybe from a certain perspective, metaphysically, or that you know, each time we use geometry or logic, you know, we should make an offering to a Greek deity. And it's an interesting thought process. You say, like, no, it doesn't matter. We separated geometry and logic from its origin. And even if it's an origin like yoga, you know, from an Orthodox Jewish Kabbalistic perspective, some Kabbalists have forbidden doing yoga because they're saying even just these stretches are idol worship and can't be done. You're saying in the spiritual realm that there's deeper meaning behind action, and to have a system that's developed it. But you say if it's a science, you say, oh, he misappropriates evil. Isn't necessarily true, because you could have a Kabbalistic system that doesn't include a moral judgment realm of, you know, evil, moral, good or bad. It's just action reaction, that it's factual that this mantra elicits this reaction, and whether a righteous person or a wicked person knows the power of the mantra, it will elicit that reaction. And Kabalah is just a science like that also has a moral realm. But you know, when you put it in that perspective, you say, like, no, there's nothing intrinsic about Kabalah in theory, if it's true, that would prohibit any person from any background mastering it. You know, just like if you're a Hindu, in theory, there's nothing that would prohibit the fact that any person from any background could learn and recite these mantras and receive the benefit of doing it.
No, I
I think
disagree because
bowing before the guru helps for sure in the learning process, but you can obviously learn some things without bowing to the guru, but I think there is a lot of stuff precluded if you can't get past that humility.
I agree, and actually, my teacher does say this a lot. That's why he, encourages all of his students to learn Hebrew. So, just as an example, if you don't have a background in the oral tradition of Judaism, you're at a major disadvantage. If you don't understand Hebrew and the different significance of the different Hebrew letters, you're at a big disadvantage. So, yes, I think Kabbalah can practically stand alone. I think that just validifies the validity. It's a valid system, but I think it sort of loses cohesion at that point. And I think it can it becomes incoherent in an extent. And I think probably Freemasonry is probably just Christians taking the Kabbalistic system and misapplying it probably.
Wait, you keep saying this word misapplying. So you're saying if it's like, can you misapply the laws of physics? Can you misapply
so that's sort of a personal bias. I say misapply because I have this understanding of a duality of what is good and what is wrong. I think at the highest levels of spirituality, that kind of becomes convoluted. But I would say yes for your, average sort of Joe Schmo. Because I think Kabbalah is quite an enlightening, quite a, spectacular system that, if you just give it to somebody and they're sort of initiated into Freemasonry and they're, largely ignorant of what this is, I think it can, sort of divulge into black magic and sort of, Satanism, for lack of a better word. Because yes, but I do think Kabbalah is a standalone system.
Yeah, but I mean, if Kabbalah is a factual science that describes how the dualistic interaction of the spiritual material realm operate, then it's okay. It's a received wisdom that we know from sages, or is it possibly that any person could discover these techniques? And it's just like as I mentioned, the laws of physics. Like you could be an evil person that's interested in figuring out how the world operates.
I would agree. And in fact, I would extend that logic and even say probably a lot of the people that are part of the 1% are probably have sort of become initiated, probably not formally, but probably through experience, and are probably tapped into these sort of metaphysical, Kabbalistic concepts that do run through our construct.
Yeah, but it's like in Hollywood or something. Like people will sell their soul, God forbid, and for success. So it's people, if it's God forbid sins of the flesh, but Kabbalah is very big in Hollywood, and like I want to be famous, I want to be a star, and saying I'll try anything, and so from a Kabbalistic perspective, there's a practical claim that there is a wisdom, so to say, that you could conceivably chant this mantra, like say this blessing with this name of God in this intention, and it would, by the laws of nature, elicit an outcome, and that's considered, like, so to say, magic. And from a magician's point of view, it doesn't matter, anything about the Jewish people or the Bible or whatever. They just wanted to be able to achieve an outcome. And however they figured out that there's a Kabbalistic answer to doing it and using it is somewhat irrelevant. But then there's a factual karmatic element of action reaction. As someone who studies Kabbalah and say, well, yeah, of course Kabbalah works, but there's action reaction, and there's greater karmatic effects, and you can't just sin or do whatever you want and get away with it. And even if a magician could correctly figure out how to do something to create a reaction, it doesn't mean that it's not going to have a karmatic impact, and that the magician is just going to be able to get away with immoral or bad behavior, because there's a greater totality of the system. So I mean, Kabbalah, and then there's going to be a claim on it, because does Kabbalah have a purpose? Like, is it a directed science? Where you're looking, like the law of physics don't appear to be a directed science. It's just these are the laws that the material realm operate according to. But Kabbalah isn't just these are the laws of how the spiritual and material realms interact. It also kind of has a direction that Kabalah has, like, these are the ways the laws interact now, and that there's a direction, and that the way that these laws interact may be changing, and in fact are likely to change, within a template, like if you're a Christian or a Jew or part of a Masonic counter understanding that might still use the Kabalah, and that might be eschatology, saying that it all has there's points of uncertainty, and like the eschatology, the Abe Foxman dispute between Christians and Jews, like we'll renegotiate when we get to that point. That if Andrew believes that the second coming is going to be Christ, and Doooovid believes that there was no first coming, and that the second coming is going to be the first coming, and it's going to be some rabbi. But we both agree on the concept of the coming of Messiah, and generally the signs of what's going to happen after that figure comes. To that, we'll renegotiate the finer details when Messiah gets here. That there is some element, that's obviously what I have developed the multiple truth hypothesis. Even recruited Jennifer to help develop, because even outside the like I mentioned, Gerald Schroeder. Sorry for rambling so long, but I had the stream, and me and Jennifer, we got to talk to him for over an hour, and his original work on Genesis in the Bible, and using like Kabalah in physics to explain how the book of Genesis in Hebrew could be literally true, is the first corner of Doooovid's development of the multiple truth hypothesis. Was working on this question of the science in the Bible. But then when I added the study of the Vedas in Hinduism, it hit me that in the same way that science in the Torah and the 6 days of creation could be true, that old earth creationism, that the Vedas and their system could also be true. But that's much more complicated than just configuring the Torah and science to configure, and Kabalah to say that all three of those are true. But not only that, maybe Hinduism, the Vedas, and their spiritual system is also true. And that's when I started mentally putting together this more complicated template of the multiple truth hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with the multiple truth hypothesis. I think you can look at the world through multiple different lenses, but I do think there's a concrete reality, and I would say, just as you found value in the Vedas, that they have a similar origin. So I forget the Kabbalistic concept, but it is that there's a supernal theology, and that the Bible of Moses is really sort of a perversion of the supernal. So the highest form of Torah is non-changing in the heavens, as it were, or the spiritual world. But here it's sort of it's a perverted reflection. And I would say probably all different religions. So obviously it's like the same thing. I forget what the theory is called, but it's sort of this theory that if you were to create another Earth and put, multiple humans on that Earth, but they were all sort of Neanderthals or whatever it were, would they create the same systems that we currently have? So I think, they would probably develop the will. They would access fire. They would probably, create ships. They would probably sail the sea. They would probably have a civilization that given time would look very similar to ours. So I think that's probably the answer, how all these different civilizations who are isolated from each other have come to these different truths, and how there's such a parallel between them, because these are intrinsic truths. But yeah, you mentioned. Go ahead, Jen. Were you going to say something, Jennifer? But yeah.
She might have even
I was
stepped
just
away.
going to ask Doooovid if he wanted to display those images I sent you earlier before the show. I thought Andrew might like to see them, because I actually threw
Well, I could give you a screen share, and because I don't know if you didn't actually send them to me. I mean, I'd have to download them on Facebook. So you could just you could just screen share, and I could do it. If you want to get that ready, let's see. Cancel culture. Are you there? Are you new to?
I don't even know what to say.
Okay, well, I mean, are you
Where do I begin? What did I walk into?
are you someone that we know? Are you a regular in the chat that we conversed with, or are you completely new here?
I have come back from the dead, I guess you could say.
That means like you're a character we spoke to on the stream before under a different identity, or someone that Jennifer Andrew knows, or someone that you're saying that I know you.
I know Claire. Let's just say that.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, it doesn't matter. I said like
The only reason why I'm
introduce yourself.
I don't want to like
if
give
you're
out my
John
identity.
Vance, stupid.
oh,
Yeah.
you're John Vance.
How are you guys?
No, I mean that's fine. I don't have any sense of humor. It's in like a troll or like I mean, I occasionally like a troll, but you
Okay.
know, high
I just didn't want to like
your voice.
easily give out my identity, just because there might be people watching who might watch this later that might use it against me in some form of fashion. So I just want to be careful what I say. But yeah. Have you guys heard of like the Awaspi?
You know, and you know, generally, I mean, Claire, in fact, like I had sent her the link even, and she said she was too tired going to sleep. I haven't really followed your work or what you've been doing for like maybe it was like even a year ago the last time. So
Yeah.
please
I actually just
give us
made
your
a video.
review, where you've been. You know, like, are you Muslim now? Are you streaming? You know, what's your philosophical evolution of your thought? Your streaming, political activities.
Yeah, I'm interested in claiming self-determination from the crown. We're trying to hold people accountable for the principles that is enshrined in the Magna Carta, practicing English common law and the provisions. And we believe that the crown has violated these rights to us, and we are taking them to court. So we are engaging it that way, non-democratic activism. I'll just say that. But have you guys heard of like the Awaspi before? Like read the Awaspi or heard anything about it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
maybe, but it does not ring a bell.
Yeah, it's a weird book. It was actually written by like a dentist, like in the late 19th century, and like he believed that like some of the language he has is it's a very foreign language, and he just basically claimed it was like a divine inspiration that he just wrote down, and he just came out with this like huge amount of material. But maybe I could share with you guys like a verse, as I feel like this would be like the stream that would probably most appreciate it. So maybe that's what I kind of can contribute. So God said, "Who's lived with Jehovah is free from Jehovah. These need no man's government, for they practice righteousness, peace, love, industry, and wisdom, with due regard to one another. Such is the Father's kingdom on earth, in which there shall be no laws made by man, neither shall be leaders or rulers. The progress of man is towards this. The progress of government of man should shape towards such a consummation. The time was when laws were requisite unto all things, even to the manner of a man coming in and going out of a house, and to every occupation that man followed, with licenses and taxes regulating them. The time of apprenticeship to a barber, to a weaver, to a lawyer, to a preacher, to a physician, to a smith, and to all other trades and occupations, with examinations and passports to practice within the king's dominion. The rates for fees and rights and privileges. But these laws and governments were for the past eras. They were righteous in their first place, for they shape man's judgment towards perfecting himself. But behold, a new time in this world. For the acquisition of knowledge, a new liberty hath been born into the world, and it crieth out on every side, throw open the doors unto all trades and occupations. Behold, the multitude of sufficiently wise to judge themselves as to whom they shall patronize. Judgment is rendered against the laws and the governments of man in all cases, where they prevent the liberty and choice of man to his avocation and knowledge. It is not sufficient for thee to say, behold, the public will be taken advantage of by ignorant pretenders. Thou hast no right to say what the public will suffer. And thus, a law on prospective damage. When the public has suffered, and when they themselves demand protection by such laws, then such laws be made. To make such laws beforehand is to sin against Jehovah.
So you two, Andrew and Cancel, do you know each other from the chat or other streams? I think it's Andrew's first time actually appearing on a stream, but he obviously Cancel's a seasoned streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might know you from a different name, but no, I'm not familiar with you.
That's fine. I just came in here. I know like Jen and Claire. That's how I came here.
Right. Yeah, it was an interesting verse. I'd probably have to have it in front of me to fully digest it, but
I could put it in the.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. It just basically it's kind of there's a lot of wisdom, like a lot of intricate wisdom in there, but basically it's saying like, any governments that make laws that make the public suffer sin against God, pretty much, and therefore if these laws are enacted, like the whole kind of end is kind of sums up everything, but there's a lot of like wisdom. It just basically like it goes through the progress of man and knowing governments and him wanting to use these rules to perfect himself, but then these laws become irrelevant towards man's growth, I guess you could say. Like this guy also believed that like there was like a lost civilization that could manipulate time, and they used it instead of using the technology for like for I guess the betterment of their community. They used it for their own greed and corruption, and thus they've fallen into a state and basically were in disrepair. And basically we had to start in Samaria and Egypt, where everyone was basically back at square one. So that's basically kind of like the gist of it. But yeah, I haven't read the Wasp or anything, but it's quite it's quite interesting.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like the Atlantis myth. I imagine the guy's probably very well read. Yeah.
Like he didn't come up with this. It was just like from above. Like it was just like any of like the other prophets like that got sent. Like he was a prophet. Same thing with like Jesus and Muhammad and all the other Abrahamic prophets. Basically, they just kind of like this higher power just came in and just basically, sent like a message to the world. I feel it's like it's one God directing humanity.
So is the synopsis that there would be a sort of one world society that would be not based on like the laws of man, but of a higher power? Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The laws of the I guess the higher power, like the laws of man would be directed by a higher power of knowledge or of wisdom.
Yeah, no,
and there from that you would enact laws.
Yeah, it sounds like Plato's concept of the what was it, like the what was it, like the kings, the enlightened kings or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just sort of sounds like a utopia. I don't know, but yeah, it's certainly interesting.
Philosopher king.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just basically I don't know. Have you guys heard of the Magna Carta?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, the Magna Carta was sealed by King John and the 25 barons in 1215, and basically there's these laws and provisions that prevent a despotic government from ruling over the people, because King John was known to be kind of just makes up laws on a whim, whoever he disagreed against, and this document basically has shaped, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all the Commonwealth nations, like their Constitution, and it's still binding upon the Crown today. Basically, in a nutshell. But I do have a video too. You can check out on my channel too.
So you're still making regular content?
Some here or there. I honestly like the thing is with this, you're on an enemy's platform right now, so I try to stay away as much as possible. I'm only kind of around just because it it's this Christmas. I have nothing else better to do, nothing else going on. So just kind of here, just kind of talking to people and, you know, sharing what I have to offer to you guys here. But other than that, like, I don't really say I'm like a YouTuber. Like, you know, once YouTube kicks me off, it's like, it's not the end of the world. So, but the Magna Carta video is definitely my service to the public, and anybody can use that to their benefit in the here and now. So yeah, I'm just kind of interested in practical knowledge.
What about your spiritual development? Have you? I know you were looking to Islam for a while. You say, have you?
Yeah, Islam is like the most natural religion. So basically,
is that where you're continuing your search into Islam?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's just like, why not, right? Like, everyone's born a Muslim.
Formally become a Muslim.
Yeah, everyone's born a Muslim, and then you
So
only rediscover yourself. What?
Did you formally become a Muslim?
Yeah, I rediscovered being a Muslim.
Oh.
I reverted. I didn't convert. I reverted.
But I mean, did you do that through an established Islamic center, or?
Yes.
You're not a Protestant. Yeah. You're not like a Protestant Islam that found the Quran.
No.
You
have to say the Shahada. You can't like fit like the doctrine into. Well, they're trying
to be able to make a pilgrimage to Mecca.
No, not yet.
Make a COVID-19, but it had not been for COVID-19.
Yeah, COVID-19 has really restricted a lot of things, especially when it comes to people of faith, all faiths. It really pisses me off.
I mean, I was talking with Andrew about Kabalah, and either as a theoretical or even truthful scientific system of the explanation of the interaction of the spiritual material realm versus your direct relationship to Judaism, that it's the Judaic explanation, and it's generally designed to explain why the Jewish system works and how it works. But you could separate that system. Is your approach to Islam, saying like you're taking it as a whole of you're not a pick and choosing with Islam. You're accepting it as a whole, complete truthful system, or are you by force?
If I don't accept Jesus as a prophet, I'm not a Muslim. And so therefore Jesus, I believe, has wisdom. But I think the Bible has been manipulated over the years, so it's not of the word of God per se, not 100%, whereas Islam, it's 100% of the word of God. So the Quran is probably the closest to the word of God, but I think Christianity is like a close second. It does have a lot of wisdom in it as well that you just can't throw out. So that's basically my belief. I've just been reading. Oh shit! Sorry, I'm just having some issues. Sorry. Did you guys hear a lot? There's like a lot
of dog barking.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But anyway, but yeah, I believe that like it's and that's like, it's like a why not religion, so you can study like Judaism, you can study Christianity, like you study the Bible, I guess you could say the Torah, you can study the Quran. As long as you don't worship an idol, I think that's
are you a believer in the sense that you believe in a dualistic God of a spiritual material realm, and that there's a special force as the creator of the world to match in a spiritual realm the fulfillment of Islam? Like when you fast on Ramadan or do any of the rituals, do the 5 morning prayers, that there's a dualistic truth that the spiritual realm specifically interacts to the Islamic religion.
I think it's really good to pray,
and that's ordained by by God, the creator, like the prophet, the God who spoke to Muhammad, and so say in theory, in belief, is letting you in on something that's factually, spiritually true, that these practices do, in fact, alter the spiritual realm and change reality.
I like the utility of praying because it puts you in a different mindset.
Utility,
as opposed to like ingesting like mainstream media or Netflix. When you're praying and you're saying prayers, you're like Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your mind is focused on the one true creator. You're not focused on like the cross or anything like that. Like you're praying directly to God, and there's no intermediaries. So in that sense,
You
I
believe
guess
there's
you could say
special mantras. I mean, you believe that these special mantras work.
Yeah, to some extent, yes. Because it just refocuses your mind towards something.
But it's not just like meditation.
It just reorients your values, right?
But I'm asking, like, from the multiple truths, science of spirituality perspective, that you're saying it's not just like meditation works, because meditation might work, but you're saying, like, no, like God ordained or the prophet gave these mantras, and it's these specific mantras that we say that work. Meditation might work in general, but no, the prophet gave these mantras, and that's why we say them, and it factually works and alters the material realm through the power of Kabalah.
Yeah, it's more interactive. Like there's more actions as opposed to just sitting there and meditating, which is fine. But there's more actions to it, so you're more involved with it, physically, mentally, and I guess you could say it reorients your values towards something. It gives you a different perspective. I guess you could say a higher perspective, so that'd be spiritual, and it makes you look down a plane, see what's going on, as opposed to just kind of look at your everyday life and getting overwhelmed with everyday problems that you might encounter, especially nowadays. So yeah.
It's a born again perspective of any level where we're saying at some point I was a skeptic, and like I'd heard of Islam or Judaism or whatever Hinduism system a person changes from something else to, and so I was a skeptic. And then I became a believer, and I became a practitioner, and now I know that it's true. And it was true when I was a skeptic. I was just a skeptic, and I was wrong. And now I'm no longer a skeptic, and I'm a believer. And saying it was true, and it was just as true when I was a skeptic and didn't know it was true.
Well, yeah, I mean, like when you grow up in the West, like Islam is demonized, so obviously it had a negative.
You have to accept your karma. Why the God of the world, who prophesied to Muhammad and gave him this true religion, would have put your soul in your body in a place where that religion was largely unknown and even dismissed and understood to be false. That theologically, from your own perspective as a believer, you have to have some sort of explanation for why the God who created this true system born you, so to say, on the other side of the true system.
I don't know what to say. I don't even know what you said. But anyway.
It's a deep theological statement. If you're saying that, and it doesn't just apply to you in Islam, it applies to Jennifer in Hinduism or Doooovid in Judaism, any born again experience. We're saying the system that I believe is true is not the system I was brought up into. And it could even be the system I was brought up into was in conflict with the system that I believe is true. So as a person who's been born again and switched over, you have to, how does God fit into it? That God put my soul into a body of a system that is opposite to the system that God wanted me to do. And so, so if you were, believe that Islam is true and your parents raised you as Muslim, great. But you're saying, like, you believe Islam is true, but yet God put your soul into a family of a body that taught you that Islam is not true.
Well, I mean, there's always lessons in life. I have an atheist friend that's kind of softening up to the concept of God. So God kind of works in mysterious ways. There's always a rhyme or reason for a lesson, even if we can't necessarily comprehend it right away. But there's always different people that you meet, circumstances that make you just change your view towards something, and you always get direct. Like the way I look at it is like it's like a why not religion. It's just like I can gain wisdom from the Quran, gain wisdom from the Bible, and I can basically any other Abrahamic belief systems I can gain wisdom from. So it was, to me, it was just basically like a no-brainer in that sense. In terms of like falling away, I'm like, yeah, God talks about like people falling away from God and the mark of the beast, and getting forced to take the mark. Is this basically a test? It's a test for your moral fortitude. I mean, it does talk about in the Bible that Satan will reign for 1,000 years, and you won't necessarily know who Satan is, and then God will come back up and will correct everything. So yeah, I mean, are humans like perfect, or are humans like God angels? No. And is this system off of like, is this system perfect? No, far from it. I think it's actually harmful now, especially in these times. So yeah, I think it's a test. It's a test to see how strong it's a God testing you to see what your moral fortitude is, and to bring forth truth in the world, as opposed to just this perfect system. Oh, I was raised Muslim, because a lot of people, when they're raised Muslim, like they kind of depending where they are, sometimes they resent it, sometimes they actually embrace it. But I'm not necessarily like abandoning my Abrahamic roots. I'm just embracing it fully now. I feel like I'm immersing myself into it, and it's I know it's probably feels is probably not the best way to describe it to you guys, but it's the closest thing that is definitely a rule system, and humans are abide by laws. And if we follow God's laws and we follow God's principles, we will have a more just society. But if we don't, we stray away from it. Well, obviously, God mentions that as well too. So it's not like, especially when we talk about like Adam and Eve. So when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge, God said, "You will be a forever slave to knowledge," right? And so basically, you have this system of always knowing, always discovering more information, right? And eventually, like, you can't know everything, right? Maybe some scientists think they know everything, but you can't know everything, and eventually you have to accept faith. I'm not saying like I'm one of those people that like I'm just going to sit on my butt and just wait for Jesus to come and I have faith, right? I hate those people with the passion. But what I'm saying is there's some sort of faith that is required, especially when you do things that might not be favorable to you, that the odds are against you. But that you just have to have that faith, that fortitude to keep going, even if you might fail in the short term. You know that a higher power is guiding you through the right path, even though it might not be the clear path.
So have you followed any of my work or developments on my multiple truth hypothesis?
No, I no.
I mean, have you even heard of my multiple truth hypothesis?
Yeah, but I didn't really. Yeah, but I don't really have time to look at your videos. I'm sorry.
No problem. But I wondered if you knew enough about it to if the template, maybe help you with your journey, and specifically anybody who was brought up in one tradition then switches to another tradition already has a template in their head for such a concept of a multiple truth hypothesis, to say that I was raised in a way and then I found a different way. Now I operate to a way that is different than the way I was raised, and then to try to look at the axioms and predictions of those different systems and overlap, cooperation, conflict, and the multiple truth hypothesis as a construct, system, method to do that in even more complicated ways in other fields. And just listening to you explain your theology and your journey, like that's why I ask, because I'm not saying like shilling for my own videos, but I do think saying that's you are case in point of the possible benefits of the multiple truth hypothesis.
Okay, explain to me how the multiple truth hypothesis would benefit me.
Well, as I specifically said, because you were raised and trained into one system, let's say Catholicism, and then you've switched and now operate in a different system, Islam. I mean, is that largely accurate?
Somewhat. Yeah, I guess you could say there's fundamental differences, but I think there's still a lot of similarity between the
Well, I
two.
mean, that's true, but I was saying that's the benefit of the multiple truth hypothesis. From a basic level, you were raised and trained to act in one framework, and then out of your own volition chose to switch systems and interact in through a different system than the one you were raised and trained in.
That's correct. Yes.
So
And to
the
some
multiple
extent, yeah,
truth hypothesis.
not like clear cut, but to some extent, yes. You could say different values, and then there's different axioms. Like I guess you could say instead of praying to the Trinity, pray directly to God. So, yeah, I guess in a fundamental way, yeah, it is different, but
Okay, yeah. So something to say the value of the multiple truth hypothesis. So there's multiple directions you can take that. So if you're and the benefit of the multiple truth hypothesis is to help you guide you through the multiple various implications based on the different axioms that you choose. So for example, you say Islam is the ideal system, and if you could correspond your behavior to be more in line with Islam, the better. And in all likelihood, large aspects of your behavior are ingrained through how you were raised and trained. So that's going to be the default position. And this is saying is universal to like a Christian or a Jew, like a born again Jew who's trying to follow, halakha, Mosaic law, would face the same difficulty because my default position is going to be the way I was raised and trained, not the Mosaic law. So through a period of meditation, lifelong analysis, let's say the major aspects you might be able to change right away. But it'll take a lifetime to even recognize the natural inclination and change it. And, saying if you took that approach where you say, yes, I recognize Islam as a better system. And if I could consciously recognize any behavior in myself that is based on preconditioning and change that to the Islamic appropriate way of interacting, I would be a better man of doing it. I mean, see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that you should take that approach. You could take a more middle road approach where you say like, no, the way I was raised in Catholicism is saying a lot of the same thing as Islam, and there's truth in both traditions. And there's these overarching principles and axioms that I'm more appealing to, and but in order to be logically consistent, you need a framework to understand where your axioms coming from and what are the conclusions of those axioms. And without debating Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and say it's going to be very difficult and near impossible to truly have a consistent, coherent worldview and a consistent, coherent system of action based on that worldview. And dissonance is going to ensue when there's a mismatch, either just from not having a consistent, coherent worldview, let alone to the mismatch with action. And to analyze that system in a straightforward way, hence the multiple truth hypothesis, where you could look at things like, oh, there's so many facets to my behavior, and the fact that you've changed philosophies and you've changed the axioms by which you base your behavior, but you recognize that not every behavior you do is based on your axioms. A lot of the behavior that we do is based on other things such as preconditioning or previous belief systems or karma, however we describe it. And then to understand your own transformation, that really you need such a thing like the multiple truth hypothesis even to go through this self-improvement process.
Oh shit!
I'm not saying you need like
Sorry,
me
go
or
ahead.
my special mentorship. I mean, just just the concept of a construct or framework, to guide a person through.
I kind of get what you're saying. Like, there's definitely different directions in life that you can take, but I think those you definitely have free will to make those actions, and they just have to play out to themselves. And the universe is always playing out different scenarios, and all these scenarios need to be played out in order for constant expansion and growth to continue. So there's not necessarily like, I guess you could say, a wrong or right system. It's based upon, I guess you could say, how a person was brought up and how it fits into their framework. So and also too, understanding that not everybody is going to think the same. So you always have to have that in mind as well too. When you're
But there's systematic approaches. So if you say Judaic, Islamic system, Hindu system really could have best practices for largely everything we do in life. There's rules, strict hard rules, like fasting on Ramadan, doing the daily prayers, charity, pilgrimage, but there's recommendation and best practices for nearly everything, like how we go to sleep, how we use the restroom, how we wash, whether we should have slip-on or lace shoes, whether our button should button to the right or left, and all these various things that if you're saying, I want to do what's most in line, say for myself, the Kabbalist and Jewish law, that any of these various things, and so it's like, I never really thought about it, but am I better off with my shirt, with the right over the left or left over right, or I'm better off wearing slip-on shoes or tied shoes? And then it was like, well, I always had.
It's not necessarily that super.
I mean, you see the place where preconditioning versus
I would
objectively the behavior that you're looking for comes in. You're like, well, I always had tied shoes because when I was a kid, my mother bought me tied shoes or something like that, and I never objectively. But now I want to be most in line with Islam, and if Islam says to wear slip-on shoes better than tied shoes, I'm going to make that switch.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah, structure is good. And I think you're I don't know, but I'm just kind of making a hypothesis here that you're kind of like thinking like, what are all these like different like avenues that you should like consider? And I'm just like, there's only so much like information. There's only so much time that you can digest information to a point where some people are not just going to sit there all day, and contemplate, these million different paths that one can follow, and try to choose which the right one is. Eventually, you're just going to have to, by faith, choose a path and let it play out on itself. And it's not necessarily like there is some superficial things about it, but it's much more than dressing a certain way on Friday prayer or praying on Sunday. Yeah, I like you have like some people just they want to live. They just don't want to they don't want to constantly contemplate which action they should do, and is it right, is it wrong, and have I considered everything? I mean everything, especially in the information age, you can definitely get overwhelmed with information, and it gets you to a point where you're just kind of neutralized, like, okay, what am I going to do now, right? So, and you're just kind of like, well, and then like 80 years pass, like, well, what the hell did I do with my life, right? So I feel like you have to, in some sense,
to put it in a straightforward, are you really saying that people don't want to two-level, people don't really care what correct behavior is, and they don't really want to learn what correct behavior is in order to correspond their behavior with correct behavior?
Well, I think we
From
kind
a
of
religious perspective, there is correct behavior, and what people should do is desire to learn correct behavior and then figure out why it is that we don't behave with correct behavior.
Well, what is correct behavior, right?
So if you evaluate,
you kind of answered that
but
question,
the system itself will,
right? It's based upon your preconditioning and referencing off of how you raised, and then basically upgrading yourself. So I feel like I'm upgrading a version of myself. But then maybe
you need a template to upgrade yourself too, and then it's like multiple truth hypotheses. I don't want to just take one template and have that template. I don't want to turn to the textbook for the answer on every single question. I want to have multiple truths, but it's problematic when you have multiple truths. Hence the multiple truth hypothesis to deal with the uncertainty.
There's always going to be uncertainty. I haven't denied there's uncertainty. But there is going to be, like, you just have to, on faith, with the knowledge that you know and how you're raised, that you're acting in the best manner as possible. You have to be.
It sounds
You have
like
to
you want
practice.
the easiest way to
honest.
look down on other people as possible.
Pardon?
Just sounds like you're looking for the easiest way to judge other people and judge yourself as morally superior.
No, I don't. Well, yeah, we always judge people.
Yeah, you're looking for a shortcut to moral superiority. Same with Claire. Yep. At least you can admit it.
Well, you are saying from an altruistic level that you are saying you are trying to align yourself with correct behavior.
Absolutely. And correct behavior means different from me and from you because of how we were raised.
Wait, I mean, first you have to just go. You say, I want to act in correct behavior, but you have to know what correct behavior is. It's like, okay, thank God a person, saying, could, God forbid, say, I don't want to act. I would prefer to act incorrect behavior. But even from that perspective, you have to know what incorrect behavior is. But the theological, hence the search, hence the mission, the journey, because we have to discover correct behavior. We have to discover our natural inclination, and we have to recognize when our natural inclination is out of line with correct behavior, and then we have to devise or use a method to align our behavior with correct behavior when our natural default position is usually incorrect behavior. Ignorance is the natural condition. Incorrect behavior is the natural behavior.
Ignorance of what?
Ignorance of the reality of the material spiritual realm, just how things operate.
Oh yeah,
we're not born understanding how things
I
work.
admitted that. Like,
Ignorance
like,
is
know everything.
Well, I'm not saying ignorance is fact.
Anybody who claims they know
we don't know everything
is actually kind of
John,
very arrogant. To tell you the truth.
But take it to a much higher level, saying it's not that we don't know everything, it's that ignorance is factually the natural condition. If a person hasn't been trained, of course, ignorance is the natural condition. There might be some genetic disposition, and it's saying like, no, it's not like there's no such thing as a person who doesn't go through a process to obtain correct behavior having correct behavior, because correct behavior is not the default position. That's why you need to avow yourself to a system and you take align our natural inclination. I mean, this is the Talmudic and almost universal. I mean, the Talmudic, you say man's born a wild ass, and the natural inclination of the material body is an animal. However, there is a conceivable understanding, there is correct behavior, that the human animal can act in a righteous way, and that's revealed in scripture and through the sages. And so the righteous person follows the wisdom of the sages to it's when Devaya was on earlier, and so like guru, you're generally just translates as master of the senses. That okay, you're a guru because you demonstrate impulse control, that a person does not act based on their senses, and no matter what the senses tell them, that the person is still going to have some sort of logical spiritual process that will determine correct behavior no matter what signals the senses
So
send.
are you going to tell me what correct behavior is? Are you the master of all that knowing of the truth? Do you know everything?
Well, I'm presenting my theory, the multiple truth hypothesis, to help answer the question. No, I'm not saying at all. I'd like, no, do not come to me to understand what correct behavior is. You already have systems like if you want Jewish halacha, your Judaism does not say come to Doooovid. There's books of Jewish law that if someone wants to understand correct behavior on the Jewish system, there's a system of halacha, just like in Islam there's Sharia, in Hinduism there's the Vedas, or whatever system that a person's prescribing themselves to, that has a system of prescriptions of correct behavior. But then so the multiple truth hypothesis is coming to how do you deal with the different systems that prescribe different answers to what correct behavior is. You know, saying like, you know, you can't be a pick and chooseist. Or it's
Well,
like,
it's
but the
like
fact
you
is,
said
you have no
earlier,
choice to
like
be a pick and
basically
choosers.
people are growing, and it's basically how you're raised. In that, you know, you have these preconceptions, and you know, once those preconceptions of ill-gotten, which actually, what's the waspy the verse that I first shared with you guys talks about. So when these rules become null and void, you obviously have to adapt towards something. There's always in nature, you always have to adapt towards new things coming in, right? It's not necessarily, I guess you could say in that way, there's multiple truths in that way. But I mean, if you're gonna, for your own survival, like if you're gonna go to something like, you know, if you're gonna believe what everything that your parents taught you, you probably will be into alcoholism. You'll have a lot of mental issues. Um, you'll have no direction in your life. So basically, you have to be like, okay, so these beliefs are not really working for me. Okay, so what can work for me? What's a way I can adapt to my environment where I can able to function day to day? And so you kind of go looking around, and basically, on there is kind of like however you're raised, you're kind of still operating off that framework. We're all kind of operating off our framework, and then you find something, you kind of test it out a little bit. You know, see if the brakes work, see if the gas pedal still goes down, see how good it's on gas. Like it's kind of like test driving a car, and you know if it works good, everything's running smoothly. There's been checkup, oil's changed. There's no engine problems. You go, okay, yeah, think I'm going to make a decision now. I like that car. It just depends upon somebody's personality as well, too. Like some people, once they see something, once it checks off all the boxes in their mind, they're eventually going to go for it. There's other personalities that are like, oh, that's good and all, but I mean, it really meets my needs. But I think maybe I'll try something else. And there is times like, you know, maybe you should try something else. Maybe if you're having doubt about the car or anything like that, or maybe you saw another car driving by, you know, you kind of like the color of it, you want to check it out, right? There's definitely that person, but there's always that person that's always indecisive no matter what, even if it makes sense, right? So it's basically, and it's up to the other person to guide that person to be like, okay, so the brakes are good, yeah, that's what you want, yeah, okay, good. The tires are good. We checked the tire pressure. Everything's good. Yeah. The windshield's good. Yeah. So basically go through all the list, right? And then eventually they're like, and you have to like word in a way. So how could you say no to this car? How could you say no, right? And that's how you kind of have to gear people towards making a decision, right? And
so you have to sell it to them.
Pardon?
You have to sell it to them like it was a car.
Well, yeah, if they're definitely interested. If they're not interested, don't bother with them. But if they are interested in it, you have to be like, you have to guide them. Like there's certain times in life, like it's like a leader. Like a leader has to guide somebody. They have to work with what they have. So they have to, you know, guide them into, you know, learning how to write a resume or how to make a LinkedIn profile page, and how to message people. And then there's some people that are just like really good at it and they'll just go full bore, right? But maybe the people that are really good at it, maybe they need to tailor their message and they need to change their message. Maybe the people that are kind of shy, maybe they have a really good message, but they need to be more outgoing, right? So it's not like everyone's the same and there's like the same truth for everybody, right? That there's multiple truths and then there's that one golden egg that we have to find, right? It's like there's different avenues that you can go through.
I know that claim's been made before, but I remain dubious that there are multiple paths to genuine enlightenment. But I don't know. I don't think that's what you're saying here.
Yeah, enlightenment is like a kind of a fluffy. It can turn into kind of a fluffy term. It's just basically
misused. It's been misused, if that's what you're alluding
to. Like the progress, like enlightenment in terms of like technological progress or moral progress towards.
No, I'm talking about the traditional definition, like the cessation of suffering. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say there's evidence that just any system can produce that effect.
So you
So
say, so
can't
is there a system that you're saying that can eliminate suffering completely from the human condition?
Not for everybody, because frankly, some people aren't ready to end their suffering. And even the people who think they might be, a lot of times they struggle greatly. So obviously, it's not a one size fits all.
Suffering
Because-
makes you grow. It's a growing tool. Like, we're always going to grow. We're always going to know things. But suffering, I don't know. There's always going to be conflict. And man is so sinful and fallen nowadays, especially.
There's
You
a
wanna
difference
talk-
between
You want
suffering
to?
and
Should I
pain.
take a little medicine break here? You want to
Sure.
talk a little bit, Jennifer?
Yeah, sure. I mean, pain is not the same thing as suffering, right? This is like very beginner level stuff. So,
Well, suffering is the name of the game. It's how you handle suffering.
and then some people eventually want to end the suffering. And
It depends upon what you mean by suffering.
yeah,
Like
Well,
suffering, like
sustained bad
existential angst.
a sustained bad feeling about something that is not happening in your immediate environment.
Mm.
That's,
Like, I mean, we're kind of like we are. Maybe there's some people that are just like, they're really well intentioned and they're honorable and they're doing with the best of the knowledge that they have, but at the same time they need to enact some of that knowledge and grow in order to kind of grow up. It's like, you can't just be like a Peter Pan of different possibilities.
I'm not sure what you're
Because
talking
you'll basically you won't mature if you just basically you have like all these different possibilities. And
honestly, John, you lost me at Peter Pan.
yeah, well, you won't grow up. You just be like, hey man, I'm full potential. I'm full potential. Eventually, that potential is going to have to turn into something tangible.
Something tangible.
Absolutely. You have to make a decision on which path is with the best knowledge that you have, and that you don't necessarily know anything, but through a little bit of active faith and through with the knowledge that you have, God will have mercy on you.
Yeah, you want moral license without any knowledge. Where do you think moral license comes from, John? Comes from knowledge. It's like, oh, I know. Because I actually do know. If you want moral license and you're saying, well, I'm doing these beliefs to give myself moral license, you don't see how that might be counterproductive.
Moral license to make a decision? I don't even know
No,
what
you
that
want
means.
to have moral license, as in when you do the things that you do, you want to feel good about it. You want to feel like you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, in some sense, with the best knowledge that you have, yeah. But at the same time, I can't know everything, right? I mean, God made us in different ways. We have different personalities. I mean, I see things differently from you, and there's nothing wrong with that. And we're on different journeys, and we're on different paths, and not everyone's going to has this like clear-cut path that they have to follow. That's kind of like institutional thinking. Like, oh, well, you have to do this, you have to know this, you have to know this, right?
Well, it's good to have quality control. Otherwise, crazy people can hurt people.
Who said it was like crazy people? I think we need like more bombastic people in this world, as opposed to spineless shills that are in our government right now that have no principles and basically can be bought out by any foreign entity.
Honest with yourself about why that happened. And clearly, that's
It's because they abandoned principles. They abandoned their principles that their forefathers gave them. Their forefathers, I guess you could say, had kind of the wrong intention in that they wanted to build the society in order for people so they wouldn't have to work hard, and they can progress towards like an easy life or the good life. But with that, it's kind of been co-opted into something that is actually a lot worse than any war combined, which is actually eating away at the social fabric of what we've been growing up to know.
And so, how are you going to judge where the decay started?
Well, obviously, there's going to be they had righteousness in the first place, but basically, there's a time when you have to, like I said, you have to adapt towards something new, and you have to put that forward, and you have to be clear as possible on what you want. You say, I like this, but we're going to get rid of this, and this is my solution. Because you can pontificate all you want, you know. I mean, there's a lot of people that go on Facebook and pontificate. They don't do anything with their lives.
Right.
They don't do anything. I mean, we're on the enemy's platform right now, and these people would love to censor us. And once they have full control, everyone will be under their boot. And I feel like this time right now, we need urgency more than anything. But at the same time, we also have to be wise and humble.
Humble, right?
But also confident.
Humble.
Can I chime in? Would it be like an accurate analysis that it was Western liberalism that drew you to Islam?
Yeah, like secular, like liberalism.
Furthermore, I've
world
seen
is this like gaping hole of meaning, of direction, and also its corruption. Basically, it's like leaving its hole towards something to fill it in, and Islam is like the way of like how to give you that direction, that give you kind of that spark to, you know, reinvigorate your belief in God and come closer to God and to come closer to his knowledge, as opposed to maybe the Bible, which has been manipulated over the time. But I don't necessarily deny that there's wisdom in the Bible. I believe that the institutions of Christianity is corrupt, which leads to liberalism basically taking over.
even Orthodoxy.
Except Orthodoxy.
So,
Like,
why did you go so far as to go to Islam?
Like Orthodoxy is different from like Catholicism and Protestantism, and it actually believes in the wisdom of suffering and the joy. So it takes the good with the bad. I believe that made Orthodoxy strong, and they kind of had a message of like preaching, like, bear the suffering. Don't put your sins on Jesus. Bear the suffering, and you'll become stronger. I think you see now with Russia. Russia's still stronger than the West. The West is basically deterring into nothing, whereas Russia will still have sovereignty over the years to come. So that's what makes Russia strong. And they also still want to expand as well too. They want to expand into, you know, different projects and different like going into like Greenland or going into northern Canada and drilling oil or getting the resources, whereas Western is kind of like, no man, we're done drilling oil whatsoever. We're basically going to have a great reset. We're going to go completely green, even though our carbon footprint is probably the lowest of the earth. We're gonna put a burden on ourselves, this weird white man's burden, in that we're just gonna basically just put everybody on universal basic income. We'll have Tesla cars that just plug in, even though they don't really work that well. We're gonna have solar panels that take more energy to make than, you know, drilling oil. And I'm not saying I'm against like renewable resources. I am for like something that's practical and you can actually, give people jobs or make it make people's lives better through it.
Might be nice to try to actually have a conversation rather than a monologue.
Yeah, well, can I ask you as well? So, what do you think about jihad? I know there's
answering the question. Sorry. Anyway,
yeah, there's a verse in the Quran that they either die by the sword or they're converted by the sword. So, would you agree with the jihad?
Well, there is a in Jeremiah it talks about God, punishing the Babylonians 2 times harder for their sins and basically get out of Babylon when you can. Yeah, there's violent verses in both books. I'm not going to pretend Christianity is some like liberal book.
That's fair, but generally speaking, jihad is like an active part of Islam. Christianity is quite a liberal religion at this point.
Right now, but Islam is getting liberalized.
No, I don't know.
That was basically the seed of liberalism was set through the Reformation Wars in the medieval Europe. Basically, you had Protestants and Catholics fighting over each other so many times, and basically the only thing they can agree upon is shopping and like consumerism, so they can get along. And that's basically kind of the birth of liberalism that gave kind of birth to Adam Locke's idea, or Adam Smith's idea of liberal capitalism.
Yeah, I understand, but like from a tribalistic point of view, would you be in favor of like a modern caliphate where Islam came into the Christian world and perhaps even the Jewish world?
Like Sharia?
Well, I mean, sure, but just like a caliphate in general, that they would come and sort of push their religion onto Christians and Jews.
No, like actually, like historic like Muslim civilizations were actually very like the Ottoman Empire was actually very tolerant to like Judaism and Christianity. Like especially when you have the Golden Age, and basically like Islam was actually ancient Islam was actually at Britain at one point, and they were so impressed by like there was basically no crime in Britain when Islam was kind of percolating in there. They're so impressed by like, wow, like nobody's like stealing like any goods or anything like that. As well, you find like Muslims too are very like generous as well too. They're more Christian like than Christians nowadays, whereas Christians are more like capitalistic and individualistic, and they can't really do anything collective. Most people like they'll hold on to any little bit that they got left, even if it's really naive to do so. They won't necessarily give themselves to a greater cause. Whereas Muslims, it's innate in them. It's what Christians were back in the day.
Yeah,
they give themselves to a greater cause as opposed to just focusing on the individual capitalistic need, which is like kind of a Protestant kind of work ethic value.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's the appeal to Islam, because I know you said like in all the different Abrahamic religions that you think there's truth to all of them, but obviously like are you in favor of authoritarianism? Obviously Iran and Saudi Arabia are ruthlessly authoritarian, so that's why I mentioned the caliphate and sort of traditionalism, because clearly it seems like you resent liberalism and you think that we've gone astray.
Oh yeah, like we have despotism now.
You guys can cancel here as like a representative of Europe, or you're asking rhetorically, because obviously Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, and even though you may not understand what it's like, it is factually the fastest growing religion, and even if you look at that as a threat, you could look at one level to say it makes sense why non-white dark-skinned people are becoming Islamic, and it's part of a larger war. And from a tribal aspect, that John is adapting the group strategy of a different people, and it's subversive. It's going to help a different system win out. Or you could just question, why would anyone be Islamic?
Honestly,
why
at this point, Everyone's going to
convert
fall
to
into like
Islam?
this
Why would
liberalism
Arabs be
despotism.
Muslim? Why would Africans or Indonesians or Chinese want to be Muslim? Inverse, like the multiple truth hypothesis, are you intuitively rejecting the possibility that Islam was created by God?
Okay. So yeah, first of all, I think realistically what's going to happen is you're going to have liberal despotism, which we're having right now, which is a form of tyranny, which is like absolutely the worst tyranny that you could absolutely experience. So the West kind of values itself, and we've been raised to say that we're liberal, we're tolerant, we're nonviolent, even though we want to spread democracy across the world. But now it's just basically the mask has fallen off, and the rulers are actually showing who they actually are, and the idea that we live in a free democratic society and this is somehow that we're supposed to preserve some semblance of it is naive at this point. We need non-democratic activism and non-democratic solutions sooner rather than later. And the idea of criticizing Islam as non-democratic is kind of silly at this point. on those grounds.
And there's somewhat deeper underlying questions that are more important, to the argument, like saying whether a person's a dualist or whether you look at Islam as a group strategy of an ethnic group, or whether you look at Islam as some sort of system for organizing that has no necessary connection with an ethnic group. And so there's a lot of fundamentals for how you understand the nature of reality and the origins of mankind, and dualism, soul dynamics, group strategies, ethnicity, nationalism, that might play into it versus like a template that's saying, well, I turn to
It's like
Islam to answer how I understand all these issues.
Like Christians, like if you want to be like truly to be Muslim, like you have to be tolerant of Christian and their belief. And when I come into these circles, it's like I'm dealing with like, oh, what about this violent verse in the Quran? And I could say I can point to many other violent verses in the Bible as well too. And then the other argument's just like, well, Islam's a brown religion. Well, what about all the Indonesian Muslims? It just doesn't make any sense. Like the argument doesn't make any sense, right?
What it does, the
I'm
question
trying to like you're kind of operating off of that. It's like how am I going to have how am I going to have a productive conversation if you're operating off those presuppositions?
The ABCs of rhetoric is you could attack another person's position without justifying your own for the sake of argument that so you're coming and so if Andrew's coming and you're saying I disagree with your system, and then you're coming back,
Bible
well,
verse.
what's your system?
I gave him a history of Christianity, and yet you're not taking it.
But that still doesn't address the critique of.
I did address it.
It's like
I explained to you the violent nature of Christianity. You guys don't even listen to what I'm saying. I listen to everything what you're saying.
But it's a Hasbara type argument where you're saying like you can't boycott.
These are not really productive conversations.
Every other nation in the world.
If this is going to be a one-way street where you guys just basically blow over everything I say, then I think I'm going to leave.
I just want to acknowledge that what you said about Christianity is a fair point. But you've seen me go up against Christians. You know they don't always use logic in their arguments. So why would you be any different?
Logic in terms of what?
Well, you're saying that it's illogical. It's logically inconsistent to.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like to criticize Islam on like Christianity being like this holy practice of peace, and there's no violent verses in the Bible, which is absolutely absurd.
All I'm trying to say is that Your logic is absolutely valid, but
Right.
people don't think that way, and it's nothing to do with you. It's about them.
Yeah, and they could take it or leave it. And if I feel like my point hasn't been understood, and I feel like I'm getting like persecuted for no reason, and basically I've been trying to be like listen to you guys, but it seems like it's just a one-way street. Not you, but like Doovid and Andrew seem to like to just like I listen to everything they said, but it just seems like they just blow over everything I say.
Consider a win.
Well, I would consider it a win if they just accepted, like if Doovid actually followed his, like considered my point of view as a possibility, not necessarily agree with it, but like as some sort of as opposed to just going back to his old rhetoric of, well, Islam is like some ethnic religion through interactions of different ethnicities, and it's just like I've heard that argument like 10 million times. It's like, so what?
Because I'm doing what I do. I'm tying in your point of view into the multiple truth hypothesis, and I know that's not your point of view, but it's a dominant point of view that I'm contrasting in order to understand how to understand these ideas, that there's different ways of looking at it. I'm contrasting what you're saying with other perspectives of that, and that's the purpose of the multiple truth hypothesis. As a believer, is someone that there's a dualistic realm, and that Islamic practices actually change the spiritual realms, that has a direct effect on the material realm versus a system and all these things. That's what I do. That's what that's Doovid show. That's why I have multiple truth hypothesis. I'm not attacking your belief system. That's how I analyze issues. It's not even a judgment. And obviously,
yeah.
a guest.
So basically, we're just going to basically just butt heads on this. So
if he's sharing his opinions on Islam,
because obviously it's a very like controversial thing, and like I've answered these questions like 10 million times. So it'd be better if we just moved on and talked about something else.
Yeah, I mean, it's year in review. That's what we're looking for. Looking for a progress, evolution, and ideas. What's changed, and so it's interesting to look at your advancement in Islam and your way of looking at it. That's fine, and from my perspective, like you as a streamer and someone we've dealt with, the progression of your ideas is interesting. But yeah, that's what I do. I tie it into the multiple truth hypothesis. That's that's part of my streaming ethos. That's what I'm, just like you're trying to advance your ideas. I'm trying to advance my method of analysis that I call the multiple truth hypothesis.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. You're not amenable to to me doing that. I told you that was I was going to do at the beginning. I mean, I didn't require that you watched like 20 hours of my videos.
You kind of did say that. You kind of did infer that, but yeah.
Well, I'm not. I just said that we had a conversation, and I demonstrated my multiple truth hypothesis to you within the conversation we had. And so you could watch my videos if you want to learn more about it. But this conversation wasn't an attack or that. It was a demonstration of my multiple truth hypothesis with the information that you gave me.
Yeah, all he said was he wanted his, I guess, a position to be acknowledged as valid, but it's like.
Well, I did. That's what the multiple truth hypothesis does. It's a method to validate.
I'm not saying.
I don't know. Maybe there's just like some miscommunication here. Sorry, I don't know. I'm just. I don't.
Well, because I'm teaching you
a lot, so I don't even know what you're trying to come across. But
well, yeah, because you didn't watch my videos, and it's saying I was trying to teach you the multiple truth hypothesis by using it, and so obviously it's a new theory, and so you might be looking at my motives in a different way, but when you understand the multiple truth hypothesis, you'll understand what I was doing, and hopefully you'll thank me, because it's really a mental technique that will actually help you out in becoming a better Muslim, because it'll help you navigate complex ideas like multiple truth hypothesis, just by its name, to help you navigate dealing with competing complex systems.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could listen back to when I post this and timestamp it, but no, I mean, it wasn't an attack at all. Like we didn't have to do. I told you that I was going to do. You did your week interview, your review. You said what you've been doing in your advancement, and then I asked you if you'd heard about my multiple truth hypothesis. You said no. So then I started using it to examine your outlook to to a convert to Islam, basically, and as a demonstration of the multiple truth hypothesis. You yourself, as a person who were raised in one template and out of your own volition and free will chose to change to a different template, and the theological psychoanalytical implications that isn't just you but any person from any background that picks up of their own volition and changes to a different system, and the generic use of the multiple truth hypothesis would be true in any of these cases.
Yeah, I can kind of get what you're putting down. Yeah. Usually, like
being psychoanalyzed.
Yeah.
If I'm psychoanalyzing you, you could appear that like I'm attacking you. Say, no, I'm psychoanalyzing you. I'm not attacking you.
Yeah, because usually people have different motives when they make these arguments, and that's just where I was coming from. I was just like, well, if this is going to turn into like Islam's bad, it's illiberal. And it's just like, okay, I'm just going to just tune you guys out. But I can kind of see what you're saying. Like, you're just considering different perspectives and trying to emphasize or empathize different perspectives in a way, and trying to.
I think he's just trying to integrate the fact that such large swaths of people believe things that appear to contradict each other.
I don't know about that.
Of itself is actually a prediction of my model, because you have a saturation of microstates. So if there's a microstate, you have an opposite microstate right beside it.
Yeah.
So it does actually make sense that you'd have a bunch of different ways that people would perceive, quote unquote, reality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not against that. I was just sorry. I was just.
Yeah,
it was just like the same old arguments. I was like, oh God, is this going to happen again? So that's.
No, like I'm glad it happened, because it brings up an important point: is like people getting defensive and pissed off at the things that Doooovid and I say, because they come across as criticism.
I mean, it'd be like
usually, it's usually like some like different motives when, I don't know.
I think it's not about motives. It's about literally the content of what's being said. Is that Doooovid is making a statement, a declarative, which sounds like an accusation. It's interpreted as criticism when it's a personal thing for some people, which is why they get all riled up and defensive.
Right.
I thought it was an interesting point. Yeah, like I had this realization this year where it's like people who say they care a lot about stuff, actually don't care about that thing. They just want to say that to sound cool. And I realized, like, people who are passionate about things, obviously they're going to talk about it all the time. So it's like, it's about a ratio of like how many times is a person, like Claire, she's always like truth. So like the fact that she says it so much more is obvious. It's basically, I can now tell who's full of shit based on how often they say that about what they care about.
Right. Yeah, and there is people that just they talk a big talk, and then they don't actually follow through with their beliefs. Like they say one thing and they do an opposite thing.
And they have self-awareness, which makes it kind of sad in a way, because it's like, what would you do if you were me,
Right.
No, seriously, I'm asking.
Yeah, and like usually those people have motives, and like Claire, and so I'm used to talking to people like that. So that's just basically how I've been trained. Yeah,
motives like Doooovid and I, because Doooovid is just likes knowledge, and so do I.
Mm-hmm.
People like us are predictable in a different way because we're ideas oriented. So which makes us, not that we're not people oriented too, but the ideas sort of are more important than the people. It's just like the ratio of how often people talk about things. Like they talk about them either way, but it's a ratio. So the balance is tipped towards ideas for people like us. So we're maybe less predictable for someone like from where you're coming from, less predictable because you don't really know what we're going to say, but our intentions are more predictable because we're ideas oriented.
Right. I appreciate that. I really do. But I think,
Well, it's hard to read people's intention, right? Because that's the holy grail, is knowing what people's intentions are. Because then, even if you don't know something, you can find the person who does, because you can read their intentions.
right. Yeah, and I didn't want to come across as closed-minded. But yeah, yeah, I appreciate that wisdom. I appreciate that you guys are considering different ideas. And yeah, sorry I got like heated. I didn't even get heated. I was just but I was just trying to make a point. But anyway, yeah, that's cool. But I don't know how long I could stay on here before, but
You can bounce them. I mean, you don't stand obligation to us.
Yeah, Merry Christmas and thanks for
Yes.
coming on.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys. Merry Christmas.
You know what the fucking funny thing is that Vance dealt with that more maturely than several other people I won't name who recently, I feel like, just really made an ass of themselves on the show. Don't wanna name
It could be the merit of the Christmas or conversation. And honestly, like, I didn't have any bad karma towards them. I honestly just wanted to use the multiple truth hypothesis to analyze his, so to say, conversion to Islam, and that it would be beneficial to him. And as someone who's been doing interfaith for over a decade, the Doooovid channel that we're talking on right now has years of interfaith. One thing is, a lot of people who show up to interfaith are actually converts from any tradition, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Native American, but disproportionately representative at interfaith type activity is converts to the tradition. And besides, the troubles that Doooovid himself has faced as a born-again Jew, Bal Tshuva, as they call trying to be an Orthodox Jew, even though my family aren't Orthodox Jews, and my training wasn't in natural inclination is in Orthodox Judaism. My own struggle versus the successes and that I've helped people try to become Orthodox Jews, also like Luke Ford or people that love Judaism, that as an altruistic activity, like if someone is trying to become a better Jew, if I could help them, I probably will. Like teach them a little bit of Hebrew or talk Torah. And to me, I accept that as like a karmatic obligation. That's a realm. But from also like the Hare Krishnas, and I know a lot of people that became Hare Krishnas, and I've helped them. I've spoken to their parents for them, and even Tulsi Gabbard. I have Tulsi Gabbard on my YouTube. I spoke to her parents, and I tried to comfort her parents about her running for president, and obviously she's got a lot more help and probably a lot of people more qualified than me to do such a thing. But it was my honor, and at the time I thought that was my dharma to try to help make sense of the situation, or try to be responsible, stand up to the dharma of my that I had in the situation, to society and to my neighbors, and generally in interfaith. That in my interviews on my channel, I like these spiritual journey stories. The Ebert who worked for the Joseph Campbell Foundation and published some of his text in The Hero's Journey. And that's what I like the interview. Like people have their own, so to say, hero's journey, and to frame it in that way. And even John's conversion to Islam could be framed in terms of the hero's journey. And but from a metaphysical level, it's very difficult to do such a thing. So as far as I know, the multiple truth hypothesis didn't previously exist, and that's why if I was granted some sort of insight or to come up with it, it was in the necessity to try to better understand these experiences, not just from like a universalist Freemasonic point of view, not just like Doooovid trying to become a Bolsheva and succeed at being an Orthodox Jew, but a universalist explanatory mechanism for all of these processes, let alone deeper insights into algorithms and truth functions and maybe even physics, but just this level of the born again experience that I did think it was useful, and I think it would be useful even to John in understanding himself and, so to say, becoming a better Muslim. And that from my perspective, you say that I have a natural inclination, and then there's what the sages say, and generally you're better off aligned with the sages, but there's a lot of realm for free will and personality that sometimes there's neutral behavior, and you could go with your own inclination if it's not in contradiction to the sages, but you have to learn the sages, and you have to be willing to change our own behavior to correct behavior. And it takes deep meditation and analysis to say, what is my behavior? What is the origins of my behavior? What is correct behavior? And how do I adapt my behavior to correct behavior? And these processes are somewhat universal in a mathematical sense, because obviously what is correct behavior is ascribed differently in different systems, like Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, meat eating, burial, cremation, the countless examples of the different prescription of these different systems. But from a computational level, they basically all operate the same way, and that's the use of the so to say the multiple truth hypothesis that I got the Luke Ford's new camera now, so you can see the Freudian couch there. Doooovid is channeling Freud, and I went to that special Freudian school here, the Roper School, in Metro Detroit, the special Freudian based school, and yeah, it's a psychoanalysis. You come on Doooovid, you get a psychoanalysis for free, and that's part of Week in Review.
Yeah, but people don't really necessarily expect it. So I think the negative reactions will keep happening unless you're willing to sort of prime people and say, is it okay if I
It's
cycle?
not once, ironically, it's not once been thank you. Ironically, from like a few years of doing this, like maybe Gandalf has given me thank yous actually. Luke Ford occasionally, but yeah, usually reaction is not usually a thank you, or certainly the first few times. And from a Doooovid, who went to a private school that was specially trained in Freudian methods as in high school, versus like a Hindu or a Hasidic Jewish, Orthodox Jewish patriarchal structure of the training of correct behavior that might be done through shocking, like we were talking earlier, the righteous prankster, where there's some sort of righteously prankstering the person in a way to trigger their dissonance to help them achieve correct behavior.
Right. So if you prime them, you might not get a rise out of them, and probably you just enjoy getting a rise out of them. See, I'm the opposite. I don't like getting a rise out of people because it is that easy, and when something is so easy, it's less appealing.
Yeah, MTH is basically a scientific framework. It's more than Freudian psychoanalysis. It's a complete metaphysical framework for the self-improvement process of recognizing the origins of our behaviors and inclinations to a theoretical system that would describe an absolute correct behavior in order that we could examine and try to change our behavior from what it is now to a different system. And to say, like, even to some, does that sound useful? Like, I'm not really selling it. Really, I created it for myself in order to help myself become a better person. We talked, like, Andrew watches this often, and we've been going for quite a long time, but definitely wanted to talk about chunking and the science of expertise, because I think coming into 2021 that I'm going to complete the overview of chunking theory and the modern theories, and then I'm also improving my own mental capabilities. I'm studying more mathematics. COVID-19 lockdown looks like it's going to continue for maybe months or even half a year or more. God forbid.
Yeah, I really want to do the eigenvalues stream. I know you think it's boring now, but I promise I'll make it as interesting as it possibly ever could.
Well, it's not boring, but I'm saying it's suffering in a sense because it's hard work to understand these things. And
let go of that belief. You don't know how hard it is. It might be hard. It might be not so hard. You don't know.
I know what it. I've taken enough high level mathematics. You're saying it's basically suffering and hard work.
Maybe they just didn't know how to explain it very good. Because I've been taught how to do eigenvectors, and they didn't really teach it that well. Frankly, they could have taught it way better.
Well, these are complicated subjects. Saying the learning process is just like like chess coaching or something. You're saying like no, it's not going to be fun. There's certain techniques and methods that are akin to suffering because they're difficult. And they take an excursion of energy, and only if you go through that excursion of energy, that I'm purposely using the word suffering, will you achieve that result. And yes, the study of mathematics is like that you have to self-inflict yourself with suffering in order to actually understand this stuff, and to describe it in any other way it's false. And it goes back to like the Queen's Gambit, like the appeal to say like, oh, anyone can do it. We need more people to do math, which we do. But when it comes to it, and that's why I'm talking about like the guru, like the righteous prankster, is the person saying like, we know how it works. These things are important, and the only way you acquire these important skills is by self-inflicting suffering upon yourself. But realistically, no one wants to self-inflict suffering upon themselves, so most people don't do it. And therefore, you need if a guru could guide a person to in a proper path, like to how much like the self-infliction of suffering to become a doctor, and say like, no, you're going to be advised, and you could do it. You could go through the self-affliction and come out the other side as a doctor, but it takes good counsel and guidance.
Okay. I think you're right, but maybe you will enjoy it also in addition to all the suffering. That's all I'm saying. Because I gotta say, I really enjoy it a lot because it does link directly to spiritual stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you're not forbidden from enjoying it, but it's saying like it is an element of suffering, and saying okay, you could enjoy suffering too as a form of enlightenment. But it's saying to get it to the point to say like, Doooovid is saying I'm to advance.
I'm not talking about enlightenment. I'm talking about
mathematics, and saying you're not going to master mathematics without doing hard work. And the hard work, you can train yourself to enjoy it, like enjoying work is a form of enjoying suffering. You're saying like, I really enjoy doing all the problems in the back of the chapter in the organic chemistry book, is basically a form of saying I really enjoy suffering. So Jennifer is saying like, no, it's fun. You can master organic chemistry and it's fun. Is saying like, no, you cannot master organic chemistry without doing all the problems in the back of the chapter. Unless you think that's fun, you're not going to master it. So if Jennifer is saying that you can do it and it's fun, is a way of telling you that there's a way to do it without doing all the chapters questions in the back of the book, what her advice is counterproductive, and she's better off saying only those who are willing to suffer will master it.
I would definitely say that you have to be willing to go through trials and suffering to get big goals like enlightenment. That's definitely true. However, the point I was trying to make was that there may be enjoyment in addition to the suffering, not enjoying the suffering, but getting pleasure from the learning experience. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so I'm saying that like factually, like I'm not trying to like win followers by like advertising easy methods, and even multiple truth hypothesis is not easy. Like it causes a significant amount of dissonance, and like John's a tough guy, and we've talked before, and I think this conversation was actually proven helpful, but I have to think about its use, and possibly the dissonance that you could really damage people by. You could loosen a person from their current template where they realize that everything they believe is wrong. without having a system to fall into. And God forbid that could even lead to psychopathic criminal behavior, because a person under a current belief system at least had some boundary to what is correct behavior, that once they realize that their template is wrong, the boundary on their correct behavior could also fall away, that it could be dangerous enough to keep that in mind. But in the study of expertise, from a scientific perspective and from a spiritual perspective, I'm purposely using the word suffering, that you only gain expertise through suffering, and there is no other. There's other aspects to the process, but there is no element to avoid the suffering. And it's like like a yoga teacher, or a fitness person, and you want to build up muscle. There's a process, and it hurts, and if it doesn't hurt, you're not going to build up the muscle. And the cognitive aspect of building expertise takes that template. And so the future of the next year, the progress of this work on chunking theory is, I'm basically at the point where I know the current states of the best ideas, and even to overview the plethora of greatest minds that have theories of how to answer these questions. And you said it applies to multiple things. We're talking about algorithms for AI and statistical techniques. That is suffering. Saying like Markov and Bayes and eigenvectors, and say, if you really want to understand these things, you have to understand these mathematical techniques. And if you want to understand these mathematical techniques, you have to go through some difficult mental suffering. That is the only way to master it. Anyone who tells you anything different is likely purposely tricking you in leading you astray. And in the path, you're saying, okay, what's the goal? What's the purpose of this? Like Edward Dutton, the evolutionary understanding of the decline of intelligence, and the kinds of why it's suffering is because there's an energy balance. And if you use excess energy for mental labors, you take the energy away from other places. So it causes an element of renunciation, austerity, to even think about these things, let alone exert large amount of a person's mental labor to it. And the process of purposely increasing one's own dissonance by recognizing, I do not understand this, and to mentally labor to understand something at a higher level takes the recognition that our current understanding is false. And that's why it has to be a process of suffering.
That's why you're basically elaborating the atheist dilemma, right? Because it's like, just because your religion either has some incompleteness or incorrectness, does that necessarily imply atheism is correct? Answer no, because there's all these metaphysical, things that benefit you. Like Dutton's argument, basically, that it doesn't matter if the beliefs are real, it still has a good benefits for community cohesion, etc. So that's
listening is basically suffering to a certain aspect. Actively listening to a person is suffering, and that's why most people don't do it.
Says that everything is suffering. All life is suffering. That's a yoga quote. So I'm not going to argue with you on that.
But it's not the default position. It increases suffering more. There's trade-offs in the extent that if you want the high reward, meaning to actively listen to somebody requires dissonance, because when you listen to somebody, you realize they see the world in a different way than you do, and then it causes dissonance, like, oh my God, all of these presumptions and predictions I'm making based off the way I see the world could be completely incorrect, because here this person has different axioms and assumptions that would have different predictions. So there is no way to actually listen to somebody without extreme amounts of dissonance, but obviously there's rewards to listening to somebody because our perspective is limited, and the only way to acquire more information is through communication and a broadening perspective. So from that level, like a surgery, or not even like a surgery, because it's a mental process, where it's saying yes, the suffering of the dissonance that is involved with listening has the benefit of a heightened understanding. But the dissonance comes because what I thought was correct behavior may not actually be correct behavior. And because I listened to this person and the person had a different viewpoint, now I realize that, because I'm a self-aware person to a certain extent, that what I thought was correct behavior is not actually correct behavior. And due to this realization, I have to exert the energy to change my current default state of now what I realize is incorrect behavior to what this new information has told me is correct behavior. And it's, essentially, there's a reward process that results in the ultimate good. So being enlightened and further in line to correct behavior is beneficial for the person, but the default is not to do it because the process requires a person to willfully increase our own suffering. And so that's kind of the aspect of hard work. The default where you don't willfully increase our own suffering has a status quo effect where your average person without some divine or special purpose or cause is not going to cause suffering upon themselves. Just like your average person is not going to go to medical school because they're not going to want to master organic chemistry. Why should they bring themselves that much suffering? The joy of understanding things. So you have to have a person to say it's not really suffering because I'm not doing it because I want a position and to become a doctor and to get a title and to find a good wife and build up a family and have respect in a community. I'm doing it because I'm honestly curious and want to understand this phenomenon and or possibilities to the point where what does it take to understand the phenomenon, and is a person willing to go through that process of understanding these phenomenon, even though it's largely a self-infliction of suffering.
I think there's sort of a fundamental philosophical divergence where you commit to something and then have an echo chamber that cherry picks anecdotes, which minimizes cognitive dissonance, right? That's the unifying thread. So that's option one. Or you can say, philosophically, I want an end to cognitive dissonance. Like, I basically want my cognitive non-dissonance to be independent of other people. So that's a philosophical branching point, right? So the people who are on the left, you can like the first group, the cherry picking anecdotes in the echo chamber, you can never access those people unless you destroy their self-image in some way, which will open them up to receiving new information because of the cognitive dissonance shock, right? And then on the other side, the people who philosophically are saying that they actually care about the objective truth, you have to subject them to a bunch of rigorous tests to check to see whether they're actually telling the truth when they say that. So I think you're kind of getting close to something which is like a diagnostic technique where you're saying stuff that allows you to extract more information than most stuff, which allows you to profile people faster. Is that possible?
Yeah, and like the chess is central to kind of give a template to how we're looking at it, because if you're looking at like my goal, you could be a good chess player who's a good person or a good chess player who's a bad person, and so there might be a certain relation, but a separate question: what is chess expertise from what is a good chess player, or what should a person who has chess expertise do? And the question of what is chess expertise is relatively objective and scientifically answerable. And in terms of a lot of these various questions on sociology and culture, if we, like economics, when you separate out the moral value of what is good and what is bad to a question is what is expertise. And you can answer the question divorced of asking what is good and bad to what is expertise. And then it's like Stephen Wolfram saying what is the true mathematical equation, what is truth of the universe, to what is computation in terms of determining what information do you want and can you create a method to compute the information that you want, and it's a metaphysical approach to truth, and in terms of the mind and consciousness and cognitive dissonance, in theory, the multiple truth hypothesis is a framework that operates outside of the human mind. Saying if there is a separate realm of logic, separate from mind, that's also, all these things are debatable. That's the purpose of the multiple truth hypothesis is to recognize all of these points matter, and all of these points make a difference in prediction, and you need a system to recognize, like, oh, here's a point where there's multiple possibilities, and it needs to be marked that there's uncertainty here, and should another possibility be the more likely one here, it would have completely, or would at least have effect in the predictions of the system. And like I was saying, that COVID-19, these lockdowns continue. I'm encouraging Jennifer also that take it as a sign of God, even to learn these mathematical techniques that usually I just didn't have time to do, and to say, like, from my knowledge and understanding of there's no magic technique. Like, I'm going to talk about chunking theory and expertise in general, and say that there are mental techniques and methods a person could use that work better than others. Like, there is such a thing as expertise, and there is such thing as tried and proven methods to achieve expertise. However, they could be completely divorced from questions of morals, good and bad. And the question of correct behavior is a very difficult question, because you say, oh, expertise, at some level, what is correct behavior? So saying, as a chess player, correct behavior means playing the game and winning, or playing objectively the best move, as opposed to, is he a good chess player? Is he a good person? Does the person who plays the correct move on the board exhibit correct behavior in their actual life? Is a different question than did they play the right move. And that multiplicity of decisions that person recognizes at every given instance, we're making countless decisions at different levels, and they all have an aspect of correct or incorrect behavior. And it's emphasizing the suffering, but the dissonance process of trying to understand that. But the process of understanding that is the revelation, the realization that, oh my God, from the moment I was born till now, I did incorrect behavior in basically all of my actions. So the benefit of the enlightenment, of coming on to what is correct behavior, comes with the dissonance of, oh my God, I behaved with incorrect behavior for all of my previous actions.
That's so nice.
I mean, God forbid, that's why I mentioned, even from contemporary, like, I'm not actually going to watch the movie, but that Spacepan was that promising young woman that at least has some sort of artistic, intellectual concept, kind of like the Matrix, to examine, like a multiple, truth hypothesis of what is correct behavior, and the perspective battle of not like a question of right or wrong, but how do you have this scenario where one person is clearly acting incorrect, however, in their own head, thinks that they're exhibiting correct behavior.
Yeah, like I said, if you learn how to question, how to interrogate people, you can profile them and then predict their future behavior, so you can basically engineer their behavior and just avoid the things that will send them into a cognitive spiral. Everybody has cognitive sore spots unless they're enlightened, and so anybody can have that immediately antagonized if you're good enough at it. You're pretty good, but you don't hit every time because you don't ask enough questions to isolate an archetype. You're just sort of going based on previous experience statistics, and you're like, yeah, this pretty much works most of the time. But I prefer to be more precise, so I like to ask a couple questions and then isolate someone archetypally. and then further isolate them archetypally. So yeah, we should work on that because it's a lot of fun. Because just getting those questions, like what kind of question would you have to ask to figure out if somebody is cherry picking anecdotes and living in echo chambers, or hearing more about the objective truth and an end to cognitive dissonance in a generalized way.
What's fun, I'm separating that expertise is objective truth devoid of moral right and wrong, so that you could talk to any given person about the truth of expertise devoid of the truth of morality in terms of karma. That there's the jnana yoga, there's a yoga of material science, which includes a field of expertise, and then there's a field of also under jnana yoga, and unfortunately my knowledge of the Sanskrit or definitions is lacking now, and I'll have to go through the suffering, so to say, to master and know these things better should I want to obtain that level. But there's also a realm of what's morally right and wrong and the karmatic balances. But you could speak to a person objectively about the processes of, just like material, chunking is a scientific process to obtain expertise that applies equally to all people, just like the laws of physics apply equally to all people, and it's devoid of moral judgment in terms of it doesn't matter whether a good person or a bad person goes through this process. The person will obtain expertise should they go through this process, regardless of whether they're morally a good or bad person. And so you don't necessarily need the multiple truth hypothesis to navigate that, but to understand the issue and how to converse with people and how to build relations, and the value proposition that we could have a completely different perception of what is right and wrong. However, we could have a collaboration on what is expertise and how is our collaboration helping both of us achieve expertise without struggling in the issue of what our conception of right and wrong is. And like in terms of university assignment, where could be one guy has a worldview that's completely opposite the other worldview, but we both did our job. Like in engineering, like I made my component, and that other person made their component. We put it in the device together, and it worked. And it doesn't matter if our conception of right and wrong is completely opposite. What matters if we display precision and expertise in our material action.
Okay, I think I got you. So just appealing, no moral appeals whatsoever.
What you could do with this, like the multiple truth hypothesis, is helping a person to separate, to understand the navigation. So the reality is the systems are interconnected, but from a certain process level, you could separate them and deal with them as separate processes that obviously on an objective level, there's interaction between the processes, and karmatically changing one of these processes of expertise is factually linked to right and wrong. But from a scientific level, you could deal with just the processes of expertise without the judgment of right and wrong in a scientific way. And so to say enemies could get together and improve, if it's chess, if it's pool, if it's mathematics, it doesn't matter that people are enemies or have systems that would perpetuate bad karma between parties, that they could understand that what I'm calling expertise, which there's different, other, you could put that in with scientific laws, mathematics, or different things, is a universal field that and for streaming, so saying how should me and Jennifer approach week in review, or like dealing with Claire or John or something like that. So I say, like, I don't care that Claire is even anti-Semitism. I said my talk in Jerusalem, where I said I don't anti-Semitism doesn't really bother me in that sense. That person has that worldview and outlook, but you could still deal with them, and you could still even develop alliances or common interest because a person's worldview or moral system may not be the most important factor, and they may not even act on it. It is more complicated, deeper aspects to just the value proposition, to phrase it in a way that you're like, I'm even valuable to my enemies.
The problem is that axioms are usually justified on a metaphysical basis.
But yeah, I mean, so if you're saying at the level of truth that the answer to these questions does matter, and from an objective level that those karmatic connections are there, but I'm saying as a technique level that just dealing with the topic of expertise, I think is good for relations. And even like with John there, where I did not cast judgment on him or his systems, it was an analysis of the multiple truth hypothesis and possibility to the level that it would be valuable as him having that analysis to obtain expertise. So if his goal was to become a better Muslim, you could say, thank you, Doooovid, for the analysis session. And even though you're not per se trying to create better Muslims, that that it in fact did help him obtain expertise in Islam.
People do not say thank you. The people you teach the most to usually resent you for a good period of time, and then will rationalize themselves that they actually came up with the idea that you imparted to them.
Yeah, so if you're a master who's doing this service, you know that is the law of karma, and to say it's not necessary that and you expect it, and there's Hasidic stories that you said the bubble of Eruv. I remember hearing it when it didn't make sense to me because I was young, and it was one of the first times the concept hit me that that he helped the person out and he gave them a bag of small rocks, and I think there's even a verse in the Hebrew Bible that I have to look up that's interpreted this way, but it says that's what happens when you help someone out. They throw rocks at you, so he gave them a bag of small rocks. So it said, please throw these small rocks at me. But from like the saintly level of someone who really understands dharmas, I'm going to help you out, even though that you're not going to thank me and you're going to throw rocks at me. And so there is that lesson that the truly enlightened person knows that the natural reaction of being helped is a negative karmatic reaction, because it's just the energy states, or me and Jennifer could probably give an explanation of why this is the natural phenomenon, and so you could come onto the wisdom of the Vedas, or whatever sages betrayed gave us this wisdom to understand that it's not like you help people and then they're just like, oh, you're great, you're awesome, you become a follower. The natural process is you help someone and then they turn against you because the ego, the elements of how the ego actually operates is it's not a natural process for a person to be like, thank you, you're awesome. It's actually a natural process to be like, you didn't help me, I helped myself. In fact, you were just trying to take advantage of me, and I, out-tricked you, and even though you were just trying to take advantage of me and not really help me, I figured a way out to help myself despite your ill intentions. And saying like, well, I would rather you just say thank you. But and then from the spiritual perspective, someone's enlightened, you say maybe they're right, but you still like, it's better that I did it anyways. And then Jennifer advanced on that to have some sort of mathematical scientific explanation of these phenomena that you don't just have to take as received wisdom as like, oh, there's some great story of an acharya or some rabbi that teaches this lesson, that it could be derived from scientific principles.
Yeah, like you start with the idea of minimum energy, and that the statistical majority will be in the minimum energy state, but it'll be a normal distribution, so there will exist populated states in the extrema, right? So you have a non-zero probability that people won't be in the minimum energy state, and you compare the idea of cherry picking anecdotes and echo chamber is locally the minimum energy state, because the person doesn't have enough good karma, which takes energy to build up, to know that cherry picking anecdotes and trying to create a bubble that won't break your that will maintain cognitive coherence is long term actually not the minimum energy solution. The universal minimum energy solution is to minimize your cognitive dissonance over all things, right? To actually have realistic expectations for stuff. It's just that it takes a while to internally build up enough awareness to know that that's the right choice. So it's always about the minimum energy solution. It's just that you have a smaller restriction as to what you have available when you don't enshrine the virtues associated with greater knowledge.
Yeah, and we'll see when I start going over, and I ordered these books, and I've been reading some books online in the most recent scientific papers, but the study of expertise in medicine and engineering and management. But the most thoroughly developed studies are in medicine, a lot of times surgical practices, because they're so important. And if the doctor messes up, it could possibly cause a bad health outcome. And because the malpractices or being sued is so financially could be so financially huge and devastating that there's all these best practices and studies and research and data collection in the field, and so much so that the doctors develop the expertise and understanding that the natural inclination in certain procedures might be to do something a certain way, but that's not the way to do it. There's a better way, and to help train doctors in what has been, so to say, scientifically discovered, where the natural inclination is to do something that is actually not what science believe is the best practice. So I'm going to be analyzing this field, and there's also a lot of studies in sports and performance, like musical performance, but mostly in sports, where there's a mental component to sports training, and chunking, even the physical component, without necessarily a logical mental component. Like if someone did a yoga posture without any intention, without any meditation, that there'd still be some sort of neurological memory component to the configuration of muscles, let alone if that's combined with intention in a mental state. So this concept of chunking and expertise is really a pure scientific theory that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with good or bad. Just like how do you become an expert athlete, and it doesn't matter why you want to become an expert athlete. Just like I was questioning, with ConOps, let's just look at the possibility of, could a man have made coronavirus, or a woman for that matter, without the question of why someone would have wanted to, or the moral implication, but just the means possibility from a current level of science. Is it possible, and what level of expertise would it take to have done such a thing? And then from a conclusion, like I was even saying that you would say that yes, it's possible that it would have been man-made, and it would have required this amount of expertise, and that amount of expertise could have only be obtained through being part of these institutes, and therefore you could even have a name and list of such qualified peoples. And there's always the possibility that a person could obtain expertise without the elite training at one of these institutes, although it's limited. And even if a person obtained expertise outside of one of these institutes, it's still almost guaranteed that they would have had to go about certain component efforts of obtaining the expertise by obtaining these component skills that make up in a sum totality what we're calling expertise. So I think just in terms of streaming and dealing with people, there'll be an interesting venue to discuss the science of expertise, and even having people come on. And like we spoke to Professor Schroeder, even as an accomplished MIT PhD in physics, author of books, famous world travel lecturer, But maybe even me and Jennifer could be useful in helping this man at 80 master a higher level of expertise that will help him produce his next book. Let alone all people on all levels, like even John said, it's a public service for my own consideration. And I want Jennifer, she's got a inspiration for like a meme, diagram, scientific explanation, what I'm calling the righteous trickster process of a certain karmatic juxtaposition, ironic paradox that you wouldn't expect, but once you see, it's like, of course that's how it works. And we're calling the process the righteous trickster.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to show you how I do it, because like I can nail people pretty quick. And so you just have to figure out which questions to ask, because asking like, do you care about science? If the person says yes, they might be lying. So you have to know exactly what to ask to get to the mind state of the person. Because if you upset someone, you've created cognitive dissonance, so you have a little bit of information, but you don't really know their whole thought process.
Yeah, that's the theory of a guru in general, that because the guru knows the process and knows the process has a certain element of the infliction of pain, but it's necessary to help the guidance of the student. And so like the discipline or the criticism, rebuke specifically of the guru is a precious thing in guiding a student along, recognizing, I don't want to have incorrect behavior, and although it's painful, I want somebody to point out to me what my incorrect behavior is so that I could change it. But also the recognition, like I was saying, that you could crash a person's system where they might, oh man, everything I do is incorrect and I don't even know what to do. And then they kind of give up on the former system. And then at some point, they're just going to have to do something, and they might end up doing worse action than with their current system. So completely destroying the person many times, or even usually, leaves the person worse off before, because so if it's like a system converting to Islam or Hinduism or Orthodox Judaism, you know what you're falling into. Like, here's the me, and how I'm currently at, and there's the the goal of what I'm going to be when I come out the other side as like an Orthodox Jew, or like Hare Krishna or Muslim, or whatever initiation or form of prescribed correct behavior a person is falling into. But I mean, Jennifer, as a spiritual teacher, is saying like, yeah, you have to know how to righteously trick the person in order to evoke that dissonance, that the person recognizes that their behavior is not correct and that it should be changed without hurting the person. But still saying like, you do actually have to hurt the person enough to cause the dissonance to get them to change the behavior. And this was saying, God forbid, the promising young woman, which is theoretically analyzing, that issue of evoking the dissonance in order to change the behavior in like some kind of weird righteous trickster type way.
Well, yeah, it all depends on the intention, right? But yeah, you have to kind of, what you're getting at the point is that like you do inherit the karma of the actions that you take, and the more you make these grand assertions, the more potential influence you're having, the more you kind of carry the burden of the outcome. So it's supposed to enshrine a certain amount of reticence to impart teachings, right? Because you got to be really sure, because there are some questions that some people just statistically will be dishonest about. It's not like they want to lie necessarily, it's just that they don't really have any means to be honest. They've never been honest about those kinds of questions. They don't even maybe know what the real answer is, so then maybe it's a guess. But yeah, you have to figure out a way to get the information you want, i.e. to be able to profile somebody using an archetype and get that information accurately so that you can put them in the archetypal box, but still leave the door open for more information. because you can't like put people in a box and close it because people are always changing. But yeah, it's definitely possible, but you have to understand that that's indeed what you're doing. You're gradually zeroing in on somebody's main train of thought and trying to see their thought process as a machine so that you can then figure out, well, okay, where do I query this machine to so that it doesn't break down while I'm trying to interface with it.
Yeah, I see John in the chat, in about why I'm asking him about group strategy or ethnic strategy, is saying because you don't always get to, you usually almost never get to describe your beliefs according to your own system. If you want to communicate effectively, you have to describe your beliefs according to the system of the other person. And so that's why you're even just listening to somebody or having effective communication is a form of suffering and dissonance, because you have to get in your head to say this person sees things differently than me. And to have effective communication, I have to go through the dissonance of recognizing that this person who sees things differently than me may not agree that I'm exhibiting correct behavior and may even believe I'm exhibiting incorrect behavior. And that, so to say, an enlightened person who is self-aware recognizes the fact that it's very likely that what we're exhibiting is not in fact correct behavior, but incorrect behavior, and willing to be constantly confronted and go through this process of trying to obtain correct behavior and, so to say, happily receiving rebuke.
It's really hard to do, to be able to take criticism and not go to pieces. So, yeah, let's hope 2021 brings more people having a little thicker skin where it counts. And rather than just sort of looking for reasons to get offended, which kind of seems like happens sometimes.
Yeah, so multiple truth hypothesis. Like, I'm aiming for a win-win, and so I'm not trying to win in the way that I'm going to tell you what correct behavior is. I'm going to explain to you why your behavior is incorrect, and why what I believe is correct behavior, you should change your bad behavior from to. I say there's a template, and it's very possible that there's multiple behaviors that could be correct, and there could be conflicting behaviors for different people that are all correct for them. It's like Dharma, the Bhagavad Gita, where the correct behavior on both sides in that situation is to go to war, and for a person to recognize that's very difficult, because you need the humility to see outside of ourselves, because generally a person is trained to see things only from the selfish perspective of ourself, and so a person has to go through a meditative process of humility and self-awareness to recognize that the self's perspective is, you could argue, inaccurate to whatever level or degree of meditation or wisdom you take, but to say that generally the self's perception of the self is at best untrustworthy or biased, and because at worst purposely deceptive and largely false, and to be rejected. And you're saying, so if my own conception of self is incorrect, where do I obtain the correct conception of self? And to even say from a scientific perspective, like a received wisdom is like, like the answer is in Judaism. But to say scientifically, you say maybe there is no correct conception of self, or like a chess problem is to say maybe it's not solvable. Maybe there is a correct conception of self, but at this current state in humanity, we don't know the answer to the question. We might have a few directions and heuristics to say that this conception of self is certainly a better understanding than that conception of self. Like Doooovid saying, the multiple truth hypothesis would produce a truth utility function that would kind of give you a number, like, what's the true conception of self? And it would be a probability distribution of the current state of uncertainty.
I still struggle to understand how you'd put those kinds of things in the language of mathematics and a probabilistic distribution. I think it's cool that you're pursuing your passions, because that's the way it should be intellectually. It should always be your own passions. I'm still struggling with that level of it.
Well, I think it'd be more an algorithm. So saying the formulation would more be an iterative algorithm than an equation. Although, I mean, iterative algorithm would appear in equation form. And it'd be a complete iterative algorithm that it would contain the infinite set of all axioms and multiple infinite sets. So it'd be a theoretical iterative algorithm to deal with the complete conception of reality, because we would be talking about the sum total of the set of all possible axioms. And so the multiple truth hypothesis would have a form of a single equation that in theory would be able to describe all of truth, because it would relate the infinite set of possibilities to each other in an algorithmic form that, if carried out, would in theory resolve truth. That if this iterative algorithm to discover truth was infinitely carried out, that it would produce truth.
Okay. Because my system is you do one chunker, and then you do another chunker on top of it, and then you eventually resolve an archetype. And then
When you say one chunker and another chunker, is that comparable to an iterative algorithm?
Yeah, it is. So each chunker could be looked at as an algorithm. That what it does is it draws a circle, and it divides that circle into 3 parts or 4 parts or 5 parts, depending on what the chunker is, because the cardinality of the chunker depends on which system. But you have maybe 3 or 4 chunkers that you can use and figure out what somebody's archetype profile is. And then you can give yourself a number which represents your certainty. So you can say, I feel like I have 70% of the information about this person. I feel like I have 90%, 30%. And the trick is just figuring out how to apply the chunkers and how to ask the questions in a way that you're getting the right information from the answer, because there's a certain class of questions that just people almost never tell the truth is the answer to those questions. So how would you explain that?
Yeah, I don't know if Andrew's been here the whole time mute. I don't know if you've been wanting to say something.
Yeah, no, sorry about that, man. Sorry.
Usually you just listen to the chat, so you figure
Yeah, sorry about that.
hang out on the call. And you're not a seasoned streamer to be experienced with your sound and muting and all the stuff. But that's also part of the week in review. Saying that an iterative process of trial and error, and we want people to stream, but the first few times you stream, you're going to be bad at it, and you're going to make errors. And only through an iterative process of trial and error, streaming over a period of time, will a person do that. So you need the nature of mercy. Like kind of like a Luke 4 is like, well, you're not qualified, therefore you can't do it. But saying, how do I become qualified? You need someone to offer you mercy to help that, and from a level of a realized soul. I heard the Hare Krishna channel I've been listening to, it's really not that hard to be nice, and you have to recognize that the material modes put people into a default position, usually of being mean and harming people, God forbid. But it's actually not easier to be mean to people. It's actually easier to be nice to people. It just happens to be that the default position of the material mode causes people to naturally want to harm each other as opposed to help each other. Just like laziness. The default mode is that I would rather maintain being here and not doing activity if I don't have to, even though objectively laziness is the bad, even though it's the default state, is usually a bad state, that I would be better off for my activity if there's something to be done to prefer to do it and to do it myself.
Yeah, it feels better to be nice than mean, but it feels better to be mean than suffer cognitive dissonance. And I think the social protocols are so mixed up that people feel like that if they get involved, then the probability of cognitive dissonance is almost 100%. So they just withdraw. I think that's where the dourness comes from. That it's just not worth it because the chances of it going well are almost zero.
Yeah, and that's why the axiomatic precursors of questions like free will and the harp on the conscious we have to keep on bringing up because they're very important for how to process these factors. And people who talk about right and wrong, and say, well, don't you need free will for right and wrong? Or how do people go about decision making processes to analyze this behavior in the first place? To even ascribe such a thing as right and wrong, as does right and, or does there even need to be a right and wrong? Could it be that people do not have free will or a right and wrong decision making processing, but there's still an objective behavior that is wrong, and even though people didn't have any free will to do right or wrong, that they still have to be punished for this wrong course of action. And we used to try to organize debates. We'd wanted to organize debates, and it's very important. And we really couldn't get people to analyze the issues, or to even get archetypes of the issue to go about it. And like modern day debate never contacted us back. Even Adam Green and his like he just likes playing his videos again. He kind of like Luke Ford, where he has his set of questions that he wants to ask, or a set of videos that he wants people to react to, and has a little bit of new information. But it's basically he just wants to keep on repeating his stump speech again and again, which is a certain amount of streaming versus to the process. I want to become a more knowledgeable person, and I'm willing to suffer in the process. I'm willing to do hard work. I'm willing to read books. I'm willing to think about ideas that I hadn't thought about before. I'm willing to take out a paper and pencil and try to understand equations and processes and so on and so on. That your average person was like, of course I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do work. So obviously we've had a hard time recruiting people to do work for no pay, because generally people you're just trying to take advantage of me. You do trick me into doing work for no pay, which is a certainly true perspective in the terms like people should be skeptical. If someone's telling you to do work for no pay, saying there is to conserve energy. Generally you don't want to just be tricked into doing work if it's not a fulfillment of dharma. So it's like Jennifer is trying to entice people into the path of enlightenment, like, oh, it's fun, and like Doooovid just saying like it's suffering, but you have to do it anyways, as opposed to kind of like oh, it's going to be fun, it's going to be great.
I don't know if I'm trying to entice people. Just make them aware that it's possible, not trying to get them to start on the path, because you have to be ready before you can start on the path. And there's really no point in starting if you're not ready. So I wouldn't want people to think that I was trying to recruit, because really it's got to be something you're ready for.
Okay, we're running on 6 hours now. I guess we should wrap up.
Yeah, that was fun. Great year. Nice to meet you, Andrew, and look forward to the next show. Thanks for hosting, Doooovid.
Can we get some closing words out of you, Andrew? Because I'm glad you joined. You've been in the chat for a while, and I think karmatically we're weeding out some of the toxicity, and we're going to be able to create a venue to get more people to come forward, and then we'll start seeing results. But it's been 2 years now, and there's a lot of toxic karma out of there. For me and Jennifer to make a safe show that people could, feel safe to publicly share information that could, cause them harm or put them out there in a vulnerable way, and so I hope we're making progress in that, and we're glad you came on. So you want to say something before we wrap up, Andrew, and then I'll let Jennifer say her closing words.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a great stream. I don't really have too much to add, but I guess happy holidays and Merry Christmas, everyone. And yeah, I think I'm gonna get into streaming. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll keep you guys updated, and maybe I'll be back in the future for some more streams.
Well, if
Yeah, I
you're
mean, we're
ready,
here to help out with that, and that's kind of saying like when Krishna or whatever came on, like he wants to be his own personality, eventually, but you need help, you need an audience, you need to build it up, and really the only way to build up an audience is to appear on somebody else's channel in front of their audience and get part of their audience to come over to you. And certainly we're even willing, and that's what we're trying to do, and we have an end game and goal of having and spreading ideas and creating network. So, and we appreciate that, because like Doooovid got into this debating some pretty, interesting characters that, the average person might not be enticed to, like show up that like, oh, I'm this person and this is my name and this is, information that I'm revealing that could possibly be used against me to now like me and we're trying to train people in expertise. You're coming forward and we're going to but there's certain elements, so thanks for coming forward, and hopefully you'll become a regular, and we'll be more than happy to help turn you into a streamer personality.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks, guys.
cool, you're welcome. Yeah, and to everyone watching, I do think things are a bit. There seems to be like maybe it's just the holidays and people are on the edge, but you kind of have to decide, like you're either going to be on the sidelines or you're going to make memes or you're going to be a meme, and it's really your own choices. So hopefully in 2021 we all get to know ourselves just that much better and can find peace with that. And thanks for hosting. I hope we can have the Eigenvector stream sometime, and that won't be boring, and that maybe it'll be enjoyable, and that won't be terrible, along with all the normal requisite suffering that we all attest is always there at all times. So looking forward to the next week in review and the next year. May we spread our knowledge far and wide. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate public thanks to Jennifer for 2 years now, streaming and advancing ideas, and a lot of progress and personalities we've met, and even advancing in streaming. That I get to introduce her to Professor Schroeder in Jerusalem, and hopefully this year, like maybe we'll enter these circles of streaming with Hamarov and different names and see how that goes, and just have to keep at it. In general, like me and Jennifer both have university educations in engineering school. There's group assignments, and you don't know who you're going to get paired with, but you know that you need good partners and you need expertise, because the task is bigger than one person could personally accomplish. So anybody who's dealt in an engineering field, like Doooovid did building permits, and even for some pretty big buildings, so 20, 30-story buildings, and saying like, no one puts up a 20-story, no one puts up a house, even a house, by themselves. It takes a cooperation of effort, and so any practice spiritual, you need association in order to improve, or just like an objective of obtaining expertise in a field, without wanting moral judgment. But all these things you have to work in cooperation together with people, and thank God, Karma brought me and Jennifer together, that we've had a productive show for 2 years. Although all we do is basically argue on the show, it's meant to be that way. Like thank God we haven't had any disputes. Like different issues. I do things differently. She does things differently, but we've always been, for our cooperation, been able to cooperate without dispute and put together a product, and hopefully that's going to bear fruit in terms of this year we'll see production of books, and I think Jennifer, if she wants to take her streaming to the next level, it'll probably be afforded to her soon, like maybe Keating, or who knows, like Weinstein or something, that she would get her say big opportunity. I pray and hope that that happens, and hopefully we'll still do week in review, because even if Messiah comes and all the good things happen, I would probably still set a time of week in review to talk to noobs and be nice to people and listen to new ideas and just reflect. So a great year, everybody. Blessings. Hopefully this process benefits everybody, and this content, like usual, try to do the work, listen through a second time for myself, because this is a self-improvement process, and to make sure I heard what other people said to me and thought about it. And special thank again to Jennifer, 2 years now, week in review, and let's hope that that we're going to see some real progress, that our books come out and our theories materialize, and then we could so as they make the circuits and present our ideas to people in a way that they walk away with the ideas in a usable fashion to benefit themselves and the world.